Welcome to RE Plus 2022 live from Anahiem, California. My name is Nico Johnson. I'm joined here by my lovely co-host, Julia Piper. How you doing, Julia?
I'm good. I'm rested up, ready for a big day. I said yesterday I always run late throughout RE Plus, but I'm on time this time.
I wish I were rested up and looking as chipper as you are this morning. I hopefully sound chipper at least. We are coming to you live broadcasting from the show floor. The exhibit hall is not yet open, so hopefully you're watching either from SunCast.live because you caught all of the tweets, thanks to my illustrious co-host, or you've been checking out the schedule and you knew that we were going to stream live. The show floor, the expo hall, which we also call it, is going to be open in about an hour, a little bit less, looking at 45 minutes before the show floor opens. Our mission here on the Daily Show is to give you a little taste of what you can expect on the show floor and a little insight from folks who have lots of experience walking the show floor, planning their time here, and we'll talk a bit about what we can expect here to learn from the daily exhibit hall and take back to your work in our clean energy revolution. As I said, my name is Nico Johnson. This is the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. Every morning we have this show coming to you live at 9 a.m. It is the morning show brought to you by iSun. Thank you, iSun, for partnering with us on the morning show. I also mentioned we're streaming live at SunCast.live. Thank you to our streaming sponsors, SunGrow and Tigo. So you should bookmark that because it will be broad streaming not just the daily morning show, but every single segment we have here at the show, and there are a lot of them. Julia, what's got you excited the most about today? It's your first day. Actually, day one, day zero was yesterday. We recorded.
We recorded a little preview yesterday. We had the opening session yesterday, and we'll have Julia Nico on in just a moment from SEPA to talk about some of the trends that were outlined to kind of kick off and frame this whole conference. This morning, if you're in some of the sessions, you'll note that there's a discussion with one of the lead architects of the Inflation Reduction Act, Bobby Andres, in the Senate. I think that'll be a major theme throughout this conference, is unpacking the Inflation Reduction Act. What does it mean for all segments of the clean energy sector, from solar to also other renewables and advanced grid technology, storage. It's a massive moment for this market. We have unprecedented certainty over the next 10 years. I think there's going to be a lot still to come. We have celebrated. Now we need to implement, and that's where we are in this phase. So I think there'll be a lot of that throughout the conference today.
Yeah. Selfishly, I'll plug that Julia will be on stage with me at the Clean Tech Podcasters Roundtable. Is that what we're calling it? Storytelling on the front lines or something like that? The Master Speaker Series?
Yep, 3 p.m. in the Marriott Ballroom.
Marriott Ballroom.
Be there.
I look forward to at least inhabiting the stage where folks like you and Josh Porter and John Powers, Mike Casey are going to be dispensing wisdom. I'll just try to hold my own there. But speaking of dispensing wisdom, the show floor itself, apart from all of the amazing education you're going to get walking around and just touching base with your favorite vendors or maybe those that you hope to get to know better, there are a tremendous, it's a treasure trove of education just on the show floor. I have empathy for you if you're trying to figure out what to do next. There's not one, not two, there are 7 different theaters, including the PowerUp Media Zone, on the show floor. We've got the Showcase Lounge, Industry Trends, Storage Central, Electric Drive and Fuel Cells, Grid Edge, Installer Training, of course, PowerUp Central, and then there's the poster section, which is just behind us here, right outside. Don't miss the posters because, in fact, that is where a lot of sort of the next level of education is being displayed, and folks who are bringing ideas to bear that are still in the nascent phase, that are still they're still getting that technology out. I'm probably totally misrepresenting how the posters work, but that's at least been every time I go through there, it's like, I don't even understand this technology.
It's a lot to learn. It's a jam-packed schedule. That's why I say I always run late, because you just get so caught up in a conversation or a booth or a panel session. This is, I think, the largest energy conference. We were hearing from Julia Nico yesterday, not just clean energy conference, energy conference. It's massive. We'll hear in a moment just the stats of how many people registered and the growth over time. And so I want to also thank the organizers who put this together. The app is fantastic. The programming is great. The show floor looks fantastic. You know, it's been a couple years since we've all been back together. So massive congratulations to the organizations who came together and formed RE+. This is the first year it's been branded in this way, a total cross-section of industry leaders. And then, of course, the Sept team and others who've been making this all possible and come to life. So thanks to everybody for that.
Yeah, it's a tremendous effort. It takes a year's worth of planning, 3 years, in fact, between every location, if I'm not mistaken. And it is the brainchild, in many ways, of our first guest of the morning show. I'd like to welcome Julia Ham to the stage. I think I have, actually.
Yes. I wanted to clap. I was like, yeah,
nice.
Perfect.
All right. Julia, it's so great to see you.
Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Julia,
I wish I was as awake and well-rested as you or other Julia. I had a very late dinner last night.
I'm sure. You're so busy. I'm a couple coffees in, though, so that's what's got me going.
I've been looking forward to Julia and Julia for a while since we put this together. Julia, for those who are unfamiliar, would you let us know a bit about the role that you inhabit both at the SEPA sort of conglomeration that is RE+, as well as SEPA itself as an organization?
Sure. Well, maybe I'll do those in the reverse order.
Sure, go for it.
Start with SEPA. So I'm the president and CEO of an organization called Smart Electric Power Alliance. I've been running the organization since 2004, so for a very long time. And actually, as many people heard on stage last night, this will be my last show as the CEO of SEPA, as I am stepping down in the near term here, sort of going into semi-retirement and looking to continue to be involved in other ways in the industry, but really spend a lot more time with my family and just enjoy life. But SEPA is a critically important organization in the energy industry. We work very closely, we're focused on accelerating the transition and making sure that it happens in a way that we still not only have a carbon-free electricity sector, but that it also remains safe, affordable, reliable, equitable, really keeping all of those things in balance. And so we work across the whole ecosystem. We have a significant majority of electric utilities in the US who are members, hundreds of technology companies, most of the state public utility commissions, other policymakers and stakeholders. So really a very broad umbrella bringing everyone together to work collaboratively to really, again, accelerate the transition. So that's SEPA in a nutshell. And in terms of the show, I founded the show back in 2004 and immediately brought SIA in as our partner. And it's just been a phenomenal ride. So we're super excited that, so SEPA and SIA co-own, are each 50% owners of the show. And essentially, the organization that puts it on for us is an LLC that's a joint venture between SEPA and SIA.
Yeah, wow.
So fantastic. Well, on a personal note, let me say thank you for your leadership as a female growing up into this industry. It's been fantastic to have strong female leaders on stage at the helm. Both you and Abby Hopper are those leaders, and it's been a real inspiration to see that happen. So thank you. And always taking the time. I started as a reporter. You always made the time to talk, so thanks very much for that. I want to pick up on a broader trend before we go back to the show and some of the key growth stats there. But to frame this up, you talked about a hockey stick and how the whole broader industry has been growing. This was at the opening session last night. Reiterate for us some of those points and where we are on this trajectory today.
Yeah, so, I was telling the story on stage last night that, again, I've been running SEPA for so long now that for more than a decade, right, people have been asking me, like, my God, like, aren't you getting bored? Don't you want to go do something else? And I would always say to them, like, God, no, this is like so exciting. We're still on like the very flat part of the hockey stick. And so there's so much work to do. We're in this dynamic industry, like why would I ever want to leave? But we really now are at that inflection point where we are about to hit massive accelerated growth. And so really that steep part of the hockey stick. And so it's this amazing inflection point for the industry. And for me personally, it just frames up so well the perfect opportunity for me to say, sort of claim success and say, listen, SEPA has spent, this is actually our 30th anniversary as an organization. Wow. So we've spent the significant majority of that 30 years trying to convince decision makers about why this transition was necessary. And we're to the point now where we can flip that and we don't have to convince people why. We can now focus on helping decision makers understand how. And so it's just the perfect time for a transition to allow a new leader to come into SEPA and take the organization and the industry through that next phase of exponential growth.
The decade of how.
Yes.
It's fascinating. It's gone from the decade of Solar Plus to the decade of how in no time, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
In like 2.5, 3 years.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, you built, and along with Sia and now Abby, you've cultivated a vision for a show that's really led the industry 18 years. I was joking with Julia earlier that it's kind of like, you've rebranded it even. It's like watching your child grow up and go off to college. Yeah. As you mentioned at the outset, you're stepping down. Take a much needed break. I'd love to hear what you are most proud of from what is truly a legacy that you've left here with the show and the impact of taking it from what is this thing to how do we harness this thing for the most possible good?
Gosh, yeah. I mean, there's so many ways I could respond to that. But when I think about it, it's really about the people and the community that this show has created and fostered, right? I mean, in the early years, the show was focused on a single technology, on solar, when the industry was still very nascent. But it was a place for the industry to come together and gather and coordinate and really, gear up to make sure that year-round there was progress being made. And as momentum has built, we've been able to expand the show into all of these other technologies and resources and bring more and more people into the conversation. And so for me, the legacy is the community that the show, everyone looks forward to this week, right? We hear so often that so many people in the energy industry, this is their favorite week of the year. And that's, that's just so, feels so great to hear. And going forward, I think about it, I've been saying this for a few years now, but it's more true now than ever, that clean energy now is the energy industry, right? Like this is, as you said earlier, Julia, right? This is not only the largest clean energy show in North America, it's the largest energy show in North America. Our energy industry is now about clean energy. So to me, that's such a momentous point in time where this show becomes every day more and more relevant to more and more people, so it's exciting to see where it's going to go. I mean, it's gotten huge this year, but I think we're still, if we think about the hockey stick just for the show, I think we're also just at the inflection point of that.
It's incredible. We got time for one more. You want to?
Yeah, well, just quickly, I remember you mentioning that, I can't remember, was it 60 participants in the first year and 6 exhibitors?
No, it was 1,100, the first year in 2004, 1,100 people and 60 exhibitors.
Wow.
60 exhibitors, that's what the 60 came in. Yep. And then this year, where are we at?
Well, we never like to publicly say, but the numbers are constantly changing, but it's over 800 exhibitors. That's a fixed number. The numbers are tracking it by far the largest attendance ever. So we are at this point above 24,000 people.
Wow.
But lots of people come and register on site today and tomorrow. So who knows where the numbers.
We should have had a temperature thing.
That would be so good. Could be the first year we get to 25,000.
Yeah.
Julia Ham, the President and CEO of Solar Electric Power Alliance.
Well,
Smart Electric, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
That's right.
It still happens like SPI and RE+.
Right.
What a great way to kick off the morning show, right? Julia Ham, the President and CEO, now stepping down from 18 years plus tenure at Smart Electric Power Alliance. It is such a pleasure to see you. Thanks for
Nico.
hosting us.
Julia. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Enjoy the rest of the show. This is great that you guys are doing this.
Well, next up, someone else who has almost needs no introduction and has spent quite a bit of time cultivating a career and a business that is recognizable, Mr. Mike Hall, the CEO of Borrego. Is it Borrego Energy or Borrego Solar now, Mike?
It's actually just Borrego.
Just Borrego.
Yeah, we changed it in 2020. We dropped the solar because we were doing so much storage, and we actually, in our development business, we were doing a little bit of wind.
Yeah.
So we're like, we're just Borrego now.
Yeah. Mike, feel free to pop on the headphones if it helps you hear a little better, but I know we've got the monitors here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Mike, I'll take a moment here, and as Julia did for Julia, thank you for the legacy that you and your brother Aaron have really created in our industry, creating a company that has has created many milestones, many firsts in our industry. For those who are unfamiliar, can you tell us just a quick background of Borrego, kind of where it came from?
Yeah, sure. So some people say Borrego is the oldest solar company. I'm not sure that's actually true, but it's pretty close. So company, before I was in it, actually started as an off-grid residential company in Borrego Springs all the way back in the early 80s. And then my brother, myself, and a friend, Chris Anderson, refounded it in 2002 to focus on grid-connected solar.
Yeah.
And we've been growing the business since then. I've done basically everything there is to do in downstream solar and now storage.
Wow.
Yeah.
So one of the more interesting things about Borrego Solar is there's been some developments lately. You guys, I think, divested your development business. So tell us a little bit about that, and does it make you feel a little more liberated at this show to only have certain elements to focus on and not quite so much, perhaps?
Yeah. So that was a really exciting development or deal for us. In July, we closed a deal with Energy Capital Partners, a private equity firm, and they bought our greenfield development business. And that was a big part of Borrego, actually. It was one of the most successful things we've ever done. We started doing development in Massachusetts in 2009, 2010, and built about an 8 gigawatt pipeline. It's, I think, probably, now that it's not here, I can gloat, I think it's probably the best DG development platform in the country. And so that was an exciting deal. I think it was great in that ECP will be a great partner. The new company is called New Leaf Energy. There's a lot of New Leaf Energy people here. Love that team. I think they're going to do great things. But there's a little bit, I think, liberation for them to not have to be attached to Mother Borrego and all that comes with that. And then also, for us leading Borrego, there's fewer things to focus on. And some new exciting things we're doing that freed up to do.
One of the things that, as a developer, your team is often focused on beyond deal making and trying to navigate and network is procurement. The angle of procurement has certainly evolved and changed over time. A lot of folks, back when I started in 2006, would come to these shows for the purpose of procurement. How do you navigate a show that's this massive? If your goal here, and if you're even a small installer trying to figure out where you can position yourself, how to protect a sort of strategic hedge by getting deals in place with procurement. How do you think about that? What advice would you have for others as they're walking around the show floor and strategizing?
Yeah, I think just in terms of how I approach the show, and I've actually been here since 2004 as well. I was reminding Julia that in 2004 we actually did a panel together. It was my first SPI or whatever it was called in San Francisco. But I like to not book solid. I like to walk the floor. I like to meet people and have time to say hello and goodbye without rushing. I think it's a good place to do a little bit of speed dating though, and meet people that you can meet everybody in one place in a few days, and this is really the only opportunity to do that. So that's unique. Procurement has gotten really challenging in the last few years. I mean, it's totally, 3 years ago, maybe the prices were starting to go up, but you could still buy modules. And today it's pretty difficult. And that's a problem actually we've been thinking about a lot, and how to help people solve that problem.
Interesting. Leave room for the show magic is what I kind of take away from there. There's little sparks or connections you can make perhaps unexpectedly, so don't jam up your calendar.
Yeah, and I also tell people, don't try and close deals at SPI. Everybody's late for the meeting and everybody's got to leave the meeting early, right? And so you're not going to...
Sage advice.
It's hard to close a deal there. It's more like...
Building bridges.
Building bridges, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, one of the additional sort of evolutions of Borrego, we talked about New Leaf spinning out, is you have been, I think, stealthily working on a procurement angle. Everyone who is involved in pretty much any way right now that's attending this show has felt the pain of procurement, and the game has changed. Can you talk a little bit about ANZA?
Yeah. So we publicly launched ANZA this week, obviously to coincide with RE+. And I'd like to start with a tagline for ANZA because it kind of explains what it is it does. We say you can see on ANZA, which is an online platform, you can see compare 20 module options in 20 seconds.
Wow.
So imagine right now you're an EPC or an IPP and you need to go buy 20 megawatts of modules for your project. To get one price, quote, and terms probably takes you weeks, and we can get you 20 options to compare in 20 seconds. So it's pretty unique. There's nothing out there out like it, and we think we're going to really accelerate a lot of projects.
So I don't know if we prepped you with this one, but I am curious to know if you've been following the Inflation Reduction Act and recent policy developments. How do you see that affecting your business?
Yeah, I mean, the Inflation Reduction Act's amazing. I mean, it's obviously going to stimulate end growth in terms of actually incentivizing projects, but also for the first time ever, we have these big incentives to actually produce domestically. So that's really exciting. But at the same time, it's just exacerbating the shortage, right? So we now don't have a bottleneck with finance and money and the ability to do projects. The projects are going to pencil. Now we're going to have 2 other bottlenecks we need to deal with. One is interconnection, which is a big problem. We need an interconnection policy, and then the other is the supply. We don't have enough batteries, we don't have enough modules. And so that's one of the things we're trying to help with ANZA, is if we can do better matchmaking between buyers and sellers, then we can have a more efficient use of the supply we have.
Brilliant. Very timely.
Very timely indeed. Mike Hall, it's always a pleasure to get a chance to dig into the treasure trove of wisdom that you bring. You guys, you sort of see from the mountaintop what all is happening, and we're grateful to have a chance to invite you up. Mike Hall is the CEO of Borrego, and just spinning out, as you mentioned, ANZA. Thanks for joining us, and I look forward to seeing you over at your booth.
Yeah, thanks so much. Have a great day.
Yeah, I think I saw Borrego's been around over 40 years. That's fantastic. Truly one of the well-known names of this show, and leader in the sector for sure.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot to see on the show floor, as we talked about at the top of the hour. We are going to be live streaming here every single morning, as I mentioned, at 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, the show floor opens at 9, so we hope that you will take the time to join us here in the audience live. Throughout the day, we'll be live streaming here with numerous conversations with thought leaders like Julia and Mike and so many more. So we hope you'll join us. Roughly every 30 minutes or so, we'll have a new conversation. In the middle of the day, we have the Industry Pulse brought to you by Enerflo. And we have a daily roundup at the end of the day with my friends Josh Porter and a few others. Perhaps we'll bring Julia back. She was here yesterday. I want to take a moment as well as we get ready to close out this morning show to thank our supporting sponsors for the Media Zone, AES, Aurora, SMA, SolReap, and SunGrow. Julia?
Yeah, well, let me just also add, thank you, Nico. You brought this vision together for this PowerUp Media Zone. It's so cool. I know that was your brainchild. We talked about it a little while ago, and now it's here, this awesome setup and sponsors, and well done you, for what it's worth, from me. And yeah, I hope folks come on down. I think looks like we're next across from Hyundai, 400, 500 aisle.
Yeah, booth
Come
438.
join us. Yeah, 438, that's it. I should know that. But yeah, this is exciting and fun way to start the show, so thanks, Nico.
Live from the show floor, it's Julia and Nico in the Daily Morning Show. Hope you'll join us again tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you again soon. Come back in about 30 minutes. We have our first session with Mike Casey and Tom Weirich kicking off the day. Awesome. Julia, can we get a...
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rusty Haynes, and I'm a manager of research and industry strategy here at the Smart Electric Power Alliance. I'm glad that you're all here at RE Plus this week. Good to be back. SEPA's Utility Transformation Awards recognize specific projects, programs, partners, and individuals driving the utility industry's transformation to a modern, carbon-free energy future. SEPA is pleased to recognize Duke Energy with the 2022 Utility Transformation Program of the Year Award for its energy service subscription pilot. The pilot pairs renewable energy subscriptions and demand response for residential customers in Florida. We're hosting this Q&A with Duke Energy and Uplight to learn a bit more about the program. Our first guest is Lon Huber to my left, and our second guest is Dan Crosscall to his left. Lon is with Duke Energy, and Dan is with Uplight. Gentlemen, if you don't mind introducing yourselves and your roles at your businesses, please, for a minute or so.
Sure, I'll start. So, Lon Huber, Senior Vice President for Pricing and Customer Solutions. So what that is, it's the group that is set up to make sure that we alleviate pain points for our customers and also create innovative new programs that leverage new technologies that come out. So within the group, I've got customer load analytics, I've got regulatory enablement groups, and then rate design groups, and then teams that help basically sell and install all sorts of different products and services out there for our customers.
Hi, Dan Crosscall with Uplight. I am Director of Market Development and Regulatory Innovation for Uplight. And Uplight is a clean energy services manager. We work in partnership with utilities and on other energy service providers to deliver clean energy solutions to customers. And we do this for energy efficiency programs and demand response programs, electric vehicle programs, and a lot more. So in my role, I support Uplight's strategic engagement with external audiences and regulatory audiences, as well as support our product teams in developing creative new solutions to meet customers where they are.
Thanks, gentlemen. Let's hear more about the program. Duke Energy's program that won the Utility Transformation Program of the Year Award, the Energy Service Subscription Pilot, notably pairs renewable energy with optional demand response. Lon, could you tell us a bit more about the program, maybe provide a quick overview and what makes it so innovative, please?
Sure. Well, if we started with our customers and what attributes of a pricing structure that they found attractive, and one of the reoccurring themes for certain customer segments was to have predictability in their monthly bill, to get rid of the ups and downs that occur based on season and usage. And this is particularly important for customers that are living paycheck to paycheck and can't handle a high summer bill that sort of comes out of the blue. And so we said, okay, what can we create that gives them that bill certainty, but also creates system benefits for others. And so we said, okay, well, let's offer a variety of different options depending on how much the customer wants us to engage with them. If they just want a standard, fixed bill, no bells and whistles, they'll pay, one price. If they add a smart thermostat, then they'll pay a lower price, because then we can start to shape their load for system benefits. And then if they wanted other products and services and renewable energy, they had those options as well. So what we're trying to do is create a very, straightforward offering for our customers so that they can pick and choose whatever is best for their lifestyle. And what's innovative about it is mixing that fixed monthly bill with dispatchability of a device in the home, layered with renewable energy on top. So not it's pretty cutting edge in the industry, and it was a pilot that was really well received, and now it's a pending program in front of the commission.
Speaking about being very well received, customer enrollment in that pilot far outpaced initial expectations. Dan, what implementation strategies contributed to the success of that pilot?
Yeah, absolutely. What it shows, first of all, is that it is a product that has great desirability for customers. Enrollment is a reflection of the attractiveness of this solution that Lon described for what customers want and seek in their energy bill. I think as many of us know, our energy bills, our electricity and other utility bills feel a little bit out of our control, and that's particularly distressing in these inflationary times and with other pressures that households are feeling. So where consumers have become accustomed to this subscription rate structure, we're familiar with it, whether it's for our cell bill or our Netflix and other entertainment options, we're bringing that same solution to customers for their utility bill. But it is more than a fixed bill, as Lon described. It's also bundling solutions that customers are very interested in. The green energy supply that Lon described is attractive to customers, as well as this opportunity to further lower your bill if you enroll in the Smart Thermostat Demand Response Program. And so it's the combination of what Uplight is able to bring in support of Duke on this is streamlined end-to-end customer support and presenting customers with an easy enrollment process. So in addition to that product that we know customers want, having a very easy to enroll process in which we worked with Duke Energy to create a simple microsite and improve the enrollment structure, so it's just a couple clicks to get signed up to the program. And then further, we were able to work with Duke Energy and to provide a high incentive, a $75 incentive for adoption of the demand response program with the smart thermostat installed in homes. And so these combination of factors made it very attractive to customers to where we're seeing outstanding enrollment, I think 300% of what we initially set out for.
And remind us, what was the number of customers in the pilot who were enrolled?
I can't remember.
Was it hundreds or thousands?
Hundreds.
Or hundreds.
Well, I think it was over 1,000, but for the ones that were selected, the smart thermostat, that was in the hundreds.
Got it. Question for both of you, starting with Lon. What advice do you have for other utility leaders on engaging residential customers in the clean energy transformation?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it starts with the data, the focus groups, the surveys. We had independent parties look at this as well for us to say, hey, what are customers seeking? And again, residential customers aren't a monolith, so different customer segments are going to want different things, right? And so you will have some customers that want a time of use rate, and they want to be exposed to all the price signals. You'll have others that are like, I don't have the mental bandwidth, I don't like the bill volatility, it hurts my budget planning, just give me the same amount every month, right? So I think it's listen to your customers, do the research, talk to them back and forth, and then also work with technology providers like Uplight, where you can understand what the latest is in terms of technology, in terms of dispatching these resources that are in our customers' homes. So like for instance, with the smart thermostat, Uplight is able to preheat or pre-cool the home to help with the events so that the customer is always comfortable with it. So you've got a mix of the shaping of the product, how you get them to enroll in a seamless fashion, and then actually executing events that are done in a way that minimizes impact. So you just have to think of all those streams, and I just say work with stakeholders, work with technology companies to help inform your process.
That's right. And what I would only add there is it is about giving customers choice, and this is a new feature of customer rates and bills that gives them an additional choice for how to manage their bill, but also do more than that. In addition, where Uplight really specializes and is proud to support utilities like Duke and many others, is having this end-to-end customer journey. So we need to engage customers all along their energy experience, and that starts with education and home energy reports, other things that Uplight manages, but also using that data and that experience to bring customers into other programs like demand response and orchestrated energy for electric vehicles. So by getting to know customers, having a 360-degree view of customers, we can support them in having a better customer experience with their utilities and also unlocking more clean energy solutions.
Thanks. Last question on my list. This is my favorite. Would you both say a few words about the value of partnerships between utilities and solution providers? This program and this award are a great representation of partnerships between utilities and solution providers, and whether we'll see more of that kind of cooperation in the future.
Yeah, I'm happy to start there. I mean, we absolutely need more of these partnerships. Utilities are a trusted brand and a known supplier of energy and services in their communities, but they're also doing so much. And so Uplet is proud to be able to partner with many utilities around the country, and Duke is one of our top partners, in order to bring our specialized services and our digital tools and expertise that we've gained from across the country to work with the utility and bring their own understanding of the community and of their customer needs and design custom and creative solutions to go forward on the energy transformation.
Yeah, I'd say utilities are a bit busy right now. We're leading the clean energy transition for the electricity sector, while also keeping the lights on and just running the business in general. And so we need reinforcements, we need outside perspectives, we need folks that have worked with new technologies that maybe our teams haven't been able to work with before. So they can tell us, hey, here's the best way to leverage them, or here's what our findings are from these other customer programs, and bringing some best practices in-house. So I think these partnerships will be just more and more crucial as we move forward and start really getting the heavy lifting done with the clean energy transition.
Well, thanks to both of you for sharing some of your time with us, and congratulations again on the 2022 Utility Transformation Program of the Year Award.
Yeah, thank you, Rusty, and congrats to you, Lon.
Thanks.
Welcome to the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. We're also streaming live at www.suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming partners SunGrow and Tigo. If you're watching us on the live stream, thank you for tuning in. And my name is Mike Casey. I am the president and founder of TigerCom. It's a public affairs and marketing firm based in the National Capital Area. And we have our own podcast called Scaling Clean. We interview people who are CEOs, advisors, and investors to clean economy companies. And I'm really fired up about having my friend Tom Weirich here. We're going to talk about his book. And I think it's a sign of maturity that we have grown as a sector enough that someone actually took the time to write our first clean tech history book.
Definitely.
Do you think that's right? It's the first one?
100%. It's one of the first ones that actually is comprehensive, right? And really looks at those early risk takers in the U.S. industry and the traits that made them a success, right?
We Took the Risk is the title of the book by Tom Weirich. Is it out? Can people buy it now?
People actually, as of last night, people can buy it now. The book actually is going to get delivered, officially launched October 1st.
Nice.
And I'm getting a pallet of the first 651 books that were pre-bought back in April. I'm getting that on Friday, so I'm going to be autographing all weekend.
Nice. Okay. Tell us about the book.
Definitely. Well, We Took the Risk kind of was a confluence of two conversations I was having. The first one was with a number of biomass biofuel CEOs. So kind of going back about 5 years, one of my dear mentors, Lieutenant Colonel Bill Holmberg, who's basically the godfather of biomass and biofuels in the country, he passed away. And I had a stupid reason. I think I was on a business trip and I couldn't make his funeral. And he deserved more, and given his contributions to the industry. And so I decided, well, let me write an op-ed on the third anniversary of his death to kind of make amends. And so I started interviewing CEOs in that industry, in both those industries, and they just had a lot of stories. I'm like, I wish I knew these stories coming into the renewables when I did, close to 19 years ago. And so I was like, well, maybe there's more here than an op-ed, and I should explore that. At the same time, and it's funny how fate works this way, at the same time, a former Georgetown professor of mine, Eric Kester, who created a new institute called the Creator Institute at Georgetown University, came and approached me and said, hey, I set up this institute to help first-time book writers and authors. You have a story to tell. And he's been, after me for 4 years, and I said, I just don't have time, I have a real job, I just don't have time, and I'm a horrible writer, right? And he said, no, you should do it. And so he, funny enough, 2 days after I started the project for Bill Holmberg, he called me and said, hey, it's time to do this. And so I thought, okay, it's time. So the confluence of both conversations came together, and through Eric Kester and the Creator Institute, who's helped over 1,500 authors so far, first-time authors, he got me set up. And so I started writing about a year and a half ago. And here I am, a year later, coming out with a book, that I hope really does inspire the next generation of renewables risk takers.
All right, so I got 3 questions for you.
Yeah,
First is, what's the main takeaway from this book? As the author,
correct.
What do you think the most important lessons are for people out here on the show floor about this book?
Definitely. Well, 2 lessons, right? I think, we can forge the future if we know our past. And I think that's one of the biggest lessons is we need to know the lessons we learned in the past, right? So we don't repeat history. I interviewed 100 executives. It was a very hard decision to narrow it down to 25. Folks are laughing, saying, okay, write another book. I'm going to take about a year of pause to do that. But, knowing our past will help us for our future. Because many of the policy conversations, many of the technology conversations, many of the financing conversations we've been through will help us, smooth out things moving forward, especially post this amazing IRA passage that we had.
Right, right.
Yeah. And I would say the second lesson is, listen, in coming into renewables, it's really a calling. All of us have traits that really propel us in our careers. But at the end of the day, the special sauce, quote unquote, is this calling to do better, to impact the environment, to do better for our grandkids, right? But more importantly, to persist. And so the way I've divided up the book, especially the second part of the book, when I talk about each of these executives, is I tie them to specific traits that really empower them in their careers. And kind of my call out to everybody is, listen, these traits are traits for us to emulate. And also, they're meant to inspire us. We all can make an impact, no matter if we're coming into renewables day one or if we've been in renewables 18 years, right? We all can make an impact. And I think that's the call to action is, let's start being risk averse again. Let's stop, being risk averse, right? Let's stop mitigating risk.
Say aloud for the people in the back.
We were risk takers in the beginning. That's how we are here today. I mean, both you and I, our careers are here because of those risk takers. And guess what? In the age when we're being told, move away from risk, actually, no, we have to do the opposite if we really want this industry to evolve. So that's the biggest call to action is, hence the book name, We Took the Risk. it's time to take the risk again. And that's why my call out is.
So the subtitle could be "Renewable Energy is not for wimps."
Definitely, and that, my editors, right, wanted me to be a little scandalous, and so I have a chapter called "Renewables is not for everyone," right? And one of my beta readers, she called me right away saying, "That's not our message. Renewables is for everyone." I'm like, listen, read the chapter. Yes, renewables is open for everybody to come in. We definitely welcome all the oil and gas colleagues, right, that are seeing the writing on the wall and coming over to renewables. But you have to understand, this is not a 9-to-5 job. You have to come into renewables with a passion. You have to come to renewables with a bigger calling.
Yeah.
And that was my point. Obviously, renewables has the doors wide open. We need to grow as an industry. We need to develop workforce. We need greater ED&I initiatives in our workforce, right, to be more diverse. But hey, come in wide open with your eyes, knowing that you're committing to a lifelong career. And that's my call. This is a lifelong calling. Yeah.
So you mentioned lessons that these, what I call OTs, OCs, original clean techers. You talk about the lessons that the OCs have for us in the book. Cliff note those lessons.
Oh gosh. Listen, I cliff note them by traits. Persistence. All of them persistent. I mean, you saw many failures. People went through failures, and instead of stepping back and going, okay, I'm not going to do this rodeo again, they actually continued. And so I would say persistence was a notable trait. Adaptability. We're constantly an industry that over the last 30 years has gone through these ups and lows, right? These valleys, these highs. Yet people adapted, right? Either by creating new technologies, by creating new, structuring deals financially in a different way, or approaching policy in a whole new way, saying, listen, this is a partnership with the government. Let's figure out how do we tweak policies to aid us. So adaptability was a big thing. Also being the first. I think we are an industry that's not scared about being the first, be it creating new technology or being on the forefront of discovering a new way to transition the energy grid, right? So those were some of the biggest takeaways, I think, from those from those lessons that I had. And yeah.
It's so prescient because I was talking with my colleague Melissa and I were talking with a reporter yesterday. We keep that reporter's identity to ourselves, but it was interesting that the conversation was about how the Inflation Reduction Act is essentially a $370 billion baton pass. Mm-hmm. And we're passing it from government to private sector to go realize the potential of what just got done.
Correct.
And as I think about this book, we in this industry, after this, I think by all accounts, miraculous policy win, we now stand on the shoulders of these original clean techers that you write about. And I think it's an assertion that we owe their investment when they were first. We owe it to them to, as you say, lean into the moment because, yes, we have a lot of potential that just got handed to us, but it's not realized potential.
Oh, no.
And we have bottlenecks in front of us, transmission, storage, permitting, workforce development.
Supplier chain. With COVID and everything that's going on, we're an industry that has a lot of challenges, but guess what? We luckily have people who are going to take on those challenges, right? And, the timing of the book coming out right after the Inflation Reduction Act, as a marketer, I wish I could claim that this was beautifully orchestrated, but it wasn't. It was apropos. But I think this book comes out at a time when we need to be inspired and to recharge. And also, many of us in our daily careers don't have an inflection point where we can look back and be thankful and grateful for those mentors who helped us get to where we are and to really recharge and re-strategize. So I hope this book, for those reading the book, is just, is just as useful as it was for me when I had a chance to reflect on my career and how that fit into this larger scope. And what's amazing is we're all interconnected. That's the biggest takeaway from this book. All those original risk takers, even though they were in different technologies and had different callings, they all were connected and they all really helped each other. And I think that's another big theme of this book is community. That is one advantage we have versus our compatriots in other energy sectors is we have a community here that's here to support each other. And I think that's one of the most important takeaways. Yeah.
Let me get your opinion on something. I've written a bunch of times that if we learned anything from the Trump years, it was that we've already hit the inflection point where commercial execution is more important than policy support. Because, the Trump gang tried to monkey wrench the engine. I think that's safe to say. Now, do you think that? It seems to me like these pioneers, these original clean techers, they were there when commercial execution mattered a lot. Then it started to matter less. We needed a little bit of policy lift. Got it here and there. Survived off the table crumbs that the Senate would give us. Grew. Solyndra hits. Trump comes in, but we're still growing.
Correct.
Do you think, where are we in the proportionality of policy versus commercial execution based on what you learned in this book?
So 2 points. I think when I looked at the book and when I chose the executives I was going to feature, all the executives come from different stripes of politics. And my biggest point has been we need to make renewables apolitical again, right?
Amen.
We need to move it off that stage as quickly as possible because it's just not helping anybody, number one. Number two, what's really interesting is despite the policy woes, the commercial woes, all of them approached renewables in a way where they were thinking through what's the next step. They had foresight, right? They knew where the demand was going, and they said, okay, well, we know commercially here's where demand's going. How do we work with our trade association, with others, right, to align policy and finance, right, to be there so that when that demand hits, we have structuring in place for financing these projects, right, as well as those policies already in the maker, right, in Washington. So it was really interesting that foresight in a lot of ways played into a lot of these executives' careers, right? The other thing is what I was really proud about when I chose these 25 executives, they come from all sectors of the industry, right? I have one chapter called Dedication about the original DOE commercialization team, right? I have another chapter, featuring John Cavalier, right, who I think we all agree is the godfather of finance in Wall Street on renewables, right? He was the first executive to push through 8 IPOs in our industry, right? Which back in the early 2000s, you're like, whoa, IPOs, renewables, right? So it was really interesting, Tracy LeBeau, who helped, Native American communities start to embrace renewable energy, right? So I have all these stories from different folks, even technologists. Dan Sugar's in the book, right, to talk about racking and some of the initial successes he had at PowerLight, right, in those early days. So I was very cognizant.
Dan Sugar, who's that guy?
Yeah, who's that guy, right? All these different executives, no matter where they were, right, they were thinking one step ahead. And right. I think that's what the book shows is we all have that role to play still, right? Dan Sugar continues, with Nextracker and others, continues to push forward. John Cavalier now is doing tons with SPACs with David Crane and many others, right? Nancy Floyd, who's the first, I would say, female venture capitalist in our space, just retired after 20 years, right, at Nth Power, right? All these people continue to impact, right? And I think that's what's really amazing is none of those folks in the book, all by Bill Holmberg, right? They're all still with us, and they still want to contribute to the industry, which is really impressive. Yeah.
What did you learn as a clean tech exec? What did you learn yourself in writing this book?
That's I learned a lot. I mean, it's hard to just narrow down to one, but I think it was that empowerment that no matter what your role is in renewables, you can make a difference still. It doesn't matter your corporate structure. It doesn't matter if you're a startup entrepreneur, right? Just persist and keep on going. When people say no, when situations say, hey, no go, take that failure, learn from it, and move on. And I think that's something that I needed to hear, even 18 years into my career. I think we all need that encouragement. And it's funny enough that, we of course encourage the next generation of folks coming in, but executives and others, you need that re-encouragement all throughout your career, right? That mentorship doesn't end. And that's the biggest thing I learned is I haven't been utilizing those mentors as I've progressed in my career, and that mentorship just doesn't end. You can tap into all those mentor relationships all throughout your career. And we all need to do that more often. Yeah.
So I'm keeping a running total on these characteristics of the OCs: persistence, foresight, courage. What else is on the list?
Adaptability, dedication, fearlessness, curiosity. Like there has to be this intellectual curiosity of, okay, this financing mechanism doesn't work, how do I tweak it right to make it work? I think Tracy LeBeau put it really well. She called it the Rubik's Cube. We're constantly in renewables working on this Rubik's Cube and trying to make sure we get the right formula, right? And that's not going to end anytime soon, right? We're constantly going to be innovating. We're constantly going to try to find the right financing, right? We're going to try to make those stars align. And I think that analogy that she gave me, actually, that was her chapter is named Curiosity just because of that comment, I think, about the Rubik's Cube. Yeah.
It sounds obvious to the point of sounding stupid, but another thing I'd put on the list is these people are whip smart. Like, when you're around someone like Dan, Dan Sugar at Nextracker, I've written that if you're working with Dan, put your running shoes on.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have to run like hell to
constantly.
keep up to this guy. And I think it's true with Jigger, Jigger Shaw.
Yeah. And Sun Edison, the Sun Edison story is in there with the original Sun Edison team, right?
It's incredible.
It's incredible. I mean, they were around a kitchen table and they thought this through. And many of these risk takers put their own homes, their mortgages. They leaned into their mortgages, right, to provide seed capital for their investments, right? So, people took the risk, but there were calculated risks, and that's the thing I also push through, is you have to be very calculated in the risks you take. And I think this book also goes through the sociology behind risk taking, right? How did these executives, how did these risk takers assess risk? Which, how did they calculate it? And how did they really launch into the market knowing full well, okay, we're taking a risk, but we're hedging our bets? Yeah.
Refine this attributes list into advice for two cohorts.
Yeah.
First is people who are almost contemporaries of Dan Sugar, or they're CEOs that have come into clean economy from other sectors. Talk to them about what this lesson set has for them as a newly installed clean tech CEO when they perhaps led other companies in other sectors. Right. What's the advice you have tailored for them out of this book?
I think the common thread of all the successful CEOs in the book, right? Because every one of these folks in the book eventually worked themselves up to being CEO, right? I think they had two things about them. They had charisma. They attracted talent. All of us right now, as you know, we're growing as an industry. We don't have enough people to build all the projects we're trying to build.
Yeah,
I mean, we all agree to that.
Yeah.
We need a more diverse workforce. We need a workforce that's energized. And we as an industry together have to come together and attract more of this talent. And I think the number one role right now for any CEO in the industry is attracting the right talent and attracting talent that reflects the ambitions we have as an industry moving forward, right? We're all about providing access to everybody, providing clean energy access to folks, through community solar, things like that. We're all about supplier diversity, right? Supporting veteran-owned firms, women-owned companies, things like that. So we need to do more of that. And I think that's the role of today's CEO, is to be that voice and call out to the industry to attract talent. I think that's the number one role, is every one of these executives had the charisma to attract the right talent that then in turn helped them grow their company, right? Without them being able to attract the talent, they would have never gotten to where the successes they had. So I would say that's the one thing. The other thing is, I would say, humility.
Interesting.
A lot of humility. In the book, I talk about productive narcissism, and of course, when you use that, mouthful of a phrase, people think of a negative the negative connotation associated with being a productive narcissist. However, you have to be a productive narcissist who's humble to admit, okay, things might not have worked in the first seed fund round. Let's tweak things and let's make the second round work better, right? And I think that humility and that approach to humility and that I would say transparency to where the business is going is also vitally important, because that's how you get ownership of every employee in a company, right? To feel ownership of a company and feel ownership in the company's success and contribute to that success and give it 150%, right? Because you have your own skin in the game as an employee. And I think that was the second thing that all these CEOs did very well, was provide that transparency, provide that feeling and the openness of employees having ownership. Not necessarily stock ownership or equity ownership, but ownership in the success of the company and participating in that success.
It's interesting you say that, because on our show we interview CEOs, investors, and people like you, the people who advise them.
Yeah.
And we've been heavy on the CEO interviews, and I ask all of our CEOs the same 4 or 5 questions and then build on it. So one question I ask is how would, if you quit your job tomorrow and you became a business professor, what would you tell your class in the first lecture the role of the CEO is? And all of them say servant leadership.
100%. And that's one of the chapters is servant leadership. I have one of my chapters all about servant leadership, and I wrote about Andy Karsner, who was one of our secretaries of energy, right, for renewable energy. He was a perfect example of servant leadership. And that servant leadership model, we talk about it, it's like a new buzzword, but do we really implement servant leadership, right? And I think that is the challenge for today's CEOs. How do you implement that servant leadership, which in turn does attract talent? Because people are attracted to servant leaders much more they are than to, let's say, old corporate models of what a CEO, how a CEO behaves or how the CEO is. Yeah.
Define servant leadership as you've come to know it by talking to these men and women.
Giving of oneself to their employees, be it through time, be it through mentorship, be it through involvement in projects, right? No one, I think all these executives weren't CEOs that were at a higher level that never would dip down into their companies, right? Every single executive I feature would at one point in time regularly dive deep into different parts of their teams, identify challenges, and then work with the teams to provide solutions. That was the key to success, I would say, to all of them, is that ability to go from 30,000 feet down to down to ground level and be able to work with teams and show investment in and importance of employees' work in day-to-day activities. So
They were willing to split their own wood.
yeah, they are. They're there to contribute, right? And that's the perfect definition of a team mentality.
So the second of the two groups of people I'd like you to convert the lessons learned from the book into advice are young clean techers that are coming in, like they're a year out of school. What's your advice from them coming from this book?
Well, listen, I think in this whole book writing journey, two situations really humbled me. When I did pre-sales back in April, the publisher wanted to test the market. I had 3 weeks to get the word out to family and friends. 651 people bought the book. On average, an author sells 250 books a year. I, in 3 weeks, sold 651, and amongst those purchasers were also 2 anonymous donors who walk amongst us. Actually, they're here at RE+. And they came to me with $2,000 checks and said, I want you to get these books in front of people who are coming into the industry who need to be basically fed steroids and just go into the industry, empowered and charged. And
steroids and caffeine.
Exactly. Give them everything, but get them really excited and provide them those lessons of our founders of the U.S. industry, right? And that was really humbling. And I said, okay, that's my mission. Let's make this book help those folks out who are coming into the industry and give them all the stats, all the names we both know, right, of having been in the industry a long time. And so this book is meant to help, give them the toolkit, almost a Cliff's Notes version of 30 years of renewables knowledge in a book, in 300 pages, right? And say, here are the folks, and all these folks that I feature, they're totally willing and open to mentor folks, which is amazing. I mean, they keep on contributing, giving their time. Yeah. So, I would say this book is meant for those people coming into the industry who are also looking for that inspiration. And luckily, I did get books. They're being delivered in an hour. So I wish I had the physical book here. I just have my postcard for now. But I am going to be giving a donation of books to the Rise Solar Fellows this afternoon in their reception. Also, ACOR has an Accelerate program to help marginalized, and diverse businesses succeed, small one-man, two-person shops. So I'm going to be giving a donation of books to the Accelerate program members. And then I partnered with the Clean Energy Leadership Institute for our, these burgeoning clean energy leaders. We'll be giving books to them. So really excited to just get the book out there and help these people come into the industry and give them the best toolkit they can to succeed, because we need them to succeed. Yeah.
We got about 40 seconds left.
Yeah.
How do people buy the book?
Yes, so it officially launches October 1st, but between you and me and anyone listening in, my website, WeTookTheRisk.com, so it's all one word. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Kobo, Walmart, they all have the book now in stock. And so they surprised me 2 weeks early. Also, Amazon just told me Kindle book, ebooks, they're all online. So if you go to WeTookTheRisk.com, or if you go to Amazon or Barnes & Noble online and just type in We Took the Risk and my last name, that's usually the fastest way, it'll come up. And actually today, I've had so many, I haven't been marketing the book yet. Amazon just alerted me that I'm the #1 book being sold right now in the petroleum category. So I'm kind of shocked about that. I'm like, I would want to be #1 in solar, #1 in wind, but you know what? I'll take #1 in petroleum.
Alert.
Yeah. So it's really, again, very humbling. And I've been grateful for the journey and grateful to, partners like you and Nico Johnson and so many others who really want to get the word out on the book. I really want to get the word out on this book and help others. I mean, that's the #1 mission of mine.
Tom, I think it's a mark of the growth of this sector that somebody like you with a day job took the time to write a history book. It's our first history book of clean tech. It's so cool. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing with this book. I love that you came on. Let me talk to you about this.
Definitely.
And I just want to say, we'd also like to thank the supporting sponsors who help make the Media Zone possible: AES, Aurora, SMA, SolarEat, and SunGrow. So I'm Mike Casey, and I am thrilled to have talked to my friend Tom Weirich about his kick-ass book, and I wish all the luck in the world on this, Tom.
Well, Mike, thank you so much, and everyone enjoy RE Plus. And it's so good to see so many familiar faces in person, no longer avatars on Teams chats or Zoom. And again, take the risk. We all have the opportunity to make a difference still in this industry, and that's my biggest call to action for this book. And see you on site.
Thank you, my friend.
Thanks so much.
Take care.
Yeah. Mike Casey and Tom Weirich. Thank you for joining us here at the Media Zone.
Good. Hey, thank you so much again. I really appreciate
All right,
that.
we're going to kick off another session. Zone. If you guys can hear me, can you raise your hand? Because we can hear ourselves good and loud here. Okay, good. At least the folks that are up close can hear. That's good. I've got a pretty loud voice. We're going to test. Woody, give me a mic test.
Mic test.
All right, got Woody, mic test. I'm going to give you a little bit of a bump. And away we go. Welcome back to the PowerUp Media Zone, powered by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. We are also streaming live at suncast.live. If you don't have the chance to stick around and hang out with us here in the Media Zone, you can watch it at suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming partners, SunGrow and Tigo. If you are watching on the live stream, thank you for tuning in. I want to make sure you bookmark the suncast.live so that you can take these conversations on the go with you. We'd also like to thank our supporting sponsors who help make the Media Zone possible: AES, Aurora, SMA, SolRead, and SunGrow. If you have been living under a rock in the power industry, you probably haven't heard of the next my next guest and his company. AES Corporation has been around for quite some time and a relative newcomer to the overall utility industry, but nonetheless a behemoth in just about every category that they've attacked. AES was named the top 10 on Fast Company's 2010 ranking of best workplaces for innovators, and we're going to talk about how that innovative work culture has spawned technologies and companies that have themselves become well-renowned in the industry. In 2021, Bloomberg also ranked them as the top global provider of corporate energy at just under 3 gigawatts, with a G, 3 gigawatts, AES. Have you ever wondered how a big company like AES can work with big tech companies like Google and time match the renewables to achieve 24/7 renewable energy? Well, you're in the right place, because our next guest is going to talk a little bit about that. You're going to have to stick around to the end, of course. I'm not going to divulge that right at the beginning, but that's just so that you'll come and sit down with us and join us in the Media Zone. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Woody Rubin. Woody is the Chief Development Officer at AES Energy, and he's had a front row seat on how technology innovation has really truly unlocked commercial innovation. Woody, welcome to the PowerUp Media Zone.
Thank you, Nico. It's great to be here.
I'm going to get a little bit closer in front of you.
Great to see you here live.
Absolutely. It's great to have you here as well, my friend. You, for those who perhaps don't know you, can you quickly give us a description of the career path that brought you to AES?
Absolutely. And let me do the Cliff Notes version so we don't bore everyone out here, because we have more interesting things to talk about. But I joined AES in 2014 via M&A when AES acquired a business called Main Street Power. That was a small group of great innovators. I'm glad. Thank you for the intro there, and a really entrepreneurial team in the U.S., but needing a platform. And that small group, many of whom, by the way, are walking the halls here out on the conference floor, and so it's great to see them here today, years later. But so as I mentioned, that was in 2014. I started out in the industry, and my really first job out of school as an attorney in a project finance practice in New York, and so I got to kind of see all these contracts from the get-go. I got into development. We can talk about that later, and since then it's kind of been just a straight climb up of incremental growth and really just unbelievable scale within AES. We can get into it, but we're AES Clean Energy now is a team of almost 900 people. So from that 30-person group that was acquired back in 2014, we've merged with several other companies to now be under the AES Clean Energy umbrella. Former S-Power team, many of whom of course are out here today. Advanced Energy, a small wind group. Community Energy, and several large operating wind groups too, all now under this AES Clean Energy umbrella.
As you mentioned, you joined through the AES Main Street acquisition.
Yep.
Almost a decade ago now, and most assuredly when you joined AES, it was not considered by many a renewables company, in quotation marks. Can you paint for us a picture of the transformation of AES, kind of from the inside out, from the time you've joined, and maybe how it came about up to now? Help us understand sort of that now, from then to now.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're right. At the time, that 35-person team that I mentioned that joined with the AES was part of a small team in AES focused solely on renewables and looking across the global platform. But what was so neat right from the get-go is that to recognize is that even though we were a small team in a very large company focused on renewables, the DNA for the kind of innovation and agility that it takes to scale up a renewables business over the time that we have gone from less than I think a 50 megawatt operational portfolio that we had at the time in Main Street to now is a 10 gigawatt business. Just to give you a sense of the scale, right? About 4.5, 5 of that which is operational, second, and then the other 5, but we have late stage in development and contracted. So. But what was evident right from the get-go is that first off, AES, even back to its founding, almost 30 years ago, had this vision for renewables playing a really important component in the fleet, right? And that coupled with this entrepreneurial spirit in a big company, heavily focused on innovation.
Yeah.
Right? So it was clear that really all the pieces there that you would need to scale up a renewables platform in terms of decades of experience around the globe, multiple technologies, right? Innovating new technologies, and we can talk about battery storage, and that's a great example within AES. But so while the transformation has been profound, right, in terms of AES's, for example, commitment on reducing the coal and carbon impact, right? And the vast and quick ramp up in renewables, all the pieces were there, even evident in my first couple of weeks, within the company.
Well, you mentioned the reduction of coal. AES has, like most utilities, built out coal fleets around the world, and yet is one of the leading companies in committed to no more coal after 2023, and a global decarbonization zero coal target by 2020. By 2050. The 2023 no more coal, is that just here domestically? Is that globally? Can you help me understand that?
Sure.
target?
So there's kind of coal and carbon and carbon commitments, right? Coal's nearer term, right, and then net zero on carbon over the longer term, right? Just another reference to kind of AES's founding, right? One of the other founding principles that I actually kind of want to get to in terms of where we see this in the renewable footprint now was bringing kind of power to underserved markets, right? And improving lives by doing so.
Yeah.
Right? So in other words, going into an area like Puerto Rico that's in a horrible outage right now, right? But delivering low cost, affordable energy, right? So that's kind of the spirit, right, of the founding of the founding principles. And if you think about that as the launching pad to where we need to get to fully decarbonize our sectors now, if we're going to confront the challenge of our generation, climate change, it's really that same spirit of bringing power where it's needed, right? But the new flavor of that, right, is a renewable and we'll get into it, but a 24/7 product, right? So not only serving underserved communities, right, where power is needed, but bringing it in a way that's responsible, clean, and safe.
Well, one of the ways that we've all seen over the last 10, 15 years, and certainly over the last 3 to 5 years, our sector get closer to providing firm power, which is kind of what we're talking, how do we do 24/7 decarbonized power, is battery technology. And I think that it's safe to say that practically no company has innovated around batteries in quite the same way as AES, and certainly Fluence as a company that was an extension and now spinoff of AES, one of the unicorns of our industry. Can you talk a bit about the innovation culture at AES? How did the innovation at AES, specifically around experimenting with batteries as a grid edge technology, contribute to what we now see as the energy transformation within such a large organization?
Yeah, thanks for asking. It's a fascinating story. I really feel super privileged and humbled to have been able to be a part of that. I certainly didn't join at the inception, but maybe to share one really tangible example, right? As I mentioned, when we joined AES, a small group focused on renewable generation and scaling up that business, right? We were in a broader group that included AES Energy Storage, right? Part of the DNA and roots within that's now Fluence, and that group was really ahead. So we're just adjusting the mic here. Was really ahead of its time in proving out early applications for battery storage at a time when this was not a commercial and certainly not a financeable technology application yet, right? But this team identified the advantages of pairing of what batteries could deliver to the grid, right? There are some really interesting early examples of this, for example, in Chile, where the team identified a capacity need and a regulation requirement in Chile, and we're able to pair a standalone battery system next to a thermal plant right, to unlock capacity and proved out that business model, right? And then you fast forward to the time when I joined the company, and we're focused on building out renewable generation, right? Those early learnings, right, of pioneering a technology solution, when that combined with the renewable growth business, right, it had all kind of the foundational DNA and comfort, right, that you would want to then combine the best of both worlds, combine low cost renewable energy, right, with the capacity benefits of storage, and then having the two combined has really allowed us to springboard and jump into markets where to unlock a level of renewable penetration and benefits to the grid that are really hard to understate, and now we take as commonplace, and it's fascinating to see so many folks here on the floor innovating that area today.
Yeah,
right?
it is. Yeah. I mean, it's you guys did unlock in many ways a category that would foretell that the evolution of how development itself would be done. I'd love to know what early learnings from those solar plus battery storage projects. You mentioned the Chile project. You had the first, as I understand it, the first open call. Remind me the terminology on.
So I think you're referring to the Alameda's project, which is a little down the road from here, but that's right. The first all-source battery to win on a technology-neutral capacity.
So how do these early projects really unlock value for customers?
Yeah, absolutely. So gosh, there's so many different ways, right? I think the storage as a Swiss Army knife is a good example, right? Because there are so many different services that storage can provide. I'll give you a couple. So first off, I often use Hawaii as an example because the challenges are so unique, and I think the challenges that we're seeing in Hawaii are often foretell the ones we see here on the mainland. Right? In Hawaii, you've got a grid that's basically saturated with as-delivered renewables, right? Yeah. The grid just can't take any more renewables when it's sunny and when the wind is shining, right? When the sun is shining. So renewables are needed to cover the peak, right? When that generation isn't there. And so storage has unlocked a level of penetration that wouldn't be available for renewable generation only. But the next level of that, right? So kind of version 1.0, if you will, has been the shift from daytime solar to cover evening and morning peak, and version 2.0 has really been the speed of the speed that we're replacing technology, replacing a thermal spinning asset with a digital asset, right? And this kind of conversion, if you think about it from analog to digital, if you will, right? The inherent speed in the system, and all the services that storage can provide, means that not only are we kind of shifting to renewables from when they're produced to when they're needed, but the grid is also able to operate more efficiently so that thermal units are being able to be taken offline for whole periods of the day. And you see islanding grids in Hawaii, like Hawaii, that's running 100% renewable on a daily basis. And that wouldn't be possible without these unique pairings of a renewable asset with storage. Yeah,
and you're able to deploy what you have, is it 8 megawatt hour long duration? That's essentially long duration storage at this point, right?
Well, yeah, no, thank you. So that's right. So solar plus storage being proven out at 4 and 5 hours. Now we have an 8-hour project on Oahu that we're very proud of with our customer partner Hawaiian Electric. KAUC has been on the Kauai Island Utility Cooperative has been on the forefront of this, and even even new hybrid structures taking pumped hydro, for example, battery storage and solar to reach around a 16-hour fully renewable daily dispatchable product. Yep.
So we're teasing a little bit on what I talked about at the beginning, right? How do we actually get to 24/7? Because when you look at the solar curve, it doesn't exactly look like some of these customer loads that you're serving, like a database at Google, for example. So maybe you could give us, paint for me a picture of how do we get to this concept of 24/7 renewables? I mentioned Google and others. I know folks out here are genuinely curious. How do you time match the variability of renewables and adding in storage? What other aspects of the market have to come into play to really match that renewable project portfolio shape to something like a data center shape, which is more like a box?
Yeah, actually. Absolutely. So that's right. So let's hop from Hawaii to Virginia, right? Short 11-hour flight, and you're right. So if you think about a data center load, for example, right? It's a flat load, right? We're on Microsoft Teams, and we're on our gadgets 24/7. So data centers have to work 24/7, right? and co-creating the solution with Google and other customers has been around building up a portfolio of renewable projects, right? Not just solar and wind, but also energy storage and other technologies to best correlate to that shape, right? Of a flat shape. So not just a single solar shape right against a flat data center load. And the theory, the kind of concept that's been proven out here, right, is that while the really 1.0 of this great movement that has been corporate procurement of renewables really was about taking an annual goal, right? I consume X terawatt hours a year. I'm going to buy Y terawatt hours a year and get X and Y close together and kind of call it good, right? And you really got to commend, I think, our customer partners and here in saying, what we can do better. The grid needs to do better, and we as a renewable energy community need to do better, right? To actually decarbonize the grid on a 24/7 time-matched basis, right? And the combination of building up those portfolios, we work with not only our own projects, but third-party developers to build up that portfolio to follow a customer's load, right? Even when it's flat, and be able to, on an hourly basis, ensure that the additional megawatts that we're putting on the grid best matched our customer's profile. And that's greening the grid, that's decarbonizing the grid to a much greater extent than would otherwise be available.
Now, one of the things that I've been curious about is it's not, in some cases, like what's the fluctuation through the day of the actual amount of renewable power being purchased, and how do you match that piece of it specifically? I guess it's a trading algorithm.
That's right. It's the combination of physical assets, right? Physical delivery, much of which is dependent on the renewable resource on any given day, right? It's dependent on the thermal load on the grid, right? And that's also changing every day. And it's based on our customers' demand, right? Which is I described a generic flat load, but of course every day is different, right? And so to pair all those things, you need everything you mentioned, including the trading aspect, right? And it does change, right? Depending on what grid you're in. So for example, to get to a near 100% time match renewable product, right? That'll be that ramp and kind of that goal will be much more ambitious in some markets, right? Where you don't have a existing and heavy penetration of renewables than, for example, if you're here in California, which has been a great early adopter for the industry.
Yeah. Well, we've talked a bunch about technology innovation and how that unlocked commercial innovation, but you manage a project development team inside of AES, after all, and that's about origination and building these assets. Has there been any innovation on the development side of the business, not just on the technology side?
Yep, absolutely. I guess what I love so much and what just keeps me kind of thrilled to be in this industry after a few years is when it comes down to what is development, right? And I know you're a former music industry person, so you'll appreciate this. But I like the orchestra conductor role, right? Where the best developers are not going to be the best at running a PV syst or probably a financial model, right? Or all the other components that you have to get right, in order to get one of these projects right. And so what's neat from development, right, is you can look across all the areas, and I think our best developers do this, and you're constantly looking for how can I improve a process, how can I improve an outreach to a landowner, for example, how can I improve that process, how can we better study the grid to see where the inefficiencies are, where renewables are best needed, right? Yeah. And really looking at each piece of the process, right? So you can be that, because the best orchestra conductors, right, aren't going to step off the podium and play the violin. They're going to bring the orchestra together and look at each piece of the puzzle and say, how do I bring out the best of each piece so my ultimate product is the best?
One of the interesting things that I've seen you bring to market, and that we see, we hear folks talking about in the development spaces, we are replacing our agricultural heritage in many places. The plant product that we would grow for food is now becoming a plant that harvests energy. How have you, as a team, blended the idea of getting back to our agricultural roots as a country with the notion of agrivoltaics?
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of things come to mind. First off, and I'm excited about this, and particularly with some of the provisions of IRA, focusing on, you know, where our communities underserved, right? How can we ensure that the development within the renewable industry is fairly distributed, right? And that to bring it back to the power of the people concept, right? That's in a just way and equitable way, right? So I'm particularly excited about provisions of IRA that focus on this. But I think your broader question in terms of, you know, how do we partner with our agricultural roots and our land and our agricultural landowners? You know, one is dual use, and that's something that we're heavily focused on. You know, Hawaii, we have sheep on our projects. We are focusing on pollinators on a good portion of our portfolio to support our bee populations. And there's a whole bunch of interesting iterations of that, you know, kind of across our fleet, right? But it even goes to things like supporting the tax base in areas that you know, family farms that wouldn't otherwise necessarily be able to continue. They're able to continue in a smaller footprint, but to do so, you know, in part in reliance on the tax base that these new projects bring.
Well, as we wrap, I wanted to just give you a moment to talk a bit more about, you know, as one of the preeminent developers at AES Corporation, who is not only influencing and helping bring about this kind of policy change, you now get to benefit from it. What about the current momentum, the tailwind, as it were, of IRA and the way that you have been developing community-based resources for the last 40 plus years? What gets you the most excited right now as Chief Development Officer at AES?
No, thank you. So first off, I'm not going to go into the depths of IRA, partly because we don't have enough time here, I don't think, and partly because there are folks on our team much smarter and better to speak to it than I am. That's, by the way, that's I was talking about this over the weekend with a friend who was in town about the winning formula of bringing in people who are smarter than you and surrounding yourselves with them, and that there's nothing truer than that than within AES for me personally. But I will mention one, which is, you know, really up until now, for my entirety of my professional career, we've been focused on the 25% of carbon emissions in the U.S. that come from the power sector, right? And that has been such an incredible journey, and then to think that that's just 1.0, right? And to think that IRA has these support for green hydrogen, right? Which for the first time ever, it feels most real to me to say we have 27% of the sector that comes from transport, a third of that being in long haul. In addition to, back to your point on agriculture, products like green ammonia, right, that can start to decarbonize our agricultural sector, right, when we start to look at that footprint. So just to think that, again, everything that we've seen, right, in that trajectory, if we call that version 1.0, and now we're starting to decarbonize these other sectors of our society, which I fully believe that this industry is in the best position to do so. Yeah.
And it's interesting that we end on the topic of green hydrogen, not one that we are going to talk a ton about, but we do have a whole session on hydrogen later this afternoon in the Hydrogen Power Hour. And it's one of the most tangible ways that clean, renewable electrons will be put to use, because hydrogen is one of the ways that we can best decarbonize these hard-to-abate industries, like the steel industry and the transport, heavy transport industry. Well, Woody Rubin is the Chief Development Officer of AES Energy, and it has been truly my pleasure to host you here on the stage at the PowerUp Media Zone. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Nico. And can I say, the haircut looks even better in person than on Teams.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Johnson, and we are live from the show floor here at RE Plus. If you're watching live on SunCast.live, thank you for tuning in. You can bookmark SunCast.live if you're walking around the show floor and want to watch this, but you're on your way to a meeting. Well, bookmark it, and you can watch us wherever you are over your lunch break or however it is that you consume the content on the show floor as you're going about your busy show experience. I want to thank our sponsors, Fluence, who is our presenting sponsor, Sungrow and Tiger, who are our streaming sponsors, and of course our supporting sponsors, AES, Aurora, SMA, SolRead, and Sungrow. We have a plethora of additional sponsors that help us out with our different segments, as you will hear them come up throughout the show. I am joined on the stage today by the CEO of Clean Power Research, Mr. Jeff Ressler, and the product manager for Solar Anywhere, Akanksha Bhatt. Welcome to the PowerUp Media Zone.
Thanks for having us, Nico.
Is it true, Akanksha, this is your first time on a podcast?
Absolutely. This
Wow.
is my first time.
Are you nervous?
Not really.
Good.
Excited to talk about all the amazing things we're going to talk about today.
Excellent. We are going to talk about amazing things, and we're going to try to make it easy for you, Akanksha. It is, we just had a really good conversation with a company that is no stranger to data, right? And development is a data-driven game. Nobody in the industry really does data as well as and as long as Clean Power Research. I'd love to hear a bit from you, Jeff. Can you tell us about the heritage of Clean Power Research and how you got into the solar data business to begin with?
Sure. So the company's been around since 1998. It was founded by Tom Hoff. He got out of Stanford with a PhD in energy economics focus and began doing consulting, but quickly jumped into software as the utilities and national labs he was consulting with really saw a need to have automation for the algorithms and approaches he was coming up with in his research. And the software part of the business quickly grew. And Tom asked me, we were old friends, he asked me to join him in 2007, and I did. And at that point, Tom had been talking to Dr. Richard Perez out of the University of Albany, SUNY Albany. And Richard had really pioneered some approaches in the late 90s and early 2000s around using remote sensing platforms for solar data, particular satellites, weather satellites. And so Tom was sort of amazed by this capability that Richard had come up with in these series of algorithms to understand the watts per meter squared on the ground when you know what the irradiance is coming out from the sun. The sun's got to pass, it's going through space obviously, and then through our atmosphere, and all sorts of interesting things happen as it passes through our atmosphere. And so Tom was sort of flabbergasted that you could even do this, but in testing, found that it was really quite accurate and had really amazing possibilities. And so at that point, we decided to productize the data as Solar Anywhere, have an exclusive agreement with Richard and his lab at SUNY, which we've been pleased to fund over these years. Mm-hmm. And we got the initial innovations and algorithm there, and then we built it into a software as a service hosted platform, and that's been providing data to the industry for the last almost 15 years.
So we know that historical data, as you just described, is instrumental in being able to accurately build a plant based on forecasts. We finance these projects based on our ability to know not just what the typical meteorological year is, but that extrapolation of how many kilowatt hours we're going to get out of each meter squared of a solar plant. I'd love if you could tell us a bit more about how specifically the data is used in the early stages of the development. I don't know if maybe Akanksha or...
Sure, let me tee that off and then let Akanksha get into some of the interesting technical details. So one of the things we have really seen in evolution is the change in the data being used sort of primarily in a site prospecting context, historical data, to more real-time and forecast operations. So those are the three sort of temporal zones we talk about: past, current, future. And it turns out that the need for things like forecasts are actually go beyond just an operational context. And certainly that's growing. The need for being able to forecast what a plant's going to produce and feed that forecast into an ISO or utility or somebody else that cares about that forecast and is relying on you for firm power, for example, is increasingly important. But one of the things we've really expanded our capabilities around recently is the ability to do hindcasting and use forecasting early on in the development stages. And I'll let Akanksha elaborate on that a bit.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So hindcast is basically a forecast in the historical period of time, so you can assess what the forecast would be for a historical period of time. And what that enables developers to do is look at the accuracy of forecasts and therefore optimize dispatch for their battery storage in a more intelligent way. And tying back to Jeff's mention about firm power, solar power purchase agreements, they're increasingly shifting from unit contingent, where power is purchased as it is generated, and the power producer doesn't have, if he's not able to generate that amount of energy, that's fine, there's nothing that can be done about it, to firm power. So the solar asset owners need to incur any weather or shape risk that may be associated and guarantee firm power. So we're seeing a lot of hybrid energy resources, particularly solar and storage, come online. It's dominating the interconnection queues, and so the need for accurate forecasts is also being seen at the pre-construction stage rather than when the project is just operational.
The integration of the data is, it incorporates, it is a core piece that has to be funneled into just about every developer's process. Can you talk a bit about, as a product developer, how you think about the inevitability of interfacing both with humans and machines, and the kinds of integrations required as developers like AES become more savvy and bring out hybrid plants and are looking for higher resolution?
Sure. We've always had a philosophy as a software company, of embracing both that human interaction, so a human interacting with a web page to get data, for example, in the context we're talking about here, or a machine doing that interaction. And so in the software world, we talk about APIs, or application programming interfaces. And so we've always had an API for Solar Anywhere. We have APIs for our other products, and we expect machine-to-machine and software-to-software interactions to occur. And you are absolutely right. That is increasingly critical because sophisticated companies like AES have multiple software platforms they're using to do analysis. And they need to get the data in efficiently and process it and get an answer out. At the same time, there's a lot more we can do and have been doing to some degree to make the process not just about data, but also about intelligence. And one of the core aspects of that is something called PVLib. And I'll let Akanksha talk a little bit about that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so PVLib came out of the Sandia National Lab. A couple of researchers started working on this, and it's a combination of a lot of different PV models. But then pretty soon enough, this became open source, and a lot of other industry peers joined in as well. So it's got a lot of research in academia and peers from the industry contributing in, and has the latest research and models within it. So one thing that we've done is we've collaborated with the PVLib community, and the route that we've taken is more along the lines of collaboration and really working to improve some of these models and also make it easily accessible to our users. So in a way, it's just easy for them to use this data through these latest and greatest models within PVLib and get some of the intelligence, like what does the snow loss at my site look like? What does the soiling at my site look like? So something just beyond the uncertainty that comes from irradiance. You can also try and figure out what's the uncertainty from some of the other sources at your site that can contribute to the AC energy uncertainty.
Yeah, at the end of the day, using this data and technology is about reducing operational risk and financial risk to the asset owners, right? You mentioned even how do you measure snow and soiling on site. Unfortunately for our friends in Puerto Rico, we have natural disasters that are unavoidable, increasingly so as climate change wreaks havoc around the world. We've got massive wildfires in California. The access to good data helps to mitigate, in many ways, the uncertainty, as I mentioned before, that these asset owners can expect in their financial models. Can you talk a bit about how Clean Power Research specifically is helping these developers and asset owners understand the risk to their assets around the world, not just in Puerto Rico or California, but specific to the increasing and dramatic climatic risks?
Akanksha, go ahead.
Right, so I can speak a bit about starting from snow. So we saw the grid failure for ERCOT, huge blackouts when the snowstorm hit. If you were operating a PV asset and you wanted to know how snow has affected your plant, what would you do? Would you have to wait days to see how the PV generation looked like at your site? And so that's one way that our data can help. It's on demand. You can just go in, model, and use some of the latest and greatest satellite data to see how much your PV plant should be producing in a situation like this. At the same time, we've seen an increasing cadence in the frequency of wildfires. Wildfires have a double impact on solar PV production, so it's through smoke, which blocks the solar irradiance from reaching the PV panels, but then it's also through some of the soot and ash depositing on the PV panels and causing PV soiling losses. So the way that our data can help is by quantifying what amount of risk your PV project is going to be subjected to because of proximity to wildfires. What does the particulate matter data at your site look like? What does the soiling loss at your site look like? So that's the way that we're helping helping developers and asset owners understand the risk from some of these extreme weather events.
And that's more of a real-time assessment element, or is there a forecasting element to it as well?
Right. So it's mostly in the historical time period. You can look at how badly your site was affected by some of these phenomenon. You can also look at real-time snow loss information and see like what's your loss in real time. And then there's also the segment that we're working on is probably correlating modeled and measured data to see if we can predict further out into the future what the probability of these losses may look like in your site. So that's something that's of interest to developers as well.
And increasingly, owners are using this type of data to also understand cleaning schedules.
Okay.
Exactly.
And they're certainly now cognizant of the wildfire issues we've had in the West, especially over the last 3 to 5 years. They're in some cases changing the cadence of those schedules versus what they had before.
And I would have to imagine that as we progress, and I don't know how available this data is, maybe that's part of the question, developers are going to be asking, hey, can we see projections of what this site that I'm considering tying up for interconnections might incur on in future wildfire damage or danger and future calamities?
And the data reflects that. I mean, Akanksha can elaborate, but we keep that historical archive, and so sort of consistent with the notion of we talked about hindcasting. It's a similar idea as really understand the risk at a site by assessing sort of all the data there, and that the aerosol increase from smoke, that's going to show up in the irradiance data, and so that could certainly be something that's investigated. Or Akanksha, if you want to elaborate. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, it's really hard to predict when extreme weather events are going to occur, but using the data, you can get a better sense of, this is the wildfire, how much of an impact it's going to have on my PV asset. And then also because model data has a long history, so you can look at the long-term averages and maybe see how the trend is going on at the site. Has it been affected by some of these extreme weather events more frequently, and how so, in what capacity?
Yeah, I think one of the fun sort of iterations of product category is we're seeing now, especially in the residential side with companies like Anahiem offering effectively power guarantees to homeowners. There's a need for this real-time data. Could you give us some examples of how real-time data is being used to protect consumers? Maybe through your partnership with Anahiem is a good example, but I'm curious, what are some common ways that this is being implemented in the real world, and does it make a difference? What are you seeing in impact?
Actually, do you want to speak to Anahiem?
Absolutely. So Anahiem, it's been a great partner with us and uses our real-time data. The way they use our real-time data is to understand and benchmark PV performance against expected generation. So whatever was promised to the financier, how do you know what's causing the PV underperformance? Is it coming from the insolation data, the irradiance data, or is it some other factor like snow at the site? And that's one way that Anahiem has been leveraging our data to benchmark expected performance. We're also planning on supporting Anahiem in a lot of different use cases. So for example, we've seen an increase in bifacial PV technology being adopted not just in utility scale PV, but then also in commercial applications. So being able to model the PV output of some of these newer technologies and see what they're going to be generated and then benchmark it against expected generation is something that's of key interest and the way that Anahiem can help. Jeff, if you want to add.
Yeah, that's been so important that we have a whole product, sub-product of Solar Anywhere called System Check that is built around this notion of comparing measured irradiance, if you're a fleet owner, to what the satellite expects that to be. And so that's a popular product with companies that, very well-known companies that own large fleets and need to do things like optimize truck rolls and think about maintenance schedules. And certainly Omnidian is taking that to another level, which is really exciting.
Yep. And so we're talking a lot in the latest segment about operational stage sort of utilization of the data and the technology. But in the pre-construction stage, data is used to optimize the ability to right-size systems. Can you talk a bit more about how enterprises are actually using the forecast solar data in other areas besides operational capacity or optimization?
So this is a bit the hindcast that Akanksha mentioned earlier. So Akanksha, can you elaborate a little bit about how folks are actually using that?
Exactly, yeah. So really, and not just hindcast, I would also like to mention the sub-hourly data here, because what happens is when you to manage all the variability coming from solar, and as more and more solar is coming on the grid, you need to be able to effectively manage this variability on the grid. You need to look at sub-hourly variabilities in the solar resource and power distribution, and account for those ramps and how battery can provide ramping and smoothing requirements. So to model that, you need a combination of, well, what's the high resolution data at the site? And so we've leveraged the latest generation of GOES satellites that now provide data at 5-minute, 500-meter nominal native resolution, and we're offering that on demand to our users. And so using that data in combination with data and services like hindcast, which is basically a forecast for the historical period. You can see how accurate is my forecast going to be when I finally incorporate it in the operational stage. Enables developers to do two things. First, optimize the design of battery storage so that they're not oversizing the battery and can reduce the capital expenditure on that. And then also optimize the dispatch and make it more economic in the sense that you're saving money on how you're operating these solar and storage plants.
Jeff, I remember when we first met, Clean Power Research had established, I'll say more than a beachhead, a real strength and strong presence, dominance even in the data market for developers in the U.S. And you were expanding down into Mexico and into Latin America and taking the Solar Anywhere product broader. Can you talk a bit about what is new and exciting sort of through the pandemic shift as the company has begun to grow and sort of the next evolution, as it were, of Clean Power Research and the data products that you offer?
Sure. So the product's called Solar Anywhere, and I named the product, so it needs to go anywhere. And we've really been focused on the North American market for a long time, and then, as you mentioned, expanding into Latin America, Central America. But we're really a global and a worldwide provider of data at this point. And so during the pandemic, we've been working on a lot of things, some of which we talked about tonight. So the snow and soiling losses, the PV lib work, there's a lot of new innovations in there. And those innovations really are about taking the data and being able to make more intelligent decisions with it. Again, either as interactively, sort of as a human consuming that data, or for machines and algorithms to consume that data through APIs. And so we're taking that effort globally, and have people internationally now, and that's a pretty exciting place to be.
Yeah, and data and intelligence, both, as you mentioned, Jeff, it's not just the solar data, but on-demand access to loss estimates anywhere in the globe. So is my site affected by, is it a low soiling site, is it a high soiling site? That kind of intelligence that they can get out of this data is really critical and valuable to developers and financiers.
Any, I guess as maybe a final point, any good examples? I know you have an example of a client, Eversource, for example, that is really transforming the way that they're building out their platform with your data. Would you want to give one more final example there?
Sure. Gerhard Walker's here. He's going to have a session today, in fact. I think it's actually going on right now, where he's talking a bit about Eversource's solution. But we are increasingly seeing utilities interested in the solar data and using it to model both owned resources and third-party resources, and often in the context of larger sort of DERMS efforts, and that's similar to what to Eversource is doing. And Conch may be able to elaborate a bit on that.
On the DERMS.
DERMS, yeah.
Yeah. So we've seen most of the use there for our forecast for DERMS applications, and yeah, Eversource is a great example of how it's been leveraging that. But yeah, not much to add.
Well, it's very exciting to hear that it's not just developers, it is more broadly enterprises and utilities are adopting this technology for supporting system planning, right? Well, it is a fascinating topic. It's one that I feel like really doesn't get enough detailed analysis for developers who are just learning the game. You kind of come in and you learn PV Syst, or you learn how to, you learn to trust your engineers, but it's not clear kind of where the data is coming from. It's great to have a conversation with you all today to better understand how it is created and to talk with, I think, the leader in the industry for providing this kind of data. The Solar Anywhere brand, as I've told you before, is one that I think is brilliant, and also brilliant, I'll note, is the latest campaign that the CPR team has, which is Hey Sunshine. We've got an example here of one of their T-shirts. If you want one of these fancy shirts that say Hey Sunshine, which I think is awesome, Brilliant Days Ahead, which comes from our title, I would encourage you to find one of the folks wearing a Hey Sunshine shirt and grab it for yourself. Thank you so much, Akanksha. I think you did great on your first interview.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jeff. It's not our first rodeo. I'm glad to have you back on the show.
Thanks much.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks everyone for taking a chance to listen in, and thank you to Jeff and Akanksha. You've been joining us here live on the mark that as you're walking around the show floor so you can keep watching wherever you are. On the residential homeowner. If you want to hear from the likes of SunRun, Span, or Google about how they envision the future of home, the future of the electrified home, and how to make it simple and easy to electrify, you're in the right spot. I encourage you to cozy up to our cozy chairs and charging cubes. This is the Power Media Zone, which is presented by Fluence, and we are live streaming thanks to our partners SunGrow and Tygo. You can catch that live stream at suncast.live. Please bookmark it so you can take these conversations on the go. I am joined today by Hannah Bascom, Senior Director of Market Development Policy from Google, particularly with Nest. Thank you for joining me, Hannah.
Delighted to be here, thanks.
Great to see you. Have my friend Christopher Rauscher, the Senior Director of Policy. I know I'm gonna botch this. You just told me.
Well, it's a title I made up, so it's hard to.
Chris,
Senior Director of Policy
Chris
and Market Development.
Chris is the nexus between policy and BD at SunRun, and he really is one of those guys at SunRun who he's a market maker. I like to call him a market maker at SunRun. So I've had Chris on the SunCast podcast before, and he really understands how the product evolution has happened in our industry because he's been at the forefront of it in many ways. That just got louder. Did that just get louder for you guys? No? I'll turn my headphones down then. There we go. And last but certainly not least, we have the Chief Revenue Officer of Span, Mr. Ryan Harris.
Nice to be here.
Ryan, it's great to have you. You guys are on a tear right now.
We're giving it our best.
Truly, indeed you are. Well, look, the consumer, the homeowner, is on a journey right now that is unparalleled right now. We're definitely finally crossing the chasm, and I think that all of us who've been on this journey for as long as many of us have are excited at what it means for us to move from that early innovator, early adopters phase to the early majority, where we finally reach that coveted 30% that lets us know we're moving towards mass market. Nobody would like to see mass market better than Google. You've had an extensive run here at having a mass market success in a product known as Nest. Most of us here are familiar with it. You know, we have to make these products that are more consumer-centric if we want to see consumers care at all. That's why you see folks focused on all-black solar panels. That's why you see a lot of the battery technology emulating other kinds of technology, right? That's why you see product technology like Span not trying to recreate a homeowner's experience, but trying to improve upon it. So I thought we'd, perhaps no product, as I mentioned, has made it easier for consumers to really take that first step towards energy consciousness and efficiency as Nest. Hannah, can you talk a bit about that customer journey and the evolution therein, as seen through the lens of Nest, toward making it easier and more accessible for homeowners to electrify and decarbonize their home with beautiful products?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been at Nest almost 9 years.
9?
So actually have seen the customer demographics change
Indeed.
quite a bit in that time. So, 9 years ago when I started, I got asked all the time, well, isn't Nest just a toy for the rich and well-educated? And at the time, that was our primary demographic, to be honest, right? So even though when customers bought a Nest, it would pay for itself within a year or two, only those who tended to be kind of the energy nerds or the kind of design-focused homeowners were getting the product. And over time, as people have learned more about the product, have come to be mindful of not only the climate benefits, energy savings, bill savings benefits that the Nest can have, but then also the comfort and convenience benefits. We've really started to see the demographic shift. But we also know that price point is a major driver for consumers' purchasing behavior in these well-established categories like thermostats. And so in collaboration with other partners such as utilities, we've been able to harness energy efficiency rebates and then energy service incentives to drop down the point of sale cost on those devices, and that really has helped to accelerate adoption. So we are still in early days. We're not at in the 80-90% of customer homes as of yet, but definitely continuing to see traction as customers are more aware than ever of the need to contribute on the climate front and just the desire to have a smart and connected home.
Yeah. Well, as more people add products like solar panels, which many are here to talk about and learn more about, batteries, electric appliances, and electric vehicles to their home, there's an increasing need to figure out how to monitor and manage that technology. Obviously, the ability to monitor one of the most important comforts of the home is Nest in that of the thermostat. But ultimately, we have to monitor and control all of the loads. No technology has existed longer, perhaps, to do that than the humble electric panel. It's more than 100-year-old technology. Brian, I'd love to hear how SPAN's smart electric panel is helping make the transition for homeowners to an electrified home more simple and easy.
Sure. Yeah. I think with the electric panel, the first thing we wanted to do was not throw out the good, right? It's still at its core a safety device. And so we maintained a lot of that functionality, and then adding a bunch of compute and communication capability on top of it to really enable the homeowner as they start to electrify, adding renewables, adding storage, and ultimately producing kind of a better home experience. I think as we think about the ease of the product, I think we first have to acknowledge there are two kind of consumers for us in any electrification product. There's the first and foremost, the end consumer, but there's an intermediary consumer, which is an electrical contractor. We're not electrifying anything unless we make this product easy, understandable, and accomplishable for that very important layer in this journey. And so for the SPAN panel, we tried to make it very understandable from an installation perspective by the electricians and kind of that community of home renovation groups. And then we wanted to add on top of that a really understandable layer of home energy management for the consumer. Nowhere, I find it quite interesting, and I spent 10 years at SunRun prior, and just the consumer's understanding of energy consumption writ large is just not as advanced as you would think it is, and it's such a large pocket of consumer spend. And so we wanted to provide an appropriate layer of understanding and engagement with this large bucket of spend, and try and educate for the consumer, what does it look like to manage my energy more efficiently, and what does it look like to start to integrate electrical loads in addition to renewables and storage. So all that comes through in our SPAN app interface, a software interface that we think is critical to any sort of product adoption. And so we really tried to focus on two areas, the installer and then the end consumer.
As we empower these consumers to not only monitor their comfort in a more elegant and simplified way, but to manage it in a way that they understand, that they don't have to change their habits or purchasing patterns, as it were. They are able to envision a world where they can produce technology or produce electrons from technology they own. They can put solar panels in their home. They can put batteries in their garage, and indeed begin to participate in markets that we only really envisioned being real 3, 4, 5 years ago, Chris, right? When we started thinking about how could we give homeowners the ability to participate in these more broad network effect markets, as it were. SunRun was an innovator in the Northeast, the first company to participate at a macro level, as it were, to aggregate storage demand and sell it into a regional market. And you continue to innovate in these kinds of products that you can offer homeowners. So Chris, as I mentioned before, you're kind of a market maker. I'd love for you to talk a bit about the way that inside of SunRun, you help installers and homeowners think more on the leading edge of how they can make these products more easily accessible and comfortable, while allowing them to expand beyond the solar panel, expand beyond the thermostat, expand beyond the storage, to really integrate it into their lifestyle.
Yeah, thank you, Nico. That's such a good question. I just want to take a moment too and think about the fact that we're having this conversation not in a vacuum, right? This is a consumer-driven revolution that we're experiencing and that we're all taking part in. And what that looks like today is, millions of people in Puerto Rico without power or just starting to get power back on. And so I just want to take a moment and recognize the impact there. Last time I saw you, we were on the island together, and how important solar and storage and home electrification has become to the residents of Puerto Rico. There's 50,000 families there that had power because of solar and batteries through this outage. And then, also here in California, in the energy crisis earlier this month, it was 2,000 megawatts of demand response and DERs that made the difference from the grid going down or staying up. So, as we talk about the individual products and the technologies here, I want to make sure that we place this within the context of this crisis and this transition that we're going through and how hugely important this is. So I really think, the three companies represented here, Google Nest, Span, and SunRun, we are all kind of key building blocks in this in this transition. And at SunRun, we really like to think of ourselves as the guide for the homeowner, right? We are the one company that brings the technologies together, the financing together, the management, the ownership, and that sort of single point of contact for busy families in our country who can't navigate this on their own.
Well, I'm glad you used the word navigate, because I'm going to navigate towards something that SunRun has done in a remarkable way. Did you already have the panel? Is it still happening? I know that we couldn't bring the Ford folks over to this panel, but very few have been as forward-leaning as your CEO, Mary Powell, in the integration of homeowners' ability to marry their choices in their home with the choice of how they move between home and work and other lifestyle choices. So how have you seen, from the position of the deep integration with Ford that you have, the way that consumers are starting to adopt electric vehicle technology and what it means for technology like Nest and Span in our ability to scale for consumers?
Yeah, it's just really exciting, the partnership with Ford is. And a decade ago when I started in this industry, and 15 years ago when SunRun was started, it was just solar. And that's all we talked about, was just solar. And now suddenly we're talking about everything, because we know that we need to electrify everything in the economy and run it on clean energy. So being able to have a partnership with a legacy OEM like Ford, where they electrified their best-selling model, and America's best-selling model for the last 40 years, and made it bidirectional, got way out ahead of the competition. There's so much momentum behind it that it's been astounding. And it's fantastic for an individual consumer, because they can use the truck to power their home for days and days or indefinitely if they have solar, but also for the grid, right? I mentioned that it was 2,000 megawatts of DR and DERs that kept the California grid online these past couple of weeks. That would only be 200,000 F-150 Lightnings, right? Discharging power for 1 hour, right? Sounds like a big number, but Ford sold almost 800,000 F-150s in the country last year. They sold 125,000 in Texas alone, right? So it's not going to take very long for us to get to scale with these trucks before we have a dramatic impact on the grid. We've also done modeling that shows only 75,000 of these trucks could take all the oil offline during a peak event in New England in the wintertime. 50% of the total grid emissions, all the oil. Only 75,000 trucks. There's 4.5 million cars on the road in New England. So this partnership with Ford is just, I think it's really opened our eyes to the possibility, as well as the mass market general consumer who would never have been interested in EVs, solar, batteries, smart panel, smart thermostat before, and suddenly, they're all in.
Yeah, all in indeed. And as I mentioned in the outset, the gateway for much of this has been driven from even back through Obama era incentives, homeowner-focused energy efficiency, everything from lighting upgrades to envelope of the building to upgrading their thermostat to control their power in a more efficient way. I'd love to hear, Google is almost synonymous with cloud in terms of cloud computing. How, as a homeowner, can I benefit from, or how does Google think about helping leverage the cloud technology behind a product like Nest? Because it's not just something that moves my thermostat and without me having to think about it anymore. It also offers kind of two-sided market for homeowners and utilities to benefit from the data flow. Can you talk about the data flow and what that means for consumers and how what you envision moving forward? Like, pull us forward into like the home of 2020 or 2030.
Sure, yeah. So it's very difficult to make complex things simple. And I think that has been the key to Nest's success for a really long time, right? Yeah. So we didn't appeal to the energy nerd. Mm-hmm. We made understanding and engaging with your energy simple and kind of happen in a very seamless way. And I think that the beauty of both SPAN and SunRun is that they are approaching it in much that same way.
Right.
And I think you used the word journey earlier. And I think if you surveyed customers, most of them would not say that they're on an electrification journey, right? They decide to buy an EV or, a new heat pump or get solar because they're thinking about that in a little bubble.
Yeah.
And so the key for all of us is going to be how do we use early actions and then build on them over time and make it as easy as possible for customers to adopt the different incentives and measures that they are qualified for, as well as upgrade their homes. Because there's the data point you made was an excellent one, because there are today so many disjointed sources of data that we really need to bring together in order to make this easy and seamless for customers. But then of course the physical infrastructure upgrades that need to happen also so massive. And so for us, when we're thinking about engaging with customers and getting them on the journey, you have to start with the basic steps. First get a Nest thermostat. Make it really easy to sign up for a utility demand response program. In the future, you're going to have, through the Google Assistant or potentially SPAN or SunRun, a bunch of other stuff that's connected. And so then let's try to extend your enrollment to grid services so that you can be a resource during a grid emergency, and you're not, in fact, as a new EV owner, causing more problems for the grid.
Yeah.
So it's a massive task in front of us, and we'll take certainly all of the good minds here at RE Plus to figure it out.
Well, one of the companies trying to figure it out at the component level, of course, is SPAN. Ryan, you guys have, like every company, necessarily focused through the scale-up phase of your business on one core technology, that being the smart panel. You have your beachhead now as a well-established brand, but if you look around the floor, if you pan through all of the different booths here, you'll find that not just SPAN, but every company is trying to figure out how do I expand now share of wallet of my customer, right? I'm not an installer just selling them solar panels, I'm selling them storage. I'm not a manufacturer just selling them solar panels, I'm selling them storage, I'm selling them a Nest thermostat perhaps, but it all has to eventually get connected. SunRun's installers, SunRun's customers don't drive their Ford Lightning home and plug it straight into the SPAN panel. So can you talk about the evolution of the product categories that make all of this possible for the homeowner?
Sure, that's a great question. I think the areas where we're going to see continued evolution are going to be the integrations between a lot of these sorts of products, right? Our partnership with SunRun is a great example where we're not trying to own the customer. I think the consumer is going to really drive, what set of products and what set of experience and value props, they purchase for their home, and we see an opportunity to be an enablement product for many other value props and integrate and bring those solutions to the comprehensive value prop for the customer. And I think one of the things that's interesting about your original question, this concept of early adopters to larger scale, is I think consumers are starting to understand that, they can live with this set of technologies in an abundance mindset as opposed to a scarcity mindset.
That's key, yeah.
And I think historically renewables had this idea of like, I'm making some sort of sacrifice, right? I'm having to say no to certain things in order to do what I know could be right or is right. And I think we're at a place where that's no longer the case, right? We're able to offer a fundamentally better experience, better way of life, better comfort within the home. And I think why you see EV adoption just starting to explode is the platform itself is a better product than an ICE vehicle. It's of course greener and more sustainable. It's faster. It's more cost effective. It's smarter, and I think we're in the evolution where that's going to start to happen at the home level. The platform of the home is going to be a better home as a result of integrated electrification products. And I think how we think about it is we want to find the right place for us to participate, but we're not trying to build a closed ecosystem. We want to be collaborative, and we want to bring a combined set of products forward because we think ultimately the consumer is going to demand that.
Yeah. I love that you said sacrifice, because it's an interesting concept. What are, businesses that are going solar don't want to sacrifice efficiency of the operations of the business. They really don't want to sacrifice downtime of their company. Homeowners, the one thing they don't want to sacrifice is comfort, if we're honest, right? And that's what made Nest beautiful is it actually elegantly allowed for microclimate changes that maximized efficiency while minimizing discomfort. And I like to think about not the advantages, but rather the obstacles to getting to the early majority, that 30% that we want to get to. A lot of folks here are talking about how the IRA is providing a tailwind for us at long last. I'd love to hear as we round out the conversation here, what work do we still have yet to do, right? So I'll let you kind of go in order, if you will, on where do we still have work to do to get to that early majority and further diminish the obstacles to their real adoption. An EV in every home, an EV charger that elegantly connects to their load center and their storage system. And by the way, you can make energy, you can store it, and you can sell it back to the grid. Hannah, I'll start with you.
Oh my goodness.
That's a big question.
How do I pick just one?
I didn't prep you well with this, but that's fine. I mean, you can talk about your product categories as well that you see coming online as well.
Sure. Yeah, so, I mean, I think I alluded to this before, but with my Nest hat on, we need to make customers aware of the different products that are available to them and the benefits of adopting those of those products. Because we're never going to solve the problem without, that raised awareness.
Yeah. Chris?
Yeah, I've got two answers, or two sets of answers. One is that I think I have probably 5 to 8 apps that I use to have insight and control over my home today. We have a fully electrified house, 1 EV, and I've got an app for every different thing. And it's a horrible customer experience. And I went through a ton of different contractors to do this and paid way too much. So we have to wring that friction out of the customer experience so that we can get to that majority. Then the second answer, and there's so much work to be done here, is there's only one interest at the table that already has every single customer in the entire country. That's the utilities.
Utility,
yeah. So we need to seek more radical collaboration with them. That's something that Mary Powell, our CEO, is fond of saying all the time. And I think the utilities really need to come around and see that we are now, all of us, SPAN and SunRun and Google Nest, we're now all agents of load growth. We're going to give the utilities so much business, so much load. It's going to be incredible. And I know from my own experience, we have 9 kW of solar at our house, and it covers 50% of our annual load. That's it. Because we've converted all of our dollars from fossil fuels to electricity. So we have to really partner with the utilities.
Right.
Those are good answers.
They are good answers.
Yeah, really
I'm taking notes. Like I need to start listening to Mary's keynotes.
I think there's also 2 things that are particularly of interest or focus for us. The upskilling of the electrical contractor class and to be able to expand that capacity. I think what you're observing now is, a lot of exchanging of that capacity amongst different entities and a bit of cost drive up as a result of that. And we need to really look at this as a pie expanding opportunity to bring a whole bunch more capacity into the market and ultimately improve the value prop to the end consumer. And then understand that the consumer's journey is not going to be the same consumer to consumer to consumer, and we have to build products and processes that allow the consumer to make those steps when it makes sense for them, to not be boxed out from a decision that they previously made to a decision that they're going to make in the future, and allow them to electrify on their own pace. And I think if we do that, if we remove that friction, the consumers are going to accelerate naturally themselves. And so those are the 2 things that we think a lot about.
Well, I can truly say that I have nothing more to add. You guys are sages for me on where the industry is going and how homeowners can truly benefit from these technologies. I loved what you said, just as a highlight, Chris, the thing you said, agents of load growth. That is so apropos, because that's what we are about as an industry, and it is in a nutshell why utilities need a better collaboration with each person on the stage and the folks that we represent in the industry, and how we can foster more radical collaboration. Thank you, each and every one of you. Hannah Bascom of Google, Chris Rauscher of SunRun, and Ryan Harris of SPAN. It has been a truly enjoyable journey with you today, and I'd love to have you back anytime on SunCast and the PowerUp Media stage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nico.
Yeah, thanks.
Great conversation.
All right, I just want to remind everyone, we're live here at the PowerUp Media Zone, which is produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. Please join us here or watch live on suncast.live.
So first, welcome to the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. We're also streaming live at suncast.live. Thanks to our partners SunGrow and Tigo. If you're watching this, we appreciate it. So this segment, welcome to the Industry Pulse, sponsored by Enerflo, your solar platform. Today we're going to speak with industry experts about the role technology is playing in driving the industry forward. In our first segment, I'm really appreciative to have Pete Cleveland, and we're going to be talking about leveraging software for automation to help bridge the labor gap. So Pete began his career in 2010, where he focused on developing and implementing system design standards. Before joining EagleView in 2018, Pete drove innovation and efficiencies with one of America's largest EBCs by combining lean business practices with technology. Today, he's the general manager of EagleView's solar business, and Pete's continuing to pursue his passion of evolving the solar industry by applying technology to solve real-world problems in an effort to deploy more solar for the benefit of society and the planet. So we're very aligned there, Pete. Welcome to the Industry Pulse. Really excited to have you. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Awesome.
Pleasure to be here.
So Pete, your tagline on LinkedIn is to sell more solar and get to install faster. Can you tell everyone listening, how does EagleView help installers accomplish that? And specifically, who are you targeting?
Yeah, good question. So primarily we're servicing the residential market right now. We do a little bit in commercial. So contractors, all shapes and sizes, and then partners such as yourself, so different software providers, tools, things like that. So what we do is we provide solar intelligence. And we think of solar intelligence as all of the data, the high resolution aerial imagery, and the solutions that we provide that are empowering decision-making processes. So it helps contractors improve efficiency with less labor. It helps them to lower cost, get to install faster, offsetting manual mundane tasks with solar intelligence from EagleView can help improve those efficiencies. And like I said, just help speed up timelines and really enable sustainable growth. You know, when you don't need people behind it doing the work.
Yeah, that's awesome. And obviously, EagleView found a gap in the market. And I think last time we talked that you had called it solar intelligence. And can you just tell us, when you talk about solar intelligence, or what specifically do you mean by that? I think that's something that EagleView coined, and I'd like to explore that a little bit more.
Yeah, so tactically speaking, it's high resolution aerial imagery that we provide, across the country. Extracted data elements from that high resolution aerial imagery, so insights like what's the size of the roof or how much shade there is on a roof. No humans need to touch that, we provide that. And then now what we're also doing is we're delivering workflow solutions. So not necessarily, I like to use an analogy that my product manager always uses. Our customers want a 1/4-inch hole. I'm not going to deliver them a 1/4-inch drill bit. We're going to deliver the 1/4-inch hole, and that's solar intelligence. It's offsetting any of these high labor intensive or really anything that we could see in our imagery, right? We could just provide the answer instead of providing another tool to get there. And like I said, it offsets labor, and ultimately what it's going to do is it improves quality or consistency to that homeowner. They get what they're promised, it delivers as expected, and you didn't need a site visit to do it.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that analogy. You gave me that last time we talked as well. So you touched on this, and it's part of really, I think, kind of an overarching theme that you're going to see on the Industry Pulse over the next 3 days, is that attracting talent to the industry to meet the growing demand for renewables seems to be a challenge. And again, I think we're going to dive into that a little bit more tomorrow. But what I'd like to talk to you about is, if there's not enough workers currently available, how are you leveraging your technology, or how can your technology be leveraged to continue to have businesses grow in the residential sector?
Yeah, what we do is we look at the solar workflow, and we try to understand where there's labor being applied to inform decisions, quantify things, measure things. And if it's something that we could see in our imagery, that's the opportunities that we look to change there. So to use a real life example, our product True Design, it enables semi-autonomous solar design. So you give us an address, we generate a full 3D model of the structure, accurate shade analysis with a maxed out module layout that you just filter down and find your system. So what does that do? It displaces the need to have the solar designers working on all these preliminary designs and then correcting that preliminary design maybe because it wasn't accurate. We're going out to the site to take roof measurements afterwards to again, correct it. We firmly believe in accuracy. I mean, EcoView was founded in 2000, and the primary value prop that we offer is accuracy. And when you generate accurate data or solar intelligence, that gives you the ability to offset labor and displace them into the areas of the organization that you really need their specialty. You know, I don't need their specialty to model the home. I need their specialty to review the best, maybe, storage system for that house. You know?
Yeah. So there's one more thing I want to circle back to that you said that I found fascinating. It was going back to your quarter-inch hole analogy with the drill bit, and what you had referenced I thought was interesting because you don't always hear it in tech, but I know the last segment that was on, they were talking about the end consumer and obviously how important their role is in the growth of the industry.
Yeah.
And I think everyone agrees that technology is going to be, again, instrumental in filling some of the gaps that we're going to have until we can continue to scale as an industry and get more workers trained and into the system. But how do you think your technology, like when you obviously are thinking about the end consumer, so how do you think your technology affects the end consumer? And how, can you just expound upon that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, to be very honest, it's consumer protection, right? Delivering a quality project that they expected to receive years 1, 3, 5, 7, they're seeing the savings that they expected to see. Consumer protection is where I believe that technology has a significant opportunity in solar, because when you have accurate information or solar intelligence that's creating consistent results, that's reliable, the end user, the homeowner, sees the savings that they were expecting to see. They made an informed decision on their property to invest in the solar system itself, you know? So I think consumer protection is the biggest opportunity that we have for the end user.
So I know we're running out of time here, so just real quick, what do you think, like, as you're thinking out 5 years, what do you think the next big thing is for software in this industry in general?
I think right now we're still developing the solar intelligence. It's not just EcoView, there's other intelligence providers out there. I think we're really starting to understand the applications of them, where they could be used. I think we're going to continue to see those advancements, and then we get into the speed, right? And then we get into the fun parts, the clicking the button, you know, the kiosk sales, you know, those things that are just, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So if you want to learn more, make sure you stop by the EagleView booth. They're at 1850, and you could speak with Pete and the team. Is there anything you want to plug before we end, Pete?
No, just, you know, really appreciate being here. Appreciate the partnership that we have with Enerflo, and thank you all for joining today.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, Pete.
Yeah.
Have a good show.
Thanks.
Bye. I'm really excited to continue our conversation about the role technology is going to play in our growing business. And with me today, I have Jason Steinberg, and we're going to talk about why quality matters in the industry. It seems obvious, but really, how are drones helping with the transition to the solar value chain? So Jason's the CEO of Scanifly, the leading solar drone-based software company in the US. welcome to the industry, Paul, Jason, and thanks for coming.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So I met Jason a little bit ago, just anecdote, and I still to this day think he gave one of the best presentations I've ever seen. So that's why I asked him to come on. I really love what your technology can do, and I'm super stoked to talk to you. So I know that what kind of fascinates me about you is that you came from the investment banking world, and now you're in drone-based software, which seems like a crazy leap. And I'm sure, maybe it's just me, but I think people would be interested in hearing a little bit about how did you make that transition and why?
I put on sneakers and I stopped wearing suits. No, for me, I was doing utility scale solar project finance for about 3 years. But I actually had started my career as a rooftop installer in the resi side in about 2010 in New Jersey. And I was looking to make a transition outside of banking. And I had met the founder of Scanifly, John Novak, at a conference, and he was working on the solution that is Scanifly today. And I remember my days being on a roof in extreme heat, installing and understanding the manual workflow that goes on in solar and thinking about what future technologies are around the corner that could make that difference. And so after some time, joined up with John and the team, and here I am.
That's awesome. Yeah, and actually, I don't think I knew that about you, but something that you had said that kind of struck me when we were talking, I think it was last week, you said that you thought the quality standard of solar is growing, and we're moving from a sales-driven industry or really to the end consumer to more of an ops-driven industry where quality is becoming increasingly more visible and important. Can you expand upon that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So one of our users is Lumina Solar out of the Baltimore area, and Mike Kirby, the CEO, I'll quote him, he goes, "The 2010s in solar was about sales and that growth curve, but the 2020s will be about ops." And so what I think he meant is the way we sell solar historically has been about closing the sale. And that's got a lot of merit to getting our industry where it is today. But to continue to grow as an industry, to mature, to be what we are here, which is enormous, we have to start thinking what happens post-sale, which is the execution of a project. The number one way you get a lead in our industry for our contractor is a referral, which means you have to operate effectively post-sale. And so for us at Scanifly, when we talk about our solution, which is really focused on the surveying and design stages of a value chain, it's typically post-sale, and it's typically all about delivering that quality and perfect accuracy through to the installation. And for a lot of our users, and I think as the industry matures, especially with more competition in the contractor space, delivering quality first, not burn and churn, sell as quickly as you can solar, that's not going to work. We really need to see the industry elevate its delivery post-sale in an ops space, and I think that's where we're going to go as we continue to grow up as an industry.
So as a follow-up, can you just dive a little bit deeper into how drones are going to help with that quality?
Yeah. So typically the user for a drone-based platform is this on-site surveyor who's collecting data, as well as the design and engineering teams with that, using that data with after it's collected from the field. But the ultimate value that you're seeing is actually when you go on to install. As a former installer, I remember being on a 120-degree roof and trying to squeeze in that last panel, or maybe there was a vent pipe that was missed, or we didn't measure something in the attic accordingly, right? All those things that occur on site on install day create change orders and redesigns and delays, and it pisses off the homeowner, and it doesn't go over well, right? Doing it the right way up front on the survey side, so the data collection side, with a streamlined design process with that accuracy, that's what makes an installer's life a hell of a lot easier. That's what makes a project streamlined.
I love that. So again, just to kind of keep picking at this, how do drones continue to influence the solar value chain? I know you talked a lot about that when we chatted last week, and you touched on a lot of that, but I'd like just to go a little bit deeper if
yeah,
you could.
Sure. I'll talk about the ways it impacts in the Scanifly ecosystem, and then I'll talk broadly. There's some other ancillary ways. So core for Scanifly is that survey and design stage, like I said. All right. Currently, a site survey is typically done on site by a person climbing up on the roof with a ladder, walking around collecting measurements by hand at a tape measure, writing it down on paper. What happens if you lose the paper? What happens if it rains? What happens if you sweat a lot? What happens if whatever, So a manual application being done by one or two people has a lot of limitations, both for scaling, but also people can typically only do 3, 4 in a day. If you say you do 5 manually, you're not getting all the details. take that to a commercial project when you've got tons of HVAC, tons of parapet areas, tons of vent pipes, you're not capturing data effectively. And a drone allows you to do that, about 10 minutes for a Resi project, 20, 30 minutes for a CNI one, and you get a fully streamlined data set of the external edifice of a property, right there. You can then take all that drone imagery and upload it to our software. It's called the photogrammetry engine, but basically it creates a 2-scale virtual replica 3D model of the property. That is the core usage of a drone now in the Scanify ecosystem as it relates to site survey and design. The other areas where drones are becoming more popular is on the maintenance side. So most commonly people are aware of infrared or thermal imagery. It's more popular in utility scale solar, but the value prop is take a human looking for a down cell or a down inverter or optimizer. It could take hours or days depending on the size of a project. Fly a drone, you can use thermal imagery to detect that spot on the panel and isolate it immediately. And then the other area has been marketing, and that's been done since the beginning of time. That's just a simple picture of a finished project. But drones have an impact at every stage of the value chain, just depends on what the value prop you're looking for.
That's a great answer. I never thought about that with the thermal imagery, but that makes a lot of sense. So obviously, I mean, you talked about how you used to be an installer, which again, I just found out for the first time. And then from that to investment banking to drone software, you've been in the industry for a while and you've really kind of seen it evolve. So what do you think the next evolution is in technology or in drones in general? And how's software driving the industry forward?
Yeah. I started as a researcher for Bloomberg, actually. That was the job after the installer. So what we used to say as an installer was, when you're on a roof installing in a neighborhood and you can see another solar array at a house nearby, by way of the Crow, that's a high densely populated solar area. That was New Jersey when you got SREC prices in the 700s, and it was crazy time. As we're seeing the industry evolve though, and when we talk to contractors, what they really are talking about is centralization of their workflow. I think there's a lot of software and there's a lot of workflow tools out there, and I think the more groups can integrate, I know Enerflo does a great job of that. That's one of the really strong reputation points for Enerflo. But as much as groups can integrate and can help streamline the workflow for contractors, the better. And I think the more people centralize workflows on one platform or several, the easier it will be. The other theme that's important is speed. I think your prior speaker talked about this as well. I'll quote another one of our users, the CEO of Freedom Solar, Brett. He goes, the dream is installing solar, selling it and installing it within 2 days. And I always add, with perfect accuracy and the top quality. And I know that's what he's indicating, because Freedom is a fantastic company. And the idea is, can you actually deliver that quality standard that we're going to need in the 2020s to grow our industry the right way, but do it quickly? And in theory, take permitting out for a second, we actually have a lot of the tools in place. So now it's about offering technology, software in many cases, and workflow solutions to drive that speed. And I think we're really going to see further accelerations, especially with the new policy in place, that can leverage those themes of centralization, integration, and speed to help get our industry to the next level.
That's awesome. I think that's a tremendous spot to stop. So I really appreciate you coming on. If you want to learn more about Scanify, make sure you stop by their booth. I believe you're at 147, correct?
That's right.
They're at booth 147. Jason and his team will be there. Is there anything else you want to plug before you leave?
If quality and perfect accuracy matter to you and you want it to be covered countrywide, so not just spots on a map, fully countrywide, worldwide, drones are what you want, and we're here. Everyone from Scanify who's here and client-facing was a former solar contractor, so surveyor, designer, installer. We're from the industry. We'd love to talk and see if we can work together.
Thanks so much for coming on. And now we're going to take a quick break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, but we're going to do the recharge break with Baywa RE.
I am Misty Chiofi, Head of Marketing for BayWa RE in the Americas.
And I am Summer Urso Marceau. I am the Senior Editor for BayWa RE Solar Systems, the solar distribution arm of BayWa RE in the Americas.
We're really happy to be here today. Thanks for taking a few minutes to join us here in the PowerUp Media Zone.
Yeah, it's great to be here. We are going to get started with a little bit of exciting things. First of all, Misty, you've been here a few times, so I really want to know what you're most excited for this year.
Well, it's probably my 15th SPI/RE Plus. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm really excited to be back. We've really missed this the last 3 years. So happy to be here, very happy to be reconnecting with folks and having a chance to reforge these relationships with some long-standing friends and colleagues. So that's probably what I'm most excited about with the show right now.
Definitely. And for BayWa, what are you most excited for?
For us, we have so much going on at the show. For those of you that don't know BayWa RE, we're a kind of soup to nuts renewable energy company. We have operations in 29 countries around the world, and we are actually quite active here in the US with 5 different businesses. So we're probably most known for our solar projects business and our solar distribution business, but we're here to introduce also our operation services and our power solutions business. So we're pretty excited to be here and share our new businesses with the industry. We have over 100 people here at the show, so yeah, we're really busy, have a lot going on, and yeah, just covering the whole floor.
That's great. Yeah, I know I've been really excited to see so many people that I've seen on Zoom but haven't seen in person, so it's been great to see everybody here. So a few things I think that we want to highlight, right? So Misty, if there's solar show attendees here, what things should they be looking for to learn more about the industry and then also get to know the BayWa team?
Yeah, well, I think probably the best resource that I can think of for everyone to learn more about our company, not only what we're doing, but what all is going on at the show, is the RE Plus app. So I'd encourage you to download the app, and if you just put BayWa RE in there, you'll see all of our speaking engagements. We have a couple of them going on. Actually, right now we have one going on at another stage, and things going on all day tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday. So check out the RE Plus app, and then of course come by our booth. We're at 1838. It's just a straight shot down this main aisle, and we are, it's an open invitation for you to come by and check out what we've got going on and learn about the company.
And there's one this afternoon that we really want to highlight, right?
Yeah, so we have a wind versus solar speaking engagement for our operations services team. They're going to be debating about the long-term benefits or cons of choosing wind or solar projects. So I think that's going to be a really fun discussion and a really interesting debate. So that's at 3:30 on the Grid Edge stage. I believe that's booth 3438.
Fantastic, great. So we'll have to check that out for sure. Oh,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So just a few other things that we want to highlight. So many of you saw earlier that Google Nest and Google was featured here up on the stage. So at 2 p.m. today, we'll actually be having a meet and greet with Google in person. So in meeting room 210B, you can come meet Google, see what they're talking about with home energy management, and get to know them. That's pretty exciting. I was actually just talking to somebody there who's really enthused about that and really looking forward
that's
to it.
a great opportunity to meet with them and ask some questions.
Yeah.
What else do you guys have going this afternoon?
Yeah. So one of the things that we're trying to do at BayWa is to promote some new innovations that are happening in the industry. And so we've recently started a partnership with PV Pallet, and PV Pallet is launching a new shipping solution for solar modules. And this is going to help reduce damage but also reduce waste for solar installers. And so if you stop by our meeting room 210B tomorrow at 10 a.m., you can see that. And then also we'll be having a lunch with Iron Ridge at noon, as well as a meet and greet with Qcells to learn more about their panel at 2 p.m. All of that's in meeting room 210B.
And last but not least, we should make sure everybody has an invite to our happy hour tomorrow from 3 to 6 p.m. If you head to booth 1838, our beer garden is right off the back side of the booth. Please come by. We're going to have craft beer, live music. It's going to be really fun, and we hope to see you there. And games, don't forget. Come by, free beers, the more the merrier.
Fantastic.
And so I think with that, we're going to wrap it up and hand it back to Nate at Enerflo. Thanks, Nate, for having us do our recharge break. We'll see you tomorrow.
To the Industry Pulse. Before we start, I want to thank all the supporting sponsors who helped make the Media Zone possible: AES, Aurora, SMA, SolReap, and SunGrow. Really appreciate you, and thanks for allowing us to come up here and have a ton of fun. And I'm really excited to talk today to my friend, partner in crime at Enerflo, Spencer Oberon, and how we're leveraging software to increase efficiency. So Spencer is, for those that don't know him, which is probably very few of you out there, he is a serial entrepreneur and the co-founder of Enerflo, the leading solar platform for the residential installers and sales organizations that is streamlining the solar process from lead to PTO. Thanks, Spencer, for coming on. I'm really excited to hear what you have to say, and I appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's going to be fun.
Awesome. So, Spencer, we say on our website, Enerflo, that we are your solar platform. Can you explain what that means for the very few people out there who've never heard of Enerflo?
That's nice. Yeah, your solar platform. Let's create a difference here. There's a difference between an ecosystem and a platform. An ecosystem, SunRun has an ecosystem. It's their own apps, everything's in there. There's not like integrations. SunPower has an ecosystem. Aurora's building an ecosystem. There's a lot of really good ecosystems out there. A platform by nature inherently is open, meaning that it integrates with anything and everything. And so what we have spent our time is creating a platform that integrates with all tools. So we say lead to PTO powered by your favorite tool. We say it's your solar platform because you guys build out your platform. And we build it for you, we custom configure it. So when we build out your solar platform, you guys can drop in and out any product that you want. You can drop in and out Solo or Aurora or SolarGraph or SalesRabbit or Spotio or JobNimbus or Salesforce or anything else you want. So your platform always stays the same because it's a physical representation of your sales and fulfillment culture. But then you can switch in and out any product that you want anytime so that you can always have the best leading edge in the industry so you can get glass on the roof faster than anybody else.
So what a lot of people probably don't know, because I didn't include it in your bio on purpose because I wanted to ask you this question, but you have a ton of experience in solar, including door-to-door. I know back in your day you used to always say I use a slick, which is just like a laminated piece of paper for those who don't know. It's a picture of somebody else's house, and Spencer can sell pretty much anything. So obviously, ton of success there. But I want to know how did that experience really inform your decision of how you built Enerflo, and the concept in general. What did you learn from that experience that got you to where you're at right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. I learned a lot of what not to do. So, I mean, you go out and you're in someone's home and you're at their kitchen table and something doesn't work. You got to email somebody or you got to call somebody and it's after 5 and no one picks up, and then you're stuck there and then you can't move a job forward. And then once you do sell it, then the permitting doesn't work. I mean, just a ton of stuff of what not to do. And so we just had a vision of how we wanted to go. And so we made Enerflo to be able to allow optionality, because there's no two ways of doing. I mean, I'll sell a certain way and I can sell, but you can sell and you can sell a different way. So we wanted to create that optionality to allow people to focus on their core competencies and then achieve their highest level of contribution to their company by enabling them to have the tools to do that. But that all started from my experiences door to door, Vivint Solar 2013 in Orange County, California.
So obviously, I've known you for a while now, and one thing that you said to me one time was about how you're constantly thinking about the industry and how you can make different improvements and different products, and even if you see anything on the street walking by, you're thinking about, how can I make that better? And what I'm wondering is, with the role that we're seeing with technology in the industry, is there still a gap that you see? If you could snap your fingers right now and you have a new feature or platform or software in general or any kind of technology in solar, what's next? What do you see coming?
Man, I would love to see virtual inspections. So we create a certificate of completion and then an inspector can actually do that and do it within an hour or two. And I would also love to see permitting within 24 hours. There's no reason why we can't do that. They do it in Europe, they do it in Australia. And there's some regulation there, but the tech, creating that tech and snapping my fingers to have that, and you would increase pull-through rates, efficiencies, lower costs. I mean, that would be phenomenal. So I'd love to see that.
So you talked a little bit about a first question, what the difference is between a product suite basically and a platform. But when you started Enerflo, you obviously saw a need in the industry, just like we were talking about. You're talking about the future. What did you see in the past and that really came up with the concept of Enerflo? And what need does the software fulfill for solar installers?
Yeah, that's a great question. The word Enerflo is energy flow. So anything that touches the consumption or production of electricity in your home, we want to influence and own and create a better experience on how you pitch that, how you sell it, how you install it, all of those things. How could I say this? Like, we want to. It's going to sound like a broken record, but we wanted to create optionality. And so people's sales and fulfillment cultures, we wanted to create a tool for them so that they could have a physical representation of most of that. So we can allow people to stop trying to maintain their businesses and grow their businesses, right? So those are the tools that we've created so people can actually get in and use their time and their resources to grow their business instead of maintaining it.
So when you think about it, I think one of the examples that I was leaning toward that I thought you were going to dive into is like a Lego. And you talk about this example of Lego. I think that summarizes it really well. So I'd like you to kind of give everyone a flavor for that, just so they can understand, again, just a little bit deeper in simple terms, really what Enerflo is solving for.
Yeah, I actually like that. Thanks for that softball. Appreciate it. So what we do, think of like Salesforce as a 2 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot Lego. You can do a lot with that Lego. You can paint that Lego. You can snap things onto that Lego, but you can't really change the base configuration of that Lego, right? And so what we do is we are purpose-built, the same size Lego, but of 1,000 smaller Legos. So when I come to you, I don't need to ask you, and then I snap them all apart, right? And I don't need to ask you, hey, switch off of your software you're using now to use mine. What we do is we say, hey, let's find all the things that you're good at, and then we're going to build and enhance that. So if you love Salesforce, we're going to build around Salesforce, and we're going to enhance it, right? But if you don't know how to do this, or you don't want to do that, or you didn't even know you're supposed to be doing this, like, we'll snap in our Legos to create the automation for you to do that so that you can, again, do your highest level of contribution to your business and grow it. So really, again, it's all comes down to allowing tech to do things instead of you having to do them. And also, if we took that a step further, we find that a lot of people are using a bunch of different technologies, so 8 to 15 different apps. When we come in and we work with someone, we create, thinking of it like tech consolidation. So they'll end up using 2 or 3 of their favorite apps, and then we fill in all the gaps. Tons of cost savings, but process and time savings is what we're really striving for.
So is there anything, I think what I'd like to end on, so we talked about being a platformer. Is there anything that has been built by Enerflo to fit the need that's, obviously when I say built, I mean like a design tool, for instance? I know we get that question all the time. Can you just talk about that for a second before we end?
No, we haven't built a design tool. We haven't done that on purpose. I think with Enerflo, there's a question out there that people want to know about. It's like most companies like buy or build, right? Where we're buy, build, or integrate. So if there's an option out there that has APIs where we can integrate into and they do a phenomenal job, then we'll integrate, right? Aurora, Solo, Solargraph. I mean, there's a bunch of great design tools out there. We integrate with those tools, right? But places where people haven't had as much, they haven't gone as deep and done as great a job, we'll build our own tools. We'll even build our own tools, kind of like the Kirkland brand at Costco, and then you'll have the name brand. We don't care what brands you use. We're product agnostic. You can use our tools. You can use the name brand tools. We just are trying to help you get glass on the roof faster and have better customer experience and rep experience.
I think that's a great way to end. So if you want to learn more about Enerflo, make sure you stop by our booth. We're at 2379. Spencer will be there. I'll be there most of the day. Really appreciate you coming on, Spencer. Is there anything else you want to plug before you leave?
Nathan Jovanelly makes the best shirts, so if you can find him, he gives them away.
I appreciate that. Well, thanks for coming, and I'm sure I'll see you soon.
All right. Yeah, thanks.
Can you hear me?
Mic check, mic check.
Yep, you're good. So once again, this is the Industry Pulse, sponsored by Enerflo, your solar platform. And I'm really excited that Nico introduced me to our next guest, Omid Badkoubeh. I hope I said that right. I didn't practice it, but I'm doing my best. So Omid is the CEO of Yada Energy, and Yada has a complete range of distributed energy technologies to convert buildings into their own solar power plants. And this includes supporting the transition to electric vehicles. And I gotta say, I know you guys just had a big launch, and I got to watch it and really understand deeper what you're doing. And after watching that, I'm really, I mean, I think I could probably talk to you for more than an hour. We only have 10 minutes. So I think I'm going to start with, obviously, thanks for coming on, but your website says that the electrification of vehicles will be the most significant paradigm shift in our lifetime. And I was hoping that you could not only expand upon that, but also tell us how Yada Energy is supporting that transition.
Yeah, thanks, Nathan. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so everything's going to happen based on electric vehicles. It's going to become a demand pool. It's going to put a strain on the grid. It's going to require us to deploy more solar plus storage assets. Elon Musk famously says there's going to be 2 to 3x increase in the demand for electricity. And where is it going to come from? And it's the next challenge to solve. So as we are here, those of us that have been in the solar industry for 15 plus years, this is the next shift. How do we take solar and storage and EV charging and make it one compelling offering?
So when we talked, I think for the first time last week, we were talking about the advantages of EVs, electric vehicles versus combustion engines are, I think, pretty obvious to most everyone here. But you have a system you call REV, and I wanted you to tell us and tell the audience a little bit about what is the REV system and how is that advantageous versus a traditional charging station?
So REV is a new product we just launched. It's a completed, fully solutionized EV charging station that's powered by solar. So we have three major challenges in electrification with EV charging. One is that we don't have enough chargers, and we know that the residential and the corridors will be solved, but what do we do when we want to go out in the middle of nowhere, national parks, and beautiful, pristine lands? The second problem is that most charging is still pulled from the grid, which is fossil fuel based. And the third challenge that no one wants to talk about is what are we going to do when there's power outages or preventative safety shutoffs? And so every REV station solves all three of these problems simultaneously. It is powered by a beautiful solar canopy. It is predominantly powered by solar energy, and every system is designed to operate with or without the grid in a closed loop system. And we're kind of solving for the problems that we predict to happen maybe 5 years from now or 10 years from now as we scale more and more EVs on the grid system.
Awesome. So if you could do me a favor and just get a little bit closer so everyone can hear. No, I just want to make sure because
everyone told me to stay back. So
no, you want to be pretty close so I can hear you and everyone else, obviously. So if I heard you correctly, the REV system, so one of the main differences, I know you listed a few things, but the one that I find intriguing is that the system is meant to operate independently of the grid. And as you said, where's this, we're going to have all these EVs out there, where's the power going to come from? So I find it that you're solving a very real problem that's relevant that a lot of people aren't thinking about. So can you just talk to us a little bit more about that in general? Like, what does it take to have a charging station that's not connected to the grid?
Yeah, it takes really good battery technology and power conversion, which is the core of what YADA stands for. So we've developed and patented a very unique thermal management system for energy storage. And we use that to pioneer our first product, which is panel level storage, Solar Leaf. But we didn't stop there. We wanted to keep innovating. So we took that technology and we applied it towards an EV charging station. And so it's a station that's designed to work in all climates. It freezes as well as the Arizona summer heat. And it completely protects itself. And then the power conversion system enables it to either be grid connected, but during an outage, it becomes a closed loop. And so we can continue to supply the solar generation to the EV charging. And we think that that's a really important thing to have, because the last thing we need is a bunch of people to adopt electric vehicles and then feel stuck when there's an outage.
Exactly. Yeah, and what you said there, I know we didn't talk about this as much as I would like to, but I really am interested in, because I think there's elegance and simplicity. Yes. And some of the things you're solving for just seem so logical, and it's like when people hear it, why didn't I think of that? And the one thing that I saw in your presentation, your launch event with the leaf systems, what you call it, right? These batteries. So what you're doing is for a commercial project, and step in if I'm mischaracterizing this, but for commercial solar, instead of using a traditional ballast block for wind loads to weigh the panels down, you're replacing that with a battery. And I just think that's so, it's so simple, and it's like, why didn't I think of that? I'm sure people are, but that's really just, I'm almost oversimplifying it, because when you went into it on your launch event, again, you talked about all the other advantages of the battery. I think there's like low voltage, and can you just explain to everyone the problems you're solving, because I just think it's brilliant.
Yeah, and so that's the other side of the business. We're so focused on the C&I market, because the C&I market, buildings consume 75% of the nation's electricity. We're at 4% solar adoption right now, 4%. We've got to do better. And how do we make this market scale the same way we have in residential? And it's not always about the lowest cost per watt of a system, it's the value that it can bring. So we took the torch of innovation that pioneered microinverters, and we said, why can't we do this with energy storage? And we created a product. We built a really safe system using LFP technology, our thermal management system, our fire suppression system built into each product, and we essentially made a building block. It just so happens that it replaces concrete ballast blocks. And it was kind of one of those aha moments. We're like, well, the C&I market's perfect for us, right? And so the Solar Leaf is basically a modular, augmentable system. And then we just launched our 3-phase microinverter, and the whole thing works as a solution for the customer. And you can add storage today, you can add some amount of storage today, or you can add no storage and have it storage ready, come back and add it to that building at any time in the future, when the market changes, when storage is better incentivized. And everything that we do, in fact, we changed our model to energy made simple. Everything that we do at Yada evolves around making solar and storage extremely simple to use, deploy, and power the grid.
I love that. I actually didn't know that was your motto, so I played right into it.
I know, it works.
So that actually wasn't planned. So can you go a little bit deeper? Like, what are the advantages of panel level storage?
So it's a lot of the same advantages you get from any module level power electronics, right? You diversify, you decentralize, right? There's no single point of failure. You can make it extremely safe. It's really easy to make 1 kilowatt hour block safe. It's low voltage, meaning that the entire system that we deploy on rooftops is a complete low voltage system. We only deal with AC at 208 or 483 phase, right? So it's extremely easy to make safe. It's almost, even if you have labor that has not been trained so well, the moment the system is put up on the roof, you can check and know that there's any mismatched connectors or any loose connections. You know that before you leave the site, and that's powerful. And let's say that someone left a connector not all the way plugged in. You can't arc at 48 volts, just simply can't. So it's an extremely safe system. We know that solar is winning, but storage is the next frontier. And utilities are going to demand storage. They're going to move cost from kilowatt hour over to demand charges. And so already here in California, you take most commercial buildings, a good chunk of the bill is demand charges. And so what happens when you add a bunch of electric vehicle chargers to a building? You have more demand charges. So it just makes sense to do solar and storage and EV charging all as one package, and that's kind of what we've done at Yada.
Yeah, and I don't want to gloss over the safety aspect, because one of the things that I heard you say, and I'll probably butcher this because I'm not quite as technical, but you had said during a thermal event that you would sleep, or your director of operations would sleep on the battery. It's that safe.
It was actually one of our test engineers who pulled me aside. He's like, we just finished our UL 9540A testing where they literally force a thermal runaway inside the battery pack. We couldn't catch it on fire, so we had to add all this external power to force a thermal runaway. And the exterior of the product didn't change temperature. And he's like, you got to tell people this. Like, I would sleep on one of these during a thermal runaway event. And I was like, it just stuck in my head. And I'm like, yes, we've made it that safe. There's a lot of issues and challenges with energy storage. Where is it going to go? Do I put a shipping container next to my building? Do I do some now? Can I augment the system? This architecture solves all of that. You have all the flexibility that you need. We're ready to do just solar today, solar with some amount of energy storage, and then augment into the future. And we think it's a great market. I mean, the C&I market, it's a little more difficult than residential and utility scale, but it's so primed for growth, exponential growth.
I think that's a tremendous place to end. So if you want to learn more, make sure you stop by the Yada booth. I believe you guys are at 3648. Is that correct?
3648, and if you want to see our product launch event, it's on our website under the events tab.
You should definitely check that out. I highly recommend it. So thank you so much for coming on with me. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Nathan, thanks for having me, man. It's been great.
Yeah, we'll be in touch.
All right, thank you.
So thanks for listening, everyone, to the Industry Pulse, brought to you by Enerflo, your solar platform. Please make sure you come by the booth for our segments here tomorrow at noon. We're going to dive deeper into infrastructure and workforce development. Today we talked a lot about software and how we're solving these problems in the industry and getting creative with efficiencies. But we're going to talk more about how we attract and maintain talent. I think it's going to have some great conversations. If you want to find me after this, I'll be at booth 2370. It's the Enerflo booth. In the interim, if you want to hear more from me, make sure you check out my Limitless podcast on LinkedIn or Spotify. And as always, remember, you are limitless.
Hello. Thank you so much, Nate. And Omid, we are going to be starting the next segment in about 3 minutes. So stick around. We have some exciting conversation about to happen with one of our Fluence executives. So very exciting stuff. 3 minutes till our next interview.
All right, welcome back to the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast Media, presented by Fluence. We are live here on the RE Plus show floor, and if you haven't had a chance to swing on by, like Mr. Josh Beck is doing right now, I would encourage you to do so. Take a seat, bring your lunch, enjoy our conversation. The next one is going to be a fascinating one that you no doubt will learn from, and that is the point here of everyone visiting the show, is it not? Is to learn. And we try to expand on your knowledge. And we're live streaming the show, by the way. If you can't stop here right now, you can go to suncast.live. You can bookmark that and take the show on the go with you wherever you are. Maybe you're going to be on the other side of the conference hall now, but even on the other side of the world, some of you are watching our live stream right now. I want to thank you for that. Thank you to SunGrow and Tygo for sponsoring our live stream. And again, to Fluence for being our presenting sponsor. I have the true honor of welcoming to the SunCast stage the VP of Growth and Head of Commercial Business at Fluence, Mr. Kiran Karamaswamy. I have practiced that over and over, and I'm pleased to finally get a chance to meet you in person. Welcome to the SunCast.
Thanks so much, Nico, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and hopefully we'll have a great conversation together.
I know we'll have a great conversation because all the conversations I've had with you thus far, I've left smarter than I started. And so I aspire for that for our audience today, and for those who are listening to this as a replay, I'm grateful that they have a chance to learn from you, as so many at Fluence and AES and even ICF have done in years past. So, Kiran, you are a technologist, I would say, at heart. You're an engineer, and you have developed a career around moving from project and product management into I would say commercialization of technology, right? Helping really right the ship around techno-economic analysis and justification of deployment of commercialization. Is that accurate?
That is fairly accurate.
Okay, fantastic. What were the early signs in your career that was the niche that you'd found in your skill set, that as an engineer you were able to actually, unlike a lot of engineers, actually translate this technology in a way that customers could understand it and that the teams could figure out how to model and deploy it?
Right. I mean, honestly, I went to school at University of Wisconsin in Madison, so I'm a Badger.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did my master's in electrical engineering there, and if I wanted to be, a pure technologist, I would have gone down and completed a PhD degree, but I felt like I had to get to the economic side of power markets, and I ended up taking a course at UW on energy economics. That's how I learned about the beautiful nature of power markets and asset trading and a whole bunch of things related to that. And I found my first job at ICF largely doing wholesale power market analysis, working on power price forecasting, asset valuation and due diligence on the generation and the transmission side. And that gave me a pretty strong base in terms of analytics and power markets that I brought on to the AES energy storage team in 2014-2015 timeframe, when I was using some of those skills to figure out use cases for battery energy storage deployed on the electric grid.
Yeah.
And till date, I think that's what kind of defines me to some degree.
Yeah.
In the sense that I'm using deep understanding of energy markets and power markets to find out where it would be beneficial to deploy battery-based energy storage. And I've had the good fortune and privilege of actually doing this work around the globe. And so not just in the United States, but in many markets around the world.
Yeah.
I've used the same type of skill sets to figure out how to add value.
That's fascinating. Your 9 years plus, almost 10 years at ICF, I would presume, based on the work that I've done with others at ICF, helped you to really see and think from the customer's perspective. One of the things I love about the way that you characterize your work at AES that effectively led to the ability to spin the company we now know as Fluence out of AES is unlocking new sales strategies that were pivotal to securing several bids and proposals. So could you talk a bit about those early days at AES where, we had Woody on earlier, and he talked about the innovation culture at AES. Would you talk a bit about the early days at AES where you were focused specifically on battery technology as a way to get closer to decarbonizing the grid, providing sure, firm power in markets that needed grid resiliency, and how you helped to model that opportunity?
Yeah, for sure. Look, I think one of the AES principles was this word called applied innovation. I don't know if people have heard about this, but it's actually a pretty fascinating area because it's not innovation in the true sense of innovating something, but it's applied innovation. And so what you're essentially doing there is figuring out a real life problem to solve, using technology and innovative approaches to actually solve that problem on the grid. And so before I had started at AES, the team had done fascinating stuff in deploying battery energy storage at a coal plant in Chile to unlock capacity out of that coal plant, and proving out the frequency regulation case in the US PJM market, in the Mid-Atlantic market. And then by the time I got on board, the team had really won the first contract of energy storage as a peaker alternative.
Yeah.
So that you would use battery-based energy storage as an option against gas-fired peaking plants.
Right, that was an all-source solicitation.
That was an all-source solicitation. And so it was the first victory, and in fact, that was the first scale-up of the AES energy storage team past that victory. In fact, that facility, Alamitos, is actually right around very close from here.
Yeah, it's very close.
And so my job was to actually find a way to rapidly accelerate this by working with state public utility commissions in a way that the integrated resource plans that they put forward have accurate representation of storage as a peaking capacity. And so I ended up doing that job, and a lot of it is actually figuring out, the cost-benefit analysis of energy storage as a peaker alternative, right? And so lots of analytics around that. And today, I think looking back upon all of that, people have quite realized that energy storage can replace peaking gas assets.
Yep. And
now, 5 years ago, that wasn't the case, right? Or 6 years ago, that wasn't the case. We still had anxiety over many issues, including, how many hours of battery do you need to actually do this job? And so, slowly, one after the other, you have to demystify a lot of these things and make sure that people, get their heads wrapped around the cost benefits.
Yeah. Well, let's demystify something else. I think that, so Fluence eventually spun out of AES as a technology company, really centered around the integration of battery storage. For many reasons, it was a complex process over the last 10 years to try as a developer to integrate all of these components, right? You couldn't buy storage off the shelf. You needed to pull all these pieces together. How do you now, as a unicorn company that's publicly traded, how does Fluence position itself from a technology perspective? I often say, Fluence is a battery storage integrator, but it's more than that. Could you help position everyone's understanding really of how Fluence is positioned in the marketplace before we kind of go down the rabbit hole?
Yeah, sure. Look, I think this is where experience counts a lot. We've been in this business for the last, I would say, 12 plus years or 13 years or so. We are in the 6th generation of our technology platform right now. We have an ecosystem of products to offer on the solution side and the service side and on the digital side. And all of it has started out with a perspective of looking at the market needs that we serve. So the way Fluence got into this business was largely looking at what market needs do we need to serve and the type of products and services and solutions that we need to bring to solve those, as opposed to coming in with look, here's a technology, here's a product, can we find a use case for the product or technology? And so that kind of significantly differentiates that. And we have gone public, as you noted, and we have rapidly scaled our team. We are making strategic investments in many areas, including our services side and on the digital side, and really positioning for profitable growth in the next several quarters and months.
Is it still true that Fluence is the largest battery storage provider or integrator? How do you qualify that?
I think it varies depending on how you look at the data and how you slice and dice the data. And so without getting into that sausage making, Nico, what I would tell you is that we are in the top 3 spots of leading energy storage solution providers, and we consider tier 1 competition in that segment. And depending on any particular quarter or every particular month or year, the spots vary, but we continue to be in the leadership spot. The good thing is that we are consistently rated as the number 1 energy storage technology and services company by leading third-party companies.
And for folks who are just completely unclear about how that is measured or what it is that folks are measuring to put you in the top 3, what is it that you measure? Is it kilowatt? Is it megawatt hours deployed? Is it megawatts of scale? Gigawatts of scale?
That's a good question.
And what is that number?
That is a good question. I I think it's a combination of factors. So, for example, Navigant Research is one of the companies that actually puts out some of these reports. And I think what they do is it's not one-dimensional to look at just megawatt hours deployed or the amount of revenue that you make. I think they look at a whole bunch of factors to actually define this leaderboard.
Sure.
And part of it is how you think about like developing a product roadmap. Part of it is looking at how well structured the team is in terms of making sure you're in a leadership position. So a whole bunch of factors get into that. And I think they've done this like 2 times in a row, and we've always been in the leadership spot there.
So, as the company that has the leadership spot, and you specifically were in charge of growth for that business, I have to imagine that there is more than one thing. But I'm going to ask one thing: what keeps you up at night?
So there's a couple of things that keep me up at night right now. I think particularly now that we've gotten the president to sign the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, hey, for all of us. It's incredible. I think I can see the level of confidence that's beaming through on the floor here for all of us on clean tech. It's an incredible victory for all of us. It is a generational opportunity to have,
truly is,
being part of making this change on addressing climate change. And so the next step is actually like figuring out how to stabilize the supply chain and making sure that we can actually deliver the projects that are in front of us. And so that's one thing that is keeping me up at night. And I think we are also preparing for significant market growth in the segment, particularly post-IRA. And we are seeing similar ingredients in the EU also, in the European Union right now, particularly with the geopolitics playing out there. There's a lot going on with respect to value of storage in markets like the UK and Ireland and in Germany. And so I think really what's keeping me at night is how do we deliver all of these things, and how do we keep our customers satisfied and happy, and how do we do so in a manner that puts us on that pathway of creating profitable growth. That's what is keeping me up at night.
Well, I presume that you probably don't have a problem with motivation, but I am curious around the area of work that most excites you. And so maybe I'll phrase this question around that. What's the one thing that keeps you wanting to show up at work today, from a perspective of it is actually on the edge of where you see your personal journey and how that ties with not just the industry but the business itself?
Yeah, actually, look, I came in with a transmission background into AES. I'd done a lot of transmission-related analytics, doing power flow modeling and production cost modeling and all of that at ICF. And one of the things that I came into the AES job was the use case of using energy storage as a transmission asset. Now, looking back in the last 8 years or so, I think that job is still not done 100%, right? We are seeing early applications of this in parts of Europe right now. So if you go to markets like Germany, they have the German grid booster plan that's actually looking at deploying, gigawatts of batteries to solve grid-related problems, particularly as a transmission asset. And in the US, we still haven't made significant inroads into this application. And so if I think about that, that's what really I want to focus on. How do we enable our transmission grid to function more efficiently using the power of battery-based energy storage? And I tell you, Nico, there is significant value in this application, right? Because we end up spending hundreds of millions of dollars of transmission in the US and in global markets. But if you look at how we utilize these assets, that question is largely unanswered, right? Because you can't quite measure how well we utilize our transmission grid. But if you look at any other commodity, right? If you look at our taxi network, for instance, Uber actually broke the utilization model, right? Because they used technology and figured out a way in which you can utilize these assets much more.
Right.
Airbnb broke that for the hotel network, right? And so what does technology and innovation do? It helps you break this cycle of utilization on really high capital cost items. So if something costs a lot of money, you got to figure out a way to break that cycle and figure out how to use technology in an innovative manner. And I feel like we are at the cusp of doing that on the transmission grid, but we haven't still quite cracked the code on it yet. And so I'm pretty excited about that, and I'm figuring out, with partners worldwide, how to bring that into reality.
Yeah. Well, one of the ways that you've begun to bring it into reality, I'd love to talk a bit about I want to drill down a little bit on that aspect. when I had Merrick on, Merrick Kubik, one of your leads in Europe, we talked a bit about this concept of virtual transmission. I presume that's a little bit of what you are hinting at. For folks who are unfamiliar with how virtual transmission might look, would you unpack how the use of battery technology can enable us to re-envision the idea of stringing wires to actually reach, to improve or expand capacity?
I could try to do that. It's going to get a little bit nerdy, so I apologize for the geek talk.
Sorry.
But,
we'll just take 3 or 4 minutes on the nerd talk.
Sure. So the nerd talk goes like this. In general, you can't control power flow on an AC transmission network. So if you think about an alternating current transmission network, you don't control how much power actually flows on each transmission line. Guess what? Power actually splits in the ratio of impedances, and so depending on where you put generation in and where you take load out, and depending on the nature of the network itself, power actually splits in the way it wants to split. Think about a water pipe network.
Yep.
It actually, the head of pressure that you have on a water pipe network is similar to the impedance on an electrical network. And so we have certain grid enhancing technologies that let you control the impedance of some of these transmission lines. But that's complicated stuff. But really, the use of energy storage in this application means that you're putting in injections at certain point in the grid, and you're taking out withdrawals at different part of the grid. And by doing so, you're actually creating a flow pattern that mimics transmission without actually building real transmission, right? And so what happens is that, if you have a node in the electric grid, let's say node A, and you're putting in 100 megawatts at that position, and then you're taking out power 100 megawatts at node B, you are actually altering the flow of electrons through the transmission grid. And so that's why we call it virtual transmission, because you're enabling the movement of power without actually physically building transmission lines.
What's fascinating about that as well is that it actually gets into the area of, a lot of folks here are focused on the deployment of solar plus storage as developers, right? Let's go build assets. We're going to sell them into these regional markets. We're going to sell them to solar assets, and we're going to sell power into the regional market. But what you're actually doing is something we talked about a little earlier, allowing with the clean power research folks, is allowing utilities to create flexible resources, not without having to do all-call, without having to go out and source the technology from outside. I think that's really fascinating.
Yeah, no, I think, look, it's particularly for transmission-owning utility companies, it's a remarkable instrument that they have in front of them to actually take advantage of. Now, there's a lot of regulatory constructs that you need to think through with respect to how you dispatch this type of an asset that's used on the transmission side. How do you control for this? How does it get paid? But all of those questions can be answered, quite frankly, right? Again, I go back to the first principles of solving for a capital efficiency problem, right? Because think about it, Nico. Ultimately, broadly, even in the energy space, what we have in front of us is a capital allocation issue. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is when you have assets that you have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on, and you can't recover the cost of those assets on a volumetric basis. You can recover the cost of all of those only on fixed cost basis. You have to be really careful how you spend money on those assets, right? That's exactly what your Airbnb beach house example goes to, right? You might want to buy this beach house that's beautiful, that you want to take your family for a couple of weeks in the summer for, but you got to think to yourself, well, is that investment actually worthwhile, or would I be better off buying either a timeshare or scheduling this 2 weeks on Airbnb instead of putting all my capital into this asset that I'm fractionally utilizing, right? And so I think that's the opportunity in front of these transmission-owning utility companies. Now, it's going to take a while for them to actually wrap their head around many of the constructs of regulatory stuff. How does it get paid for, dispatch and control, and all of those type of topics though.
As it gets increasingly, I'll call it easier, certainly easier than when you and I were looking at storage technology 5, 7, 8, 10 years ago. As it gets easier for developers to go to third-party providers, for all types of technology, the idea of integration becomes one where folks have to consider the externalities of packaging things up yourself, right? And one of those externalities, apart from capital, the capital intensity of it, is the supply chain generally, right? It's very difficult often to source products, and that's one of the reasons why companies like Fluence have created strong presence in the market by integrating, by packaging these products, by by developing and deploying technology on top of the platforms that you've been able to solve supply chain issues around, I'll say. That said, in the last 12 months, everyone sitting on the show floor has experienced the greatest pain our industry probably has experienced, I'll say certainly in a decade or more. How has Fluence addressed the supply constraints, and how do you see that improving, especially in the in sort of over the last 12 months and moving forward with what we know to be a strong pipeline and pull of product moving forward? I feel like that's one of the things that everyone has been talking about on the show floor is this concern about supply chain. Can you talk a bit about that?
Sure, yeah, no, I mean, look, it is a huge issue that we need to solve for, and delivery delays and increased pricing has hit every sector of the value chain, ranging from the EV auto companies to battery manufacturers and energy storage solution providers. One of the things that we are doing on that side is, just last month we announced this contract manufacturing facility that we are opening up in Utah.
Yep.
And so at a time when the storage industry is suffering from many of these supply chain challenges, our production hub in the US will be particularly important in strengthening business continuity within the US.
So you're bringing manufacturing to the US?
Into the US, right? And by opening up this facility with our contract manufacturing partner, I think Fluence is extremely well positioned to support our customers with rapid deployment of storage in North America broadly. And I would say, Nico, that supply chain diversification and manufacturing diversification has been part of our strategy for quite some time, right? I mean, we've set our goals pretty correctly on this topic. I think that the IRA actually moves us in that direction even more faster, right? And I think we are seeing that there's greater interest in local manufacturing, given that there are incentives that are there, and having that regional fulfillment will also provide us the flexibility for our customers to reduce the impact of supply chain disruptions going forward, particularly as we saw with COVID. I would also say that in general, one of the things that we are moving towards is, particularly given the volatility on the supply chain, and particularly certain raw materials that we are going through, lithium carbonate and lithium hydroxide in particular, is that we are moving to like an index-based approach on pricing. Nobody likes it. We don't like it either. But in fact, there is no other option but for that, because we are living through a cycle of very high degree of volatility in the market, that we have to do some short-term measures like implementing an index-based pricing approach in the short term until markets can figure out like the new normal of figuring out how to figure out the demand-supply balance for some of these commodities.
You've mentioned a couple of times the boon that is the IRA, or the Inflation Reduction Act. You certainly have had a team instrumental in helping shape the vision for how the administration would look at the storage industry particularly. For those who are relatively unfamiliar, what does the IRA potentially do for, or how does the energy storage industry stand to benefit from the Inflation Reduction Act?
Good question. So for everybody watching, listening anywhere here on the floor or virtually anywhere, one of the key things that we wanted to get done within the construct of the Inflation Reduction Act was to get the 30% standalone storage investment tax credit through. And so that is the key enabler for the technology, right? So step back and think about it from the construct that we have today. What we have is the 30% investment tax credit applies only for solar plus storage facilities combined together. And even for those facilities, you have to have a cliff test, which means that you have to be able to prove that greater than 3/4 of the energy that comes into the battery actually come from a renewable source, right? And so that was a paradigm that we had. In my view and in our view, that wasn't the right construct, because energy storage provides value at every part of the grid, right? So it's not great to say that it adds value only when it's combined with renewable sources. It does offer value there, but it offers value on a standalone basis too. And so for the first time, going forward, Jan 1st of 2023 onwards, we're going to have a 30% investment tax credit that it will be applicable for standalone energy storage. That's a significant victory. And so some of the leading market analysts say that this is going to almost double the market size for battery-based energy storage by 2030, right? And so I think that's the acceleration that we seek, and it's going to lead to like some interesting dynamics in the marketplace also, Nico, because what is going to happen is that for the first time again, we are going to find decoupling on the development cycle between renewables and energy storage, right?
Yeah.
So if you think about like solar development, there's a lot of land-related issues to solve for, and permit-related issues to solve for. Now, storage doesn't require as much land, and so interconnection is the only cog in the wheel that you need to figure out how to crack. And the dependency on like solar and storage actually comes down. And so we have to wait and watch how markets and commercial models and go-to-market mechanisms actually evolve in the post-IRA world, right? We are at the initial stages of it. And by the way, the last point for people looking at this is that for the first time also we have direct pay for the tax credits. So if you're a municipality in the country, if you're a cooperative in the country, for the first time without tax equity partners, you can actually access this market, and that's a huge plus also.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the tail wagging the dog in this case, because the storage industry has forever sort of followed the solar or the power generation sector, right? And it's definitely going to, it seems to me like it's going to take the lead in terms of the belle of the ball, as it were. I see a lot of developers that were sort of toying with storage, converting entire pipelines to storage for the singular reason that it's simply easier to get an interconnection on a storage asset and then try and do the concentric circles of figuring out how to expand your relevant parcels to add assets to it, right?
I think so. I think you will also find more interesting business models to come, though, right? Because if you have existing sites that have interconnection already, existing brownfield sites where either an asset retirement happened, or you have renewable assets that are going through repowering, they present like interesting business opportunities for people, right?
Sure.
Because right now, you can get the 30% ITC, and if you already have interconnection rights at a particular location, and it happens to be zoned and permitted for power infrastructure, I think there is more merit to development. Also, by the way, one of the provisions of the IRA for people less familiar with it, that I would say, is also the definition of what is called as an energy community. And so people should look it up.
Oh, that's a great point.
Yeah, so there is a definition called energy community. And so if you happen to be developing these assets on an energy community, there is an extra 10% kicker that you can get on the ITC potentially. So the 30% is the base, and then you get an extra 10% if you're in an energy community. You get an extra 10% if you have domestic manufacturing. Think about it. That almost is like about 50% of the project cost.
Yeah, we were running the numbers this morning, and you can get in edge cases where you match it perfectly, you can get up to 70%.
That's incredible.
Right? It's phenomenal. And these energy communities, it's worth noting, they are places where traditional fossil-based energy has been a long-standing component of, the coal communities, the natural gas communities, places where where we do see we need to build a bridge between the aging technology that is going to be retired and and it has been retired, and this new transition to clean energy. So we've talked a lot about the United States. You mentioned that a lot of your modeling has also been applicable for other markets in the world. Can you talk a bit about what you see in geopolitics around the world, and in particular how you see the rest of the world developing around storage?
I mean, this winter is going to be pretty crazy in Europe. I mean, we all know this. The geopolitics are significant there. And so keeping up the reliability of the grid in Europe is of extreme importance. And the European Union is working on this plan called the Repower EU, which is going to have a lot of aspects of defining how we move forward with adopting renewable energy and broadly energy storage within the context of the EU. So we are closely following that front, Nico. And there's more action happening in other parts of the world too. Australia has some interesting provisions right now with respect to passing legislation to enable clean energy there. And so we are living in a very interesting world with the geopolitics driving uncertainty on fossil prices, largely oil and gas prices, and the ability for countries and regions to adopt renewable energy and energy storage and lead the world mostly in creating certainty and providing resiliency for electric supply, right? I think this is the part that I firmly believe in, which is that quite frankly, adoption of renewable energy is the most common sense approach right now, and it's a chance for you to increase reliability and resiliency by also lowering costs for consumers, right? Given the uncertainty that we see in the oil and gas market overall, so.
It's also it's the nearest term opportunity to provide resiliency for these markets where the cost to scale in any form that might have been traditional through transmission and building power plants is intense. And we're finally seeing that leapfrog capability the way that we saw in telecom, and it's powered by the flexibility that storage assets offer to provide resilient communities. Look at Puerto Rico right now. I think 50,000 solar customers online when the rest of the island is offline, right? And that's because there is reliable storage technology that has come to the table. You've been involved at Fluence and AES at bringing this sort of new technological innovation to market, and your job, in fact, is to commercialize new technology. So can you send us a little bit of a postcard from the future? Where do you see storage, energy storage particularly, transforming? What is the evolution of the technology that we can expect to see in the coming years?
So let me take a step back also on that point that you made on resiliency. I would note that Fluence has deployed more than 1 gigawatt of battery-based energy storage assets in California. And as people may have noticed in the heat wave that happened in California where we were sitting, many of these assets perform so well. In fact, we have to wait for actual reports from Cal ISO, but battery-based energy storage projects actually really prove to be so essential in keeping up the reliability of the grid and providing for peak power needs in California during the heat wave. And so you're absolutely right, and we have seen this time and again in markets that we serve. We have deployed some assets in the Dominican, which is also impacted by some of the recent hurricanes that are happening there. And in each of these instances, our projects that we have deployed have demonstrated to add more reliability and resiliency. So back to postcard from the future, what do I see? I think what I do see is that we can enable this clean energy transition significantly, Nico, and I'm pretty excited about that future. And I do think that energy storage is going to be a critical center point for enabling the transition. And what we need to wait and watch how this plays out is how the interplay between the technological evolution on the energy storage side happens, right? Meaning if you have renewables that are located in different locations and you have somewhere in that 4, 6, 8 hours type of duration, and then really a strong transmission network to interconnect that with the load centers, whether that happens that way, or whether we truly go in a little bit of like a autonomous way where there's more distributed energy and the rise of consumers to becoming prosumers and figuring out how we move in that direction. That's the part that we need to wait and watch how this all plays out, right? Like this function of like the overall grid itself from being the central one to like a fully decentralized grid in that spectrum of like, let's say 0 to 180, where we actually will fall on that, only time will tell. But I think the part that is fairly certain based on what we are seeing right now is the adoption cycle is just going to accelerate significantly, right? And so whether it's at the residential level or at the commercial and industrial level, I think the adoption cycle of renewable and storage is going to massively increase globally. So.
Yeah, we are going to see a massive increase globally. There are kind of two things that I think about with the increase. It's that we now have assets that are post-COD, and that means we get a chance to think about performance and value. And we also have a massive pull-through of technology. So back to geopolitics and supply constraints, we have pricing considerations at hand. So can you talk a bit about after the install, what the industry should watch for with respect to performance and value, and then how is this massive push affecting pricing?
Yeah, so that's a good point too. As more assets get deployed, that is an area that we get asked about it a lot too. And so this is partly the reason why we have a deep sense of focus on delivering services and digital solutions for IPPs and developers and most of our customers. And it's an area that we are continuing to invest in, right? Again, our DNA is that we grew up from the power asset company called AES, and so we came up with the heritage of like owning and operating these assets. And so we are deeply familiar with, making sure that these assets actually provide long-term value for the customers that we serve. And so I think it's extremely important to make sure you think through, both, preventive and reactive maintenance on these assets, and that you think about augmenting these assets to maintain for capacity over time. And then you think through how the degradation of these batteries happen over time for the particular use case that you envision at the beginning of the cycle of the project development, right? So we have some parts of the world where, developers and IPPs think about a certain use case when they start the development life cycle. And as markets evolve, they shift course over time, right? So what used to be the most attractive market service, shifts over time. So a couple of years into the project, you will say, well, there's actually a new market service that's actually way more lucrative, and I want my asset to actually provide for that service.
Yeah.
And that's where these trade-off calculations become more important, right? So if you're designing the original asset for providing for, let's say, service X and service Y, and then a couple of years into, the facility operations, and you have service Z that comes up in the marketplace that's fairly lucrative, how would that impact the usage of these batteries? How would that impact, the degradation cycle of these batteries? How would it impact the warranty? All of those considerations you have to manage, and inherently in those is the trade-off calculations. There's a cost that you incur because there's a toll that you take on the batteries, and then there's a benefit to obtain, which is the additional revenues that you collect from the marketplace. And so that's where you need a good partner, potentially like Fluence, who can come in and help you do that trade-off calculation and be your partner through the life cycle of the project operations.
It seems then that in that techno-economic evaluation, there is, the part of the core constraint in the decision factor is what is the chemistry that you're going to use? What is it that you're trying to solve for? Short duration, long duration, energy versus power. Do you have any examples are there examples of projects that have successfully crossed over from one hypothesis to another that you could speak to?
We have projects in Europe that have actually done that, particularly in the UK market. When the projects originally started, there was a particular market service that was the most attractive one. Very recently, there have been new changes in the UK power market structure. And so some of these projects have qualified now, and they're able to provide for that new service, which turns out it's economically way more attractive to provide this new service.
What's the service called?
It's called the DS3 service.
DS3.
Actually, I should go back on that.
Well, I guess what's the premise of the service? What is the transaction?
It's related to frequency regulation services.
Frequency,
right? So think about it as a variation of frequency regulation. And so it's a fast frequency regulation type of service, right?
Okay.
So DS3 is in the Irish context, actually. It's in Ireland. But the one UK, I can't quite remember. It's called the dynamic containment. Actually, the name came to me.
Perfect.
It's called dynamic containment. And so dynamic containment is, again, another version of an ancillary service in the wholesale market that actually requires you to provide fast regulation, right? And so it turns out it's a very attractive service, and most participants in the UK market want to do the service. And so, again, that's the part where, a company like Fluence, we can make these, operating system level upgrades on the algorithm that we have on our facilities that are operating worldwide that helps you deliver this service effectively and make money in these wholesale markets.
Kieran, as we wrap up, I have a question a little bit more focused on how you think about the vision and mission of Fluence, in particular from your leadership style. Your role is that of the market lead for growth and figuring out where the company is going and how to help it scale in that direction, really providing fuel on the products that are resonating in the market, right? And helping your client succeed. So, as a global market leader, there are 4 core values in Fluence: leading, agile, responsible, and fun. I'd love to know which of those 4 for you, and you think about growing your team, resonates with you the most, and with your experience within the industry.
Yeah, leading actually appeals to me the most, Nico. I think we've been blessed to be in this position of being a market leader, but like we all know, competition is always on the tails, and so we've had the good fortune of shaping the marketplace right from our beginnings in AES, when we started out demonstrating the value of storage in the PJM market to California as a flexible peaker, and we are continuing on the same path. We are continuing to lead the marketplace. I should give you one example. At the U.S. Energy Storage Association, we had a goal of getting to 100 gigawatts of energy storage by 2030. That was a goal that we put out for the U.S. ESA a few years ago. Now, post the passage of IRA, leading market analysts, not Fluence, say that this market is about 130 to 140 gigawatts by 2030.
Yeah.
So to some degree, we are market making, right? And so that aspect of Fluence leading the charge and leading from the front is a significant value. It keeps me highly motivated, and it's very close to the mission that we have, which is to enable the pathway to clean energy and make energy storage a central part of that clean energy transition. And so for that reason, I think the leading aspect truly appeals to me.
Can I ask you to repeat the statistic around what the third-party analysts are saying the market can scale to and what it was compared with from ESA?
Sure. So the third-party analysts, if you take the next 10-year projection or roughly the next 8-year projection, going up to 2030, and I would call this the target addressable market, aka the TAM. The previous estimate for the United States on the TAM for energy storage was about 70 gigawatts. The new estimate post the passage of IRA is about 140 gigawatts.
Double.
So it's almost double, right? And so people can do the math, and nobody likes to think in like megawatt terms because the dollar symbols are always easy to take in.
Yeah.
And so I think if you do the math, it potentially is a market that's in the order of like about $200 billion, right? So give people a context. You know, if you're on the floor today, if you're excited about energy storage, if you're listening in on this, why does this matter? It matters because you're part of a $200 billion industry in the US. So
couldn't have said it.
Let's feel proud about it. We have a lot of work ahead of it, but it's actually an incredible moment to feel proud.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Kiran Kramaswamy is the Director of Growth for Fluence, and it has been a real pleasure to hear from your vision of the strategy of the marketplace and the growth of the marketplace, how we all can learn what's happening both here domestically and globally as solar and energy storage in particular, pulling solar along now, scales. Thank you, Kiran, for joining us.
Thanks, Nico, for having me here.
I'd like to remind everyone that we are here live at the media you have ever developed projects and tapped into the capital markets, raise your hand. Yeah? A couple of folks here. Never? George, never got capital markets, never financed a project. Who's heard of Keybank? Anybody? Keybank? Okay, great. So our audience, the folks that have decided to stick around, have heard of Keybank, and they're excited because we've got Andy Rediger here. We're going to talk a bit about Keybank Capital Markets, where Andy leads the utility sector for Keybank. We're going to get into it in just a second. I wanted to let everybody know that's walking by. The PowerUp Media Zone is about to kick off our next hour, and then following this is our Hydrogen Power Hour, I believe. So I want you guys to come on over. We're live streaming this as well online at SunCast.live. We're going to start here in about 30 seconds. All right. Produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. We are going to be interviewing Andy Rediger. Andy's the managing director and group head of the utility, power, and renewable energy at Keybank Capital Markets. And how many of you knew that Keybank was the top provider of capital for renewables in, is it North America?
North America, that's right, Nico. Actually, we've been the largest project finance lender in North America since 2018.
That is a fascinating fact. You know, one of the things that I think is it's really interesting for me that folks who are developing projects really do know and understand how project finance works, but the broader sector really is perplexed by project finance, and even the providers, I would dare say, they know your typical, Wells Fargo's and Bank of America's, the big four, big five banks, but they're not so in tune with how project finance and tax equity works. How did Keybank carve out not just a market, but the dominant position in project finance for renewables for North America?
Well, that's easy. Well, I would say those banks you mentioned, I think they're really fast followers. It took a little bit longer than we thought for them to be fast followers, but we started out in 2000, call it 7 or 8. Mm-hmm. Our core business is we bank most of North America's investor-owned utility companies, and have been doing so since the late 90s. And what had happened in 2007 or 8, quite frankly, the utility space was getting pretty boring, and we were looking for the next big thing. And when we looked around, we could see renewables was coming like a freight train. As an opportunity, we thought, and quite frankly, at that point in time, I thought there would be a lot more convergence between renewables and IOUs, and I thought it was right around the corner. So we thought it was going to happen between, our existing base utility companies and renewables sometime in that 10 to 12 period. Well, we were about 12 years wrong. I think that convergence is just starting to happen now. And obviously the ESG and all of the interest in being green has brought in a bunch of new capital. And what has happened here in the last 24 months really is that this business went from renewables used to be considered a niche-y business, and it attracted enough capital to kind of grow it from where it was in 08 to now. But what has happened is the business has become mainstream, and it's attracted a lot of those banks you mentioned that weren't in, and so we're getting a lot of fast followers now. Yeah. And capital is, the industry, quite frankly, is in a washing capital.
Yeah, it is a washing capital. Can you describe for folks that maybe at a high level, folks who are unfamiliar, sort of where you sit in project finance from a tax equity or capital markets perspective, in terms of when folks would come to Keybank versus other types of providers?
Well, they're coming to us earlier and earlier now, but when we did start the business, the developers would come to us once they had the project basically ready to put a shovel in the ground. Fast forward to today, these developers are coming to us, months, if not years, before the project's ready to be constructed. And that's just a natural maturation, I think, of the industry, whereas as more capitals come in, we as a capital provider have to be more aggressive to win deals, and so we're starting to lend earlier and earlier. In regards to where I sit in the capital structure, these projects are typically, and this is a general rule of thumb, don't hold me to this, but this is generally holds true, is that usually debt is 40%, 40 to 50% of the overall capital stack. Tax equity is 40 to 50% of the overall capital stack, and then equity is typically 10% or less of the capital stack. And that's how these projects historically have been financed. They're largely financed with tax equity and debt, and the piece that's the smallest is the equity piece.
And you're providing the equity piece?
No, we are providing the debt piece. So what we do is we provide that 40% debt piece once the project is up and constructed. But we're also, during construction, we're providing that 40 during construction as well, plus we're also bridging the tax equity. So in effect, during construction, we're providing 80% of the cost to build the project, and equity's providing the remaining 10 to 20% to get the project constructed. And then once it's built, tax equity comes in, takes out our tax equity bridge loan, our construction loan converts to a permanent piece of debt, and the project is off and running.
And you recycle that capital back into more and more projects?
Projects, that's right.
Which is what makes you the largest project finance provider in the world?
That's right.
I mean, it's part of the contribution.
That's right.
I was joking about you providing equity.
Yeah, no, I got you.
So when in one of our prior conversations, you mentioned something that I'd love to explore a little bit, because I think you have a particularly useful perspective on it. You said that there was a watershed event in the industry, but and that was yieldcos, because it proved that we could scale this industry, but it was scaled wrong, basically, and the industry collapsed. Can you talk a bit about the unfortunate demise of yieldcos? Because you're the first person to talk to me about it being sort of a model that the horse that should have won the race. And
it really should have, and I think the industry learned a really good lesson there. This is going back 4, maybe 6 years around. The industry was kind of taking its next step in its maturation, and as more and more developers were coming to market and their needs became more and more, there was clearly a need to find cheaper and more capital. And one of the areas that was obvious that wasn't being tapped was the equity markets. Mm-hmm. And back then, these type of assets are not REIT eligible, and there was a structure created where you could put these assets in a C corporation and, basically attract investors that wanted a yielding product. And so we were part of the first yield co that was out there, NRG Yield. It was wildly successful. It was 3 or 4 times oversubscribed. It paid a nice dividend yield, and at the time they basically said that they would grow the dividend yield, I think 2 or 3% a year. What happened is that was such an attractive piece of capital that all the other developers in the space then all decided they wanted to do a yield co, and the market had to basically raised a little over $18 billion in a very, very short period of time. I think it was under 2 years. And when you do that, when an industry grows that quickly, you don't have time to go out and educate the investor universe properly. So what you end up attracting to an industry that grows that quickly is a bunch of hedge funds. And hedge funds are not long-term holders, typically, of investments. They're traders. They like to come in and out. So that $18 billion was great. We raised it. Wall Street did a bad job of educating the investor universe to get the right buy and hold investors in there. So when clouds appeared on the horizon, a lot of those hedge funds just sold out of all the paper and the market collapsed. This time, there's been a few IPOs that have been filed. This time, and we hope that we'll see one happen here in the next month or so, but there's several, and I would say more than several behind this. But this time, I believe when these eventually deals come to market, you're going to see a much better reaction from the equity markets. I think there has been education that's been provided to the investment community. I think there's more investors interested in this space, and I think they've all done their homework. So I think here in the next month or two, we're going to see the first IPOs in the renewable space for renewable platforms since yieldcos. And the difference is these won't be dividend paying entities. They're just going to be entities that buy and hold renewable assets and have a tremendous amount of growth. So these are almost growth vehicles versus yield vehicles. Yeah. And we think it's really going to be a watershed event and also be a really attractive source of capital for others to tap into.
I've heard you say that it's going to trade a lot more like real estate than renewables.
Yeah, so the idea is that, I've always said this, is that renewables or power projects are real estate. The IRS thinks they're real estate. The IRS taxes them like they're real estate. So why isn't this asset class, why wouldn't it trade like real estate? And if you look at how REITs trade or real estate trades on a net asset value basis. And the idea here is that these assets, should trade like real estate because they are real estate. And we think when they do eventually come to market, the market will look at them and they'll trade on a multiple of NAV. The multiples to be determined. And I think that multiple will largely depend on how quickly they're projecting to grow that asset base over time.
So instead of a multiple on EBITDA, we'll start seeing these assets trade on a multiple of NAV.
Well, I think there's a battle going on in the marketplace right now. I think some investors, they don't understand NAV. Other investors do understand NAV. So, pick your poison. I can convert that NAV multiple into an EBITDA multiple or vice versa. So you pick how you want to look at it, but both I think are going to be metrics that we use to see how these things get valued in the marketplace.
You mentioned the fast follower effect and how ESG is driving more of a institutional investor niche market sort of growth. One of the things in the previous conversation we had, you referred to something as the largest source of capital that's unknown in the equity markets. You remember that?
I don't. Remind me some more.
You were talking about, and I want to ask you because I love when I sit down with you, I just learn so much, and I wanted you to unpack this multi-trillion term loan B marketplace.
Oh yes, right.
I always get this response from Andy. Oh, right,
that's right. So again, this industry, and this makes sense. Most industries in their infancy are financed on a project finance basis, and this industry really has been financed that way for the last 15 years. Again, this becoming a mainstream versus niche industry has caused the institutional marketplace to really turn on. There's an institutional term loan B market. It's a multi-trillion-dollar marketplace that up until this point in time has not really been interested in investing in renewables. That marketplace tends to lever these deals up more than banks, tend to be less restrictive, and quite frankly will end up being a better source of capital for renewables. So what I'm excited about is that I think this along with the equity markets are turning on, and it's a source of capital that will be very attractive to the space, and it's just a natural maturation moving from more of a PF project financing. I'm not saying that PF's going to completely die, but I think as the industry continues to mature, more and more deals will be done in the institutional marketplace just because it's a better source, more flexible source of capital, and the industry is mature enough where it should be attracting that type of capital.
Thank you for that. I was going to use this as the title of today's episode because I feel like it would have attracted a whole lot of people to come over and just hear your provocative answers. So I'll just throw the question out there. You've said, I don't know if you've said it publicly, but you've said to me that the IRA created a problem that didn't need to be solved.
All right, I have to be a little careful here. But the Inflation Reduction Act, absolutely, it was like throwing gasoline on a roaring bonfire. The renewable space, the issue was not capital. Capital before the Inflation Reduction Act was wildly available. And I understand what the IRA did. IRA just literally made that fire burn even hotter. It clearly is going to make the developers more profitable, but it was kind of throwing money at a problem that maybe didn't exist. Again, capital is not an issue in our space, or access to capital. I think over time, what will happen is that the benefits from the IRA will just, in effect, help drive down power prices lower.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we're all competing in an RFP on the same project, and we all have access to the same benefits, and I have the same return hurdle, I'm just now able to offer a lower price, and my return will stay the same because I'm getting higher benefits. So I think in the short term, for sure, there's going to be huge benefit to the first movers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the market moves that quick, but over time, I think this will just serve to lower power prices.
So the utility wins.
Yeah, so in effect, at the end of the day, the benefits of this will accrue mostly to the people that are buying the power.
Mm.
Now, it does, the IRA will solve the problem of more renewable projects will get built,
mm-hmm.
which is the goal, I think, of what they were trying to accomplish. But
so it doesn't solve there wasn't a capital problem, but maybe it solves the decarbonization problem.
It does. It helps solve the decarbonization problem. It doesn't help solve, there wasn't a capital problem.
Yeah. And it probably, the question I have is whether those utilities will then, because they're getting lower prices, in some way pass that benefit along to the communities that they're helping decarbonize power for.
That should happen, yes. Yeah. That should happen. Well,
I think in a perfect world, that would be a great outcome.
It should. I think it's more efficient, though, just to give them a tax deduction, but...
I'm going to do something, because I see some really smart developers, and I don't usually say, hey, can we ask for questions? But I wonder, I'm not as savvy as some of the folks I see standing in the audience. Does anyone else have a question they would pose to Andy about how he thinks the capital markets are going to stack up? No? Nobody dares toss their hat in the ring to ask you a question. Well, that gives me a little courage, because I've at least tried. Well, Andy Redinger, again, as I mentioned, is the senior. I am gonna get this. I'm gonna get this, Andy. The good thing is we do edit on the podcast in post, and this is live. So okay. I'm still working on the live. Andy is the managing director and group head at Keybank Capital Markets for renewable energy, utility, and power here in North America. It's really fascinating to hear always your thoughts. You're going to be back here with us at the Daily Roundup at 5:30.
I will.
All right. We'll throw some more provocative questions at you.
Great. Thanks, Nico. Appreciate
Andy Redinger, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Nico.
Yeah, man. The show floor and invariably want something else to entertain you, you can just check out what's happening here at the Media Zone. There's no other stage here at the show that can offer you that, by the way. And I'd like to invite you to tune in every morning for our daily morning show and every day at the end of the day at 5:30 for our daily roundup. I'm going to introduce you now to PhD candidate in renewable energy focused on hydrogen, Michael I know. Michael Ginsberg. Michael is going to take the mic here, and he's going to bring in guests who are going to talk from their specific domain expertise about the hydrogen economy. Michael's been in the renewable industry for 15 years, and he's been consulting with companies you might know in the industry like Bowman on the techno-economic aspects and engineering aspects of building out not just renewables, but renewable hydrogen. Michael, I'm going to let you take it away. Welcome.
Great. Thanks, Nico.
Good to see you, brother.
Yes, good to see you. Make sure to get close to that mic. Okay.
And I'm going to turn your mic. Turn on as well.
Okay. We're good? We're recorded? Okay. Great. Thank you so much, Nico. Pleasure to be with you all. So as Nico said, I've been working in renewable hydrogen and solar energy for some time. For the past couple of years, I developed and grew Bowman's energy services and recently joined Vena Clean Hydrogen, where we're currently developing 250 megawatts of active PEM and alkaline electrolysis plants for various applications, distributed transportation and ammonia, focused on developing and investing in commercially available technologies at scale. So I have the pleasure of introducing you to our first speaker, Mona Dajani. She is an equity partner and the head of energy and infrastructure and mobility at Pillsbury. So Mona is a qualified lawyer in the US and registered in England as well. A licensed professional engineer and serves as a lead lawyer in complex mergers, acquisitions, dispositions, financings, and project development transactions involving energy and infrastructure facilities in the US and around the world. So getting right to it, I'd love to start off with if you could explain your role more at Pillsbury and the range of hydrogen work that you're involved in.
Great, thanks Michael, happy to be here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Everything's good?
yeah,
Okay.
we're good.
So I am the global leader at Pillsbury Winthrop Shaw Pittman, which is a big law firm. But can you hold on a second?
There you go. I'm just getting you closer. Just getting you closer. Yeah.
Okay, right? All right. And we are we're a full service law firm, does everything global, and we're global. What my job is for the last 25 plus years is I put together structure and finance renewable energy deals. And we started doing solar, wind, storage. We combined them, solar plus wind. And now we're doing a lot in the energy transition space, which we're doing a tremendous amount in hydrogen. And we're also doing a tremendous amount in the EV space. So that is EVs, batteries, all the OEMs, et cetera. And it's really, really, really exciting. And my background was that I was, like you said, I'm dual qualified both here in the States as well as in Europe. And that really gave me I've been working on hydrogen deals for over 20 years in Europe primarily.
Excellent.
And then when COVID hit, it seemed to start hitting here in the States. And I already had all this expertise of structuring and attracting the financing for hydrogen in Europe, and now we're bringing it here. And we were really, I was really blessed to also work with the DOE, as well as the administration, to seeing the IRA pass. And now with the tax credits, the PTC for hydrogen, and how that we bake them into the whole transaction.
Perfect. Well, that's fantastic and a great transition, I think, to our next topic, or question really around everyone is talking about the PTC and the impact on structuring the project finance.
Yeah.
So what is your perspective, not only on that, IRA bill and PTC, but on how renewable hydrogen is currently being evaluated by financial institutions and perhaps how that's changing?
So I would say that today, green hydrogen, clean hydrogen, extremely bullish. However, we represented a lot of utilities, oil and gas companies, hydrogen producers as well, that were already involved and wanted to work on deals for research and development, as well as to get ahead in the market share, very much like Tesla, to be the first. And we were working and structuring and financing hydrogen deals. Like I said, we started in Europe and Asia and the Middle East, and then now we were doing, for the last maybe 5 years here in the States, and representing oil and gas companies and, IPP, and also some, the utilities as well. And they were doing this for market share. They were using their own money. They were not getting financing because the investment world, thought it may not be financeable. So now, and I sit in New York, and I also split my time in Europe and London too. Now there's a lot of dry powder on the sidelines that are very interested in getting involved in these projects and financing them because they can see that they can make money. And what we've done is, because we worked with the Biden administration to getting the tax credits passed in the first place, we're very well positioned to advise on the technology for hydrogen and also what needs to be done to structure so that we can monetize the tax credits in a hydrogen transaction. So I am very bullish. I've always been bullish. And now with the IRA passing with the tax credits, so we have another layer cash flow coming in, monetization, right. I'm even more. So it is, and people don't realize, it is an absolute game changer, just game changer. And we are, and those companies that already had the foresight, the American ones at least, to go, I'm going to do this whether or not we have the PTC, or I'm going to do it. And they have a little bit of more, they're ahead. They're ahead. And that's how you get market share.
Right.
So
seems like we're really at that tipping point now.
Correct.
It's
yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Mona. We're right about our time.
Great.
So really appreciate that. And
thank you so much, Michael.
You. Yeah.
Appreciate being here. Okay. Thank you.
Great. So we're just gonna transition over into our next speaker. So if we have Jorge Lopez. Great.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, thanks for coming, Jorge. So I've had the pleasure of knowing Jorge for some time now through some hub discussions around the building out projects, and we would love to have you here and talking about your experience. So Jorge Lopez is the Power Systems Development Manager at Siemens Energy. So would love to hear your role at Siemens and what you're involved in with regard to renewable hydrogen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I've been at Siemens Energy about a year now, working with our power systems development team. Really focused, being the business development lead here at Siemens Energy for the U.S. for hydrogen. So supporting our electrolyzer business here in the U.S. and our hydrogen production island. I've been Siemens about a year, but before this, I was about 8 years at Air Liquide, where I've been in hydrogen since about 2016. So really a lot of focus there on the mobility market, transportation distribution of hydrogen. So yeah, it's been quite a crazy ride in this hydrogen world the last 8 years or so.
Excellent. Yeah, so to that, really, how do you think demand has changed for hydrogen, and specifically electrolytic hydrogen, over the past few years?
Yeah, so demand's definitely gone up. I think the infrastructure bill and the IRA passing, the last year or so has really scaled up the demand. When I was in the industrial gas days, most of the hydrogen being used was for the refinery or the ammonia market. So really only those two uses. But then now, looking into the mobility market, especially here in California with the hydrogen fueling stations. So a lot of hydrogen being developed for clean use. And then in the, since the IRA, a lot of the markets, in terms of e-fuels, such as making methanol, using hydrogen as a fuel, and then even like ammonia type of opportunities have popped up. And, before, I'd say about, in the last 5 years, maybe it was a, little 1 to 2 megawatt small systems that people were looking at. And now people are talking about 100 megawatt, gigawatt scale type of clean hydrogen projects. So it's over the last few years, it's definitely ramped up quite a bit.
Yeah, and actually that's a great point, and I think everyone at the top of everyone's mind is like lead times, and if you can talk a little bit around potential supply chain constraints that you might be facing.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, the crazy thing is, the electrolyzer, the big electrolyzer is not really the thing that's been an issue. Lately, it's really been a lot of the balance of plant equipment, especially the electrical equipment. And I think this is something that's been kind of industry-wide, not just in the electrolyzer business, getting things such as transformers and rectifiers. I think that's been a challenge, not just for the hydrogen industry, but just, I think, the renewable and utility industry overall. But yeah, no, our current manufacturing is being done in Germany, at our factory in Erlangen. That's where and then we recently announced that we will be opening up a new electrolyzer factory over in Berlin that will be of a gigawatt scale. So we're hoping that once that gets up and running, that will reduce a lot of the lead times, and being able to, instead of making one electrolyzer a month with our current capacity, it will be more of, multiple ones. So we're really, excited to be ramping up our manufacturing and being able to, supply the demand that's coming, especially with all these changes in the government and all these bills coming out.
That's excellent. Yeah, I think a lot of folks are talking about, the electrolysis market really following a similar, curve, like the Swanson curve as solar, and we're at that beginning of that. Are you seeing, higher throughput manufacturing techniques instead of lab scale? We're getting on roll kind of. Is that something you think will be a big part of reducing the upfront, cost, the capex?
Yeah, no, I think a lot of it, currently with some of the scale that you have in these current manufacturing, probably a lot of manual things that are happening, people turning wrenches and things like that. But if you really want to get to that demand and being able to produce, for example, a gigawatt of electrolysis, a lot of automation has to be put in place. So you're going to probably see a lot of more robots and automation putting together, cell stacks or things like that. But the other part too is that it's not just about making sure that the electrolysis manufacturing is there, but also the balance of plant equipment. So also making sure you're ramping up, compression equipment and like water treatment, because you do need demineralized water for electrolysis. So along with electrolysis, I think the manufacturing of other components that make up a full hydrogen production facility also have to keep up with that demand.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think last question I'd love to pick your brain around the types of system configurations that you're mostly dealing with. I think a lot of folks are trying to get at, do we do an off-grid, 100%, solar, wind, so we know that is a really green hydrogen, or are you seeing, usually a grid tie with a renewable supplement?
Yeah, so to be honest, I think we've been working on all. I think maybe in the short term or the projects we've done in the past, a lot of them have been grid tied. Just because it's just, getting a pilot in place, putting it next to the grid, kind of proof of concept pilots here. So a lot of those are typically grid tied. We have been, we have various customers that are looking at behind the meter, looking at tying directly solar or wind or both. But I think the name of the game here is a lot of the capacity factor. So trying to get that capacity factor as close to 100% as possible to make sure that your levelized cost of hydrogen is at its optimal. But the reason why we like to work with all the behind the meter, in front of the meter, and anything like that is that, here within Siemens Energy, we're able to supply a lot of that equipment. So, coming from the solar inverters all the way to the output of hydrogen to electrolyzer, you in between you have inverters, substations, transformers, switchgear, Then you have the electrolyzer itself, which we make in-house, and then the compression, and then after that, wherever the hydrogen is going to go. So we're able to really supply that entire supply chain there all under one roof. So we think we have a good offering there, and we can tailor to various types of customers depending on if they want to do a grid tie or a behind-the-meter type of application.
That's very nice. Yeah, it's a good benefit, that you have that vertical integration there. Excellent. Well, Jorge, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I think it's a great place to end on, and really it was a pleasure having you on.
Yeah, no,
Thanks.
Thank you very much for having me.
Great. So I see Jason in the audience, so yeah, if Jason would come on up. Hey, Jason.
How you doing, Michael?
Good to see you. Great. Yeah.
Throw one of these on.
Perfect. Great. So our next speaker, I have the pleasure of introducing, is Jason Goodhand. He is the global business leader for energy storage at DNV. And so I'd love if you could talk a little bit first about your background and the type of hydrogen work that you're involved in.
Sure. So as mentioned, I'm the global segment leader for energy storage at DNV. I've been with DNV for about 3.5 years, and when I was hired, it was really to get engaged in our practice around lithium battery projects on the grid.
Mm-hmm.
But as I mentioned to you before, I started my career probably 20 years ago working at Hydrogenics, which at the time was a hydrogen fuel cell and electrolyzer company. So I was there sort of at one of the first waves of the hydrogen industry, and it's actually it's taken quite a while, but it's come back with a fury, and I think that's really exciting. At DNV, we do a lot of independent engineering and owner's engineering related to...
Sorry, just a little closer to the mic.
Oh, closer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But don't eat it, right?
Don't eat it, yeah.
All right. So we do a lot of engineering and feasibility studies. We also do product testing and things like that. What's neat about hydrogen is it crosses so many sectors. So it's not just our groups that are familiar with, renewable energy advisory or batteries, but our oil and gas engineers who've been working on, pressure vessels and conversion of, certain materials into others that are really somewhere where we can do some collective work around hydrogen projects that are coming out. There's a large variety of them, and it's very exciting to see what people are doing.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Jason. Yeah, so I know we've talked in the past around, the fact that we're perhaps at a second phase of the hydrogen revolution, and people have been talking about hydrogen for a while. So, do you think we're at the tipping point now, given, your experience and your, what you've been through?
Yeah, I think there's two things that I see as real trend drivers around, why now for hydrogen. One of the things that, when I look back to when I was looking at hydrogen 20 years ago, to make it from green energy was incredibly expensive, right? Wind and solar were many multiples above the average cost of electricity back in the early 2000s. So we now have a grid where renewable energy is some of the cheapest forms of electricity that you can procure. So that's one thing that's really gone into making hydrogen seem a bit more feasible than it did long ago. The second thing is that we've seen with solar panels as well as batteries that when you get to manufacture things in higher volumes, that scaling factor actually does come through, and you start to see an industry that continually brings down the capex of its equipment. And then third, I think we're mentally as a society, I think we're in a different space where climate change is a bit closer to our front door. People are starting to maybe get a little bit more worried than we were a long time ago. And one of the things about hydrogen, if you're trying to get to full decarbonization, we don't have a lot of other options. So even if hydrogen costs isn't cheaper than what we're doing today, if it's carbon free, that's a real reason to look at using hydrogen, whether that's for fertilizer, whether it's heating in certain applications, or as a new type of fuel.
Right, excellent. Yeah, well, I hope that we are at that point. On the flip side, what do you see as the major hurdles and obstacles, facing the entire hydrogen ecosystem today? Is it around more generation or compression and transportation? What do you think there?
I think where this differs from other sorts of technologies like solar adoption and batteries is that you're creating a bit of a new market, and you need off-takers, right? You need end users, and there's a lot of different use cases, some of which make sense, some of which make sense but cost more. A lot of them aren't clear winners where it says, oh, this is going to save you money, so there's no reason you shouldn't go this way. The other thing is we don't have enough production yet to demonstrate that those costs are going to come down. We're at a point, you'd actually asked, are we at a tipping point? If you think about a lot of the projects that we've seen to date, specifically with green hydrogen, they're all like single megawatt and lower sized demonstration projects. There's a few that are double digit, and there are some that are sort of in the works. But we're going to make this industry, we're going to see projects going 100 times bigger in terms of scope, right? People talking about gigawatt scale electrolyzer processing plants. So that is it's a challenge to figure out how we're going to move that fast. We've seen the cost and deployment of solar, the cost has dropped and it's expanded rapidly. We expect the same thing from green hydrogen, but it's actually going to go much faster, and there's going to be some real sort of birthing pains related to that.
Yeah, I think that was a very similar comment to Jorge, what Jorge just said in terms of we're actually, we're going from the megawatt to gigawatt scale, and if you look at current existing capacity, we're talking about doubling that pretty quickly. Great. Well, in terms of, I think, looking to the future, you're talking about, okay, we need to address rising demand. What do you see as that total addressable market for hydrogen? Folks sometimes pit it against electrification, but we know that there are hard to reach sectors that really are not easy to electrify. So what kind of predictions would you have? If we were to come back here in a few years and talk, where do you think we're going to be?
So I think if you want some real numerical tidbits around this, we actually, DNV released a special hydrogen energy transition outlook document, I think in June of this year. And we're actually going to have an update to that in our regular annual energy transition outlook. Sorry to do so much plugging, but that's where we look at sort of all the energy use across the globe, as well as some of the non-energy uses for hydrogen. I think when you think about where the markets are for hydrogen and how big this might go, I'll kind of break that into a few segments. One is the places we're using hydrogen today. So people will look to petrochemical upgrades, making plastics or the precursors to plastics, and fertilizer. This is an opportunity to really decarbonize those industries. We're not electrifying them, we're just providing them with the hydrogen they already use in a cleaner way. And so I think that's an area we're going to see a lot of people go to right away because the market exists. It's kind of sitting there. You're also going to see, electrolysis in certain regions where renewables are plentiful, trying to ship that energy in the form of perhaps ammonia or something in a tanker to another region that needs it. So, we've heard from Europe and Japan that they would like to import alternatives to the energy they have today, and that they're looking at things like ammonia and perhaps liquid hydrogen. And then there's going to be a few other things where we're going to have to grow the market. So this could be vehicles like the heavy trucking manufacturers that are looking at perhaps a positive business case for fuel cell vehicles over battery vehicles. That's something that I think we will start to see, but those are going to be in that there's going to be a bit of a feedback loop where you're going to have to create some stations and then create a fleet and then more stations and then more fleets, similar to what we've done with EVs, although we don't get to leverage as many maybe homeowners. I think it's going to have a lot to do with more fleets. Right. Yeah, I think that whole chicken and the egg problem is around today, but hopefully once the infrastructure is in place for fueling, we can see a lot more demand flowing for that for distributed mobility applications. Great. Well, pleasure having you on, Jason. I look forward to continuing talking with you about this market as it continues to grow. All right, great. Thanks for having me, Michael.
Great. So I think if we have Mahesh, no, okay. So let's take a short break, and we'll come back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, if you could just speak.
Sure.
Close. Great. And then I'm going to press record in a moment.
Testing. Does that work?
That works.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. So I have the pleasure of being joined by Elizabeth Kraus. She is a partner at K&L Gates with a lot of expertise in renewable hydrogen. So my first question is, I would love for you to introduce yourself and explain more about your background and role at K&L Gates.
Sure. So I co-lead our power practice, which is renewable energy and fuels, as well as carbon capture, hydrogen, lots of other fun stuff. But ultimately, I'm a tax lawyer. So I've spent, almost my entire career in renewable electricity and increasingly in hydrogen. We were one of the first firms to really pay attention to hydrogen a few years back. Participated in a whole lot of different initiatives in Europe and Asia, and really excited that the industry is starting to move seriously in the United States these days.
Excellent. Great. Yeah, so if you could first share your perspective with us a little bit on how renewable hydrogen is being evaluated by financial institutions and perhaps how that's evolving, with the IRA, and maybe first without the IRA, how they were evaluating, and then we can talk about all the new developments.
Sure. I mean, renewable hydrogen's been really interesting for a long time, right? You can have this really wonderful CI score and the low GHG emissions, and it's all very sexy and wonderful, but it's expensive, frankly. Historically, at least in the United States. I think blue hydrogen's almost always had the edge when it comes to expense, and for that reason, it's gotten a lot more attention. There's been a lot more of it manufactured in this country. That's completely changing now with the Inflation Reduction Act. I think I heard Mona say earlier it's a complete game changer. I would underline and bold that. It is a complete game changer. $3 maximum per kilogram of hydrogen. I mean, everyone, all of our clients in the renewable hydrogen space are like, that's going to pay for my project by itself.
Right.
And more in some cases, particularly out in the Northwest, which is where I'm based, right? We've got a grid that's primarily powered by hydro in many parts of the Pacific Northwest. Not all, but many. And so once you combine the CI score from a hydro-powered grid with an electrolyzer, you're probably going to get that $3 per kilogram in almost every installation. So we're really looking forward to leading the energy transition in renewable hydrogen in the Northwest, hopefully.
Excellent. Yeah, in fact, I think that's kind of top of mind for folks who are developing projects now is, as we think about systems, grid tie versus off-grid with, wind, solar, hydro, do you expect that CI, the carbon intensity, will be very much mapped to the local, grid mix?
Yeah, it probably will be. I think most folks know by now that the Inflation Reduction Act specifically references the Argonne GREET model, which no one uses. But on the other hand, they have actually mapped out pathways under the Argonne GREET model for hydrogen. What it seems, and I am by no means an expert on this stuff, talk to me about the tax code all day, but what it seems is that we're going to be looking at what the grid mix is when it's just an electrolyzer plugged into the wall, so to speak. On the other hand, though, where there's potential to tie the electrolyzer to a solar installation or a wind installation or even a battery that's powered by those, how efficient would that be? But in that case, it seems like it's going to be a slam dunk because the Argonne GREET model right now, of course, doesn't look at the carbon emissions or the GHG emissions of the manufacturing process to get to a hydro dam or to get to solar panels, which is exciting. The thing, though, and this is, the downer of the conversation, unfortunately, the Argonne GREET model changes every year. And the statute's not perhaps as plain as it could be about maybe we're going to freeze the GREET model in time. And so there's some potential for changes in the future. And Argonne's a national lab.
Right.
So do we have exposure to political changes? These are all questions that Treasury really needs to answer in regulations or other guidance so that we have some certainty about if I'm planning a project that's not going to be placed in service for 3 years and I want to plug it into a socket in the wall in, Washington State west of the mountains, am I actually going to get my $3 per kilogram? These are important questions for foreseeability for the industry.
That's a great point. And I think, do you see or do you think that we talk about how great this PTC is, and it is, but is there still a lot of confusion and potentially delays as a result of the lack of clarity around that and in finalizing system designs, for instance?
Sure. I think there's some trepidation, okay? We're going to get regulations. We're going to get guidance. It probably won't be as bad as people are afraid it will be. Look, IRS, Treasury, they want to get it right? They see the instruction from Congress. They see that they need to get this right. These are good people at the IRS, honestly. I think a lot of us in the industry have had a chance to interact with them. They want to get it right. Mm-hmm. They need to know what they don't know, though. And so that's where industry is going to be really important as a partner here for Treasury to tell them what they don't know, right? So that we can get regulations, hopefully in the first half of next year, if not earlier. Mm-hmm. And we can make sure that the first thing, the proposed regulations, are good and are solid and reflect some understanding of what the issues are, and that then we can go through the comment process to refine and get to regulations that fit within the four corners of the statute. Okay, we're not going to go wandering all over the page, but on the other hand, are doing what industry needs in order to have that predictability, to put money on the line, to pull in financing, and to get systems built.
Excellent. Yeah, that's I think really going to be very, very helpful and really imperative moving forward, having that clarity.
Absolutely.
So I've consulted for some startups, clients who are looking to enter this space in the U.S. Around carbon capture. This is I know you mentioned you've been involved in that. It's a little bit of a tangent, but hydrogen and carbon capture, we can make things with that, with carbon and hydrogen. So if you wouldn't mind talking briefly about the 45Q,
sure,
and assuming you're all right with that, and also what where we stand with that. I've dug into some of the the status of it, and I think there's still a lot open to interpretation regarding it's up to the discretion of the IRS, right?
Sure. So 45Q is really fun, actually, and I got to be honest, I'm like a kid in a toy shop at Christmas right now because I have all sorts of new toys to play with and structures and options. 45Q is really interesting when you think about it in the context of hydrogen, right? Because the statute does say plainly that you cannot get 45Q and the hydrogen credits at the same time. Whether you go PTC for hydrogen or ITC, it doesn't matter. Now, there's some technicalities in how that's written, but it seems relatively plain that Congress does not want you hooking up carbon capture to, an SMR unit and claiming both. And so that's fine. That's a political choice. As far as the 45Q regulations are concerned, though, the thing to keep in mind here is because hydrogen is tied to GHG emissions, and maybe with an SMR plant you can get it down to the lowest GHG score to get the highest credit. Maybe you can't. And there's a really big cliff in the statute for hydrogen PTCs. And so it might actually be more useful to go after carbon credits. It might actually make the project pencil better. So at that point, then you want to start pawing through those regulations. Now, we went through a round of regulations a few years ago. IRS released some final regulations, I think it was about 2.5 years ago now. Those that had been long in the waiting and have been extremely well thought out. And they're fairly plain for certain use cases. If we're going to take carbon from an SMR unit and we're going to put it into the ground, I know what to do with that. Now, it may not be the easiest thing in the world to actually put pen to paper and get it done, because it's not. It's complicated. But I know what to do with that. What we're finding now as technologies advance, we're finding situations where people want to go to the SMR unit, they want to take the carbon, and they want to then go maybe use it to weatherize a bunch of rocks to sequester the carbon. I don't know what to do with that. The regulations did not contemplate that,
right,
and neither did the statute when they put in the utilization language. And so I think companies in the hydrogen space who are thinking about blue hydrogen, does this make more sense now? Yeah, maybe it does. But I think going into the carbon capture rules, you need to have a clear path to figuring out what you're going to do with the carbon before we can have a clear path to claiming the credits.
Right.
Now, those technology advances are something that we're currently engaged in dialogue with the IRS on behalf of a couple of clients. We're hopeful we'll get a resolution, but it's not going to happen overnight. And the more voices that are brought to the table there, again, like with the hydrogen regulations, the more voices that come to the table to the IRS to tell them what they need to think about, the better.
Fascinating. Yeah, and it ends up being kind of an economic optimization between the PTC and
100%.
45Q. And yeah, I can see why it's kind of fun to, from a tax perspective to look at, and I think also you were talking about, from what I remember digging in, also the beneficial use seems largely open to interpretation, and some companies perhaps might want to produce natural gas from hydrogen that's renewable with carbon capture,
right.
And that's a new technology, and it's like, well, those types of things have maybe not been contemplated and need to be interpreted.
Yeah, it does get a little bit more complicated. And it's interesting, too, to look at the CI scores for, like, if you go use landfill gas, for example, and then break that in order to produce hydrogen, the CI scores are compelling in some cases.
Right.
And that's great, because you can actually, in some cases, get to negative carbon, which is awesome.
Negative, yeah.
Right?
Right.
But at the end of the day, how you calculate those things are not necessarily what you're going to need to use for the tax credits.
Right. Well, and that disconnect, I'd love to get your thoughts on. I mean, I've done a lot of life cycle assessment in my academic research, and versus in the working world, you look at operational emissions, but the embodied emissions are really important too. And is that something that we're prepared to even start evaluating, or do you see that as coming into play down the road? Actually looking at kind of those life cycle emissions.
So the life cycle emissions, I'm just the dumb tax lawyer in the room, but what the statute says is life cycle greenhouse gas emissions, and then in parentheses it says well to gate. So we have clear instruction about the parameters Congress was thinking about. What we don't have clear instruction on is what happens in that GREET model, and if they change it, because it's all sort of tied to what Argonne National Lab thinks is well to gate, right? That's
that system
the
boundary is really important to understand and draw.
Exactly. And this is sort of one of the fundamental things about these regulations, and one of the reasons why they're so exciting for a tax nerd like me is because I'm used to Treasury just issuing regulations. Here, Treasury needs to go out and really fundamentally discuss these things with other government organizations. And they have a fundamental choice to make about whether or not they defer to those other government organizations. Again, do we like that? I don't know. Tell me, and we'll go make comments to the IRS. No.
Interesting. Great. Well, it's such a dynamic process right now, and I can see why it's so exciting. Yeah,
it's fun.
in your position. So I think really would love to understand implications for current projects. Are you seeing some projects that weren't penciling out now penciling out?
Yeah. Absolutely.
We talked a lot about like source energy, determinations and the credit amount. So, I've dug in a little into the weeds on this. We're, trying to figure out, okay, well, are we going to maximize that $3 per kilogram? Do you think most projects will, or is there going to be a trade-off between things like capacity factor to do an off-grid system, to minimize a very high CI on the local grid, versus most projects are going to qualify for that maximum amount?
Sure. I think it's going to be really region specific, honestly, because if we go back into the GHG scores and the CI scores for these things, we are going to care about what the inputs are, right? And so it may be that in some places where we don't have to move natural gas very far to get to the SMR plant, that we'll be able to control emissions in such a way that we'll be able to maximize the credit for blue hydrogen. Okay, that's possible, particularly in places like Texas, which have been very aggressive about moving forward with their Class 6 well program for carbon sequestration. Okay, Louisiana has also been very aggressive about that. Not only do we have the natural gas resource, we've got the industrial base to produce the hydrogen, and we've got someplace to put the carbon. Okay, that's not a bad combo, right? And so down there may actually be a really good case for $3 per kilogram blue hydrogen. Does the blue hydrogen industry need that? Not really.
Right.
Blue hydrogen is already cheap enough. And so why would you put the extra cost into maximizing getting to $3 per kilogram? The answer is direct pay. That's why. Because you don't need the credits, right? You can just get a check from Treasury. That's why you're going to go to the extra incremental cost, because getting tax equity investment is not necessarily the easiest thing in the world to do. Now, other regions of the country, like the Northwest, where we have really strong hydro on the grid, also you're going to get to $3 per kilogram. But otherwise, I think it's going to be fairly region specific. I think really the question at this point that I have, my biggest single question, we already have a user base for hydrogen, but my big question is the use case going to expand as fast as production has the capacity to? Right? There's a little bit of a chicken and egg there, right? Because you're not going to build a facility until you have an offtake agreement. So maybe, but we also need to do what we can to incentivize the use case. Obviously, the alternative vehicle, the commercial clean vehicles credit is oriented towards that. Right.
And inclusion of the fuel cell electric vehicles now
exactly.
is part of that.
Exactly, for consumers. But what about an industrial base?
Right.
What about that?
Yeah.
So.
And these are, very traditionally hard to decarbonize sectors, right? They don't usually get much attention in Congress. And do you feel like that's something that, needs to be worked on more from a regulatory, legal perspective, and perhaps more incentives need to be passed for industrial clients?
For industrial use?
For industrial use, yeah. So switching from SMR to electrolysis, you're looking at very low cost, or even, it's a byproduct of a lot of these production processes. So how do you really motivate those industries, ammonia, et cetera, to, if it's not a ground up new construction, retrofitting, we're telling, these plants to swap out an existing sunk cost. Right. So do you feel like there's a gap there still?
I think there's a little bit of a gap. With the hydrogen shot, or hydrogen moonshot, whatever you want to call it, from the federal government, as far as DOE loan guarantees and things along those lines, I think that's the right direction. I think the HUB program is another right direction, right? I represent the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Association, which is putting together the HUB application for Oregon and Washington, one of them for Oregon and Washington. And I think part of the goal at PNWH2 is to try to put together the best, the most complete possible application, right? Well, that includes use. That includes use cases.
Right.
And it's going to have to, because otherwise the industry is not going to advance and we're not going to accomplish the climate goals. But there's some tension there, right, between blue hydrogen and green hydrogen, or electrolytic hydrogen, whatever you want to call it. Because with the way that the tax credits are set up, if there is a case for really cheap blue hydrogen after accounting for tax credits, then the green's not going to be any cheaper, potentially, right? And so then at that point, in order to continue to advance the industry, we need more users.
Right.
And that's going to require incentives, and it's going to require private sector pressure.
That's a really interesting point. I think a lot of folks haven't considered SMR taking advantage of that.
It's possible.
Speaking of, different types of, hydrogen production technologies, do you think there's enough space under the IRA and PTC for, newer technologies, or, methane pyrolysis, for instance, some more kinetic, product processes instead of electrochemical? Do you think that that's, this is really targeted to electrolysis, or it's kind of technology agnostic?
It's totally technology agnostic. It's very much focused on GHG emissions. So if you can make the argument for your life cycle analysis under argon GREET, or whatever Treasury says you have to use, which, in principle, they could say go use a child of GREET.
Right.
The statute's not super rigid. If you can make the case under that GREET model and you can certify that to the IRS, it doesn't matter what technology you're using.
Right.
At all. So
right, yeah.
There's definitely a lot of potential for startups.
Yeah, it seems. So very interesting. Is there anything else that you are that you have questions around, as you're navigating, or that you think we should know about, as for developers or for investors?
I think one of the key things that I've been talking two key things that I've been talking about. So I think a lot of people are not thinking about hydrogen ITC, But the hydrogen ITC is available. And the nice thing about the hydrogen ITC is that you've got additional bonuses. You're not just held to the wage and apprenticeship. You can also get energy communities. You can also get the domestic content bonus. And that can pull you up to a 50% ITC, which can be very helpful if you're primarily worried about your CapEx for a newer technology, right? Now, you can raise money, you can raise capital based on promised PTCs, but that 50% ITC is going to go to the bank much more happily for a new technology that's unproven, perhaps. And the other thing, too, is I think a lot of folks in the industry, probably a lot of people here, are kind of disappointed about direct pay because it's primarily for exempts. And in the cases like in hydrogen, where it is available to taxable organizations, it's only available for the first 4 to 5 years and only on PTC. But the problem is you got to think about direct pay as a tool, as a development tool, because for years we've thought about tax credits as financing tools, and they are, okay? Direct pay, if you can use direct pay as an incentive to a local authority or a local organization who you need to sign on for your project, either you need permitting or you need community support or whatever, if you can think of that as something that you can carve off of your capital stack and give them a tiny piece of your project that they can then go to the feds to get cash for, doesn't really hurt you. And it can be a very powerful tool to go to the local community and say, I want you to be an owner.
Right.
I want you to be in this.
Right. You get more buy-in and really potentially, it helps with the equity side of things too. No, that's a great point. Well, thank you. It's been a real pleasure having you
My pleasure.
on and
Thank you.
Picking your brain a little bit.
All right.
So I think with that, we were right around our time. If we have time for perhaps one question from our audience, if there's anybody with a question. If not, then we're right around time.
All right.
Thanks
so much, Michael. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Great.
Yep. All right, so we're going to get started here. I'm going to read something here first.
Okay.
Welcome to the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast Media, presented by Fluence. We're also streaming live at www.suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming sponsors, SunGrow and Tigo. If you're watching us on live stream, thank you for tuning in. Be sure to bookmark suncast.live and take the conversation with you on the go. All right, well, Apoor, thanks for being with us. I'll give you a moment to introduce yourself, but I first wanted to congratulate you and WeaveGrid and all of your team for being selected as SEPA's Utility Transformation Partner of the Year. The Utility Transformation Awards are a way for us to celebrate and promote folks across the ecosystem who are doing really the great work. Okay. So really, what I want to start with is with the rapid acceleration of EV adoption in recent years, I know how important and sometimes challenging good partnerships are. And so we would love to hear a little bit about how WeaveGrid is navigating partnerships in this ever-evolving ecosystem. But before I get to any specific questions, I wanted to have you provide an overview of WeaveGrid for our audience and really help them understand how you engage in the electric transport ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thanks, Garrett, and thank you, SEPA, for the award. We're delighted. It's pretty exciting. We're a less than 4-year-old company right now, so it's a pretty exciting honor, and thank you to our partners for nominating us and getting us here. It's pretty great. And of course, thank you to SunCast for hosting. So, my name is Apoor Bhargava. I'm the co-founder and CEO here at WeaveGrid. Again, thanks, Garrett, for having us on. WeaveGrid works at the intersection of electric transportation and the electric grid. So, we're in this really interesting moment where these two massive industries are going from being very independent. You didn't think about your electric utility when you drove your gas guzzler to the gas station, and you didn't think about the gas station when you paid your bill on autopay every month. And here we are at a moment where these two sectors are going from being independent to being very much the same. You're now going to have a dependency on the electric grid for electric transportation and vice versa for the grid very quickly to be dependent on the services that electric transportation will provide. So WeaveGrid acts as that facilitator. We act as sort of the platform that brings together these two sides at both a sort of partnership level, but of course at a data and sort of load management and predictive analytics level. And what we build is software working primarily with our utility partners that helps them run the programs that they're delivering to their customers in an incredibly cost-effective manner and leverages a lot of the connectivity that already exists within vehicles, within smart chargers and so forth, and brings it all together in a way where we can actually start to assess what's going to happen on the electric grid as more and more cars go electric, predict that, and then actually solve for those problems in an autonomous manner without seeing sort of catastrophic effects. I really don't think EVs are going to be a problem on the grid, but in order for us to solve that, and in order for that to not happen, we have to get ahead of the curve. And so that's really the whole mission of the company. It's accelerating accelerating sort of the evolution towards decarbonized transportation and electricity.
Yeah, thanks. You often hear about everyone saying EVs are going to cause strain on the grid or cause some issues, but I think I agree with you. As long as we're proactive, we're going to handle it just fine, and we're going to be able to make use of them. But being at the intersection of two massive,
see, we're already laughing. We know how hard that is.
Two massive industries, right, that are both undergoing the most change that they've undergone in the past 100 years.
Yep.
It's going to be a tough job, and so I guess that's a good segue. What are the partnerships that WeaveGrid is forming or making use of to really ensure that we are on that trajectory to being able to take advantage of them?
Yeah, I often, it's funny when I sometimes talk to investors, I'm like, yeah, I think we're building a crazy company. We're trying to sell something that sits at the middle of electric utilities and the automotive industry, two century-old industries that are very proud of the traditions they have, that have actually got a great legacy of what they've built and kind of brought America to where it is today. Oh, and by the way, they're changing rapidly. And of course, with that change comes opportunity, right? And so that's where we sort of see ourselves as being that facilitator, that sort of ecosystem enabler, if you will, which brings all these partners together.
look, when we think about the sector, utilities are our primary customer. They're the people who pay our bills, essentially. But at the end of the day, we also think about the most important sort of other partner, which are automakers. Automakers are very important partners to us. They are building and selling these cars. And I think the linchpin, the most critical sort of stakeholder, is the one between the two of them, which is the driver. And so a huge amount of work we do comes back to driver centricity and thinking about this evolution. I often talk about the evolution from, as utility speak, from ratepayers to customers. We're now going from customers to drivers. And that is an evolution that we have to think about, which is how does a utility think about a person whose mobility now depends on them? And conversely, how does an auto company think about the fact that their vehicle, that earlier back in the day, they used to sort of say, hey, it's off the lot.
It's
Go fly and be free and drive, Route 66, have fun with it. Now they have to have a continuous engagement. They have to think about charging infrastructure. They have to think about the fact that these vehicles can provide value to the grid and have to do so in a way where the customer experience is not harmed at all. So I think that's a lot of what we think about too.
Yeah, I mean, putting the customer at the center, I think, is so critical, but often in this industry, I feel like we move past that too quickly. If you think about utilities are talking about, vehicles can provide all this value to us, bidirectional charging, which they can and they will do, but you never really hear them talking about the customer and what does the customer want. Do they want to provide that value? And then when we talk to OEMs, their primary goal right now is to sell vehicles.
Yeah.
And how are they going to do that? Doing what the customer wants. And so, again, you guys are in a unique position to take both of these stakeholder groups and help them provide that seamless customer experience and let them own a car for the main purpose of driving around.
Yep.
And then enable the utility to benefit from that. So I guess digging deeper, how is it that you can get EV drivers and customers to care about or to enroll or participate in the programs that WeaveGrid is putting together with utilities and OEMs?
I mean, for customers, it has to be something where it's just a no-brainer, right? Ultimately, for drivers, it has to be something where there is value. Yes, absolutely, incentives, rates, etc. But it also has to be something where it's not seen as impinging on your experience. It's actually augmenting your experience. And so the way we manage charging, the way we optimize, how people sort of see and experience the utility program, it's so baked into their day-to-day experience that you wouldn't even really know that it's us in the background making it all work. And I think that's really critical. We talk about it with our OEM partners, we talk about it with our utility partners. It's like, you cannot treat, this is where I'm going to start pining, you cannot treat a vehicle as if it's just a thermostat, right? It is very distinctly different. Like when somebody says, hey, shut off your car because something is happening on the grid, no, I'm going to take my car to work. I need to go to the hospital, God forbid. I need to do whatever. I mean, there's many, many, many applications. And so I was actually just talking about this earlier today, but like, we need to understand that we're living in a world where the framework has to go from being what are all the energy value streams to also what are the energy and mobility value streams, and looking at that in a singular frame of reference where we say, how does the customer experience their vehicle across the 87, 60 hours in a year? And also, when are the moments for us to go do interesting things with it on the grid? And I think if you use that as your frame of reference, then you can start to say, let's manage charging, let's do bidirectionality, let's do V2H, et cetera, et cetera. All those things start to make a lot more sense. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. And I guess I want to highlight something I heard through there is we talk about all these value streams, and again, we talk about value to the utility. But for full participation of all the partnerships, you need value to the OEMs, and we need to also monetize the value that's going to go to the EV owner, right? And so I think, and that might just come in savings of when they charge their vehicle, or that may come in, they receive a check in the mail. So yeah, just kind of echoing that, I think it's understanding the value streams, and there are different beneficiaries of those value streams.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, to me, it's incredibly exciting that there is going to be a distributed fleet of one day 280 million cars, or batteries on wheels, that we can do so many things with, right? And that's obviously going to create value. There is also avoided cost, because they also will create impacts on the grid. And I think in particular, the one area we think a lot about is like really thinking end to end, which is not just what can EVs do for avoiding generation peaks and making sure that you don't have sort of those peaking hours in at 6 to 9 p.m. or whatever. We also think a lot about the distribution level impacts. And so if there's avoided cost and value creation opportunity, that's a big pie. And there are absolutely, I think, fair ways to split that, and I think that's what we're all about, which is how do we ensure that we're running cost-effective programs, which means the customer and the ratepayers, irrespective of whether you have an EV or not, are benefiting. That's also incredibly important for driving equitable program outcomes. But at the same time, utilities are benefiting and OEMs are benefiting. And that's really at the end of it, like how we designed the business model, everything.
Well, I wanted to, given all of the experience and kind of great progress you're creating here in the space, and recognizing there are 3,000 utilities across the U.S. and a dozen OEMs, maybe a smaller number that are actively participating. It's a tough space to navigate, and I wonder if you have any advice that you might offer to utilities or others who are evaluating where they can start. Right? That we were actually commenting in a panel earlier today. If you think about how fast this industry appears to be evolving for us, who it is our day-to-day lives to do it, how fast it must appear to those who are just sitting by and, maybe they'll buy a car, maybe we'll be EV. So anyways, there's a lot of activity happening. What advice do you have in
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think for every utility that's sort of in the midst of a transportation electrification plan or is starting to think more and more critically, it's like, again, go back to the sort of first premise of how do I ensure that my customers are ultimately getting the most satisfying experience from driving their car and importantly having their car fueled by me, the utility. Next, let's think very critically about what happens when all the vehicles, not EVs, but all the vehicles in my territory go electric one day. Because when that happens, that's going to start creating pressure on my grid. And then let's think about the opportunity that creates, which is what can we do with active managed charging? What can we do with particularly continuous active managed charging, right? This vehicle is sitting around in the garage for 10 to 12 hours a day. There's so much you can do there. And again, how do you design programs that are creating those kind of equitable outcomes and are ensuring that I'm so sick and tired of pilots. I think that's the one thing I would kind of caution utilities against. You don't need to pilot something. Mm-hmm. We've tried it. Everyone's tried it. We've tried it 1,000 times. We've piloted 1,000 things. We now need to think about programs. And so as you're thinking about programs in the same way that you're running DSM programs or solar programs, whatever else, I think the truth is that there's a lot of lessons that everybody else has learned out there. So let's try and bring those lessons together and design programs where we have to realize that the EV revolution is coming in an exponential way. So whatever your linear planning models are, throw them out the window because it doesn't matter. Every automaker has plans to 5x their volume in the next 4 years. Okay, that looks like exponential growth very quickly. And so picture that exponential growth, picture what your customers have to experience, and then picture what value you can create from that. That's how I would think about it. And often when we get together with our partners and start to think through program design, fundamentals, and so forth, we're always trying to use these same kind of reference points of how do we design the best, basically the best program that has the most rich outcomes, the most cost-effective programs, and ones that are also accessible to all. Because that is also really critical because 99% of EV drivers don't exist yet. They're about to buy an EV.
That's true. I always say that stat is 99.5% of people haven't set any behavior for how they'll charge their vehicle. And we have an opportunity to set them on a path that we can more likely capture that benefit. And then I wanted to, kind of double down on, we have done a lot of pilots, and when folks are thinking about pilots, they may not think about how do we scale this exponentially a year or two afterwards. And so you look at a pilot design, it may be designed to test a few things, but it's not really designed to scale. And I would 100% agree, utilities should think about what does this look like when 20, 30, 40, 50, 100% of my customers have EVs. And then I would just plug, SEPA put out a report last year, the state of managed charging in 2021, where we evaluated the whole sector and provided some guidance of different best practices and some case studies. And we're going to embark on a project with WeaveGrid coming up, looking at some aspects of how do you increase that customer enrollment and participation? And I'm looking forward to that. So I think we are coming close to the end of our time here on the podcast. Is there any other final thoughts that you want to share with me or the audience?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, one thing I'll just maybe share out there, and not just because they're sitting here, but it's a good way to plug them, is look towards progressive utilities doing really great things. I mean, want to of course thank our partners here at BGE, Xcel Energy, PG&E out in California, like doing some incredible work with these folks already. And so your point about pilots, look towards the work that a lot of utilities who have got a ton of EVs in their backyard already are starting to do, because it's exciting and there's a lot happening. It's also the greatest opportunity of, frankly, this century for utilities. And so I would say take it with both hands and give us a call.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, thank you so much. And yeah, we'll hear from Nadia and kind of hear from the utility side just after this. So
sure.
Thanks, Support.
Thanks.
All right.
Oh, man.
Great. So I got to read this little blurb and then we'll get into it. Welcome to PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast and presented by Fluence. We are streaming live at www.suncast.live thanks to our streaming sponsor, SunGrow and Tigo. If you're watching us on live stream, thank you for tuning in. Be sure to bookmark suncast.live and take the conversation with you on the go. All right, Nadia, welcome. Very happy to have you.
Great to be here.
So we're here to congratulate you on being selected as SEPA's Utility Transformation Leader of the Year. And what that really means is SEPA allowed the public and our members to nominate different leaders across the utility and power sector space, and you came out as the leader, so we're really excited to have you here. Nadia and her team have been developing and implementing one of the country's most comprehensive EV program portfolios, which I hope that we can talk about here in a little bit. And you've done that by working alongside community and technology providing partners and accelerating the adoption within Xcel territory and frankly beyond, and serving as a model for other utilities and technology providers as the industry scales. And so really we're here to hear from you, and I'm going to have a couple of questions. So with the work that you are leading, and as that is continuing to serve as a roadmap to other utilities, can you tell us a bit about your professional background and your leadership approach at Xcel?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much. Very honored, and this is certainly representative of a great team that I get the pleasure of working with. So I see this as truly an honor for my full team, which it's a great group of very passionate folks. On your question, so I've kind of had an interesting journey to where I am today. My background is in environmental science undergrad, and then I went to city planning and law school and did a joint degree, and for many years was a commercial attorney. Over time, I've been at Xcel for about 15 years. I worked for the OpCos and most recently joined the Customer and Innovation Organization to focus on strategic partnerships, and then clean transportation came my way. So it's definitely the most exciting space that I've had the privilege to work in, and really excited about what we're able to do to really help more people experience the benefits of driving electric. Both cost savings for the drivers, it's about $1 per gallon or less to plug in at home and charge off-peak, which is great for the grid. We just heard from WeaveGrid, who's one of our partners, and that's certainly really important that we're thinking about the grid. And also, just whether or not you drive an EV, it's delivering cleaner air for everybody, because right now we have, in Xcel's 8-state footprint, reduced emissions, carbon emissions from 2005 levels over 50% on our journey to zero by 2050. Awesome,
yeah. So SEPA was working with a number of utilities last year to support their transportation electrification strategic plan. And the first thing that we reviewed and really kind of used as one of our guideposts was Xcel Colorado's transportation electrification plan. I thought, upon reviewing that, it was very comprehensive and did address all the different ways that someone might charge. And so I think I always like to remind folks, not everyone can charge in their single-family home garage. Not everyone can participate in a managed charging program, et cetera. And so actually, I'd like to hear a little bit of details about the portfolio that you all have put together and how you're addressing all of the customers and not just that subset that might have a garage.
Yeah, that's a great point. And not everybody has a garage. Not everybody even has a car. So we're thinking about how the benefits of electrification of transportation can benefit everyone. So you're right, if you have a garage and 80% of charging still happens at home, we have turnkey programs where folks can pay a low monthly fee. In Colorado, for example, it's just under $14 a month. We take care of all the maintenance. We have a local electrician come in and install it. But if you don't have a single family home, we have programs to work with multifamily buildings. And we've seen great success there. There's a lot of demand there. We have programs that support community charging hubs. In Minneapolis, we have a program that works with a nonprofit rideshare company called Our Car in the Twin Cities to help make sure that people can have access to an electric vehicle, right? Who may not want or be in a position to have a car. Another exciting, unique thing to Colorado are our EV purchase rebate. So for a purchase or lease of a new or used vehicle, it's $5,500 off for a new vehicle. MSRP has to be $50K or less, and you have to be income qualified. And for used, it's $3,000. So that can make a big difference, especially when coupled with any federal incentives that are out there. So we just really try to think holistically, right? So whether you're charging at home, and whatever type of home that is, on the go, at work, or you might just be taking a bus. I was a big bus. I rode the bus for a long time, pre-pandemic, and now we kind of have a hybrid work setup, but really also working with our transit authorities on electrifying their fleets. So it's an exciting time.
Yeah, kind of back to the importance of partnerships that we were talking with before. So I wanted to kind of get back to the leadership award and, again, acknowledge Xcel as an organization, as a leader, but then you yourself as a leader. And you started out by mentioning your team and recognizing your team. So I'm wondering if there's advice that you have to other utility leaders on how do you build that team? How do you create success in implementing what was written in a long docket to now 3 years in implementing that?
Yeah. You're right. Going from an approval to actually standing up these programs and doing it with excellence, thinking about the customer experience. Last year we launched 14 programs in Colorado and Minnesota, and typically a utility doesn't start building out a program until they have regulatory approval because they don't want to get out in front of their regulators. So it was a really monumental task in some ways, but a challenge, I would say. So a piece of advice is have team members that are passionate and are always going to push back on no. So I like to joke and say we're like a startup in a very old traditional business model that has a lot of benefits, but also has a lot of kind of traditional constructs. So you have to be willing to push, you have to be willing to not accept no, and I think partnerships are key, as you said. So really lucky to have a team of folks that are very passionate in what they do. That's the other big key piece, I think, in supporting organic ideas. It's a really fun thing to do day in, day out.
Yeah, and I know you just arrived here at RE Plus and maybe haven't attended before, but I'm wondering, just with your initial reaction, is there anything that you're excited to get out of your participation in this event, or speaking with the really diverse group of stakeholders that we have here?
I think you nailed it. I've already met some folks from Spain, so we were trading notes, but obviously just networking, getting to know other people, hearing their perspectives, opportunity to learn abound, and then of course we're sitting here in the exhibition hall, and the amount of just insanely cool technology that's out here is just fascinating. So obviously learning and getting to know new people.
Yeah, it's a really exciting and energetic space. There's just so much energy here. And this is actually my first time at an RE Plus event, and was blown away by my own organization's ability to put on such a...
You all rocked it.
Yes.
I can say that for sure.
Well, I have one more question, and share what you can. I know that the initial transportation electrification plan was a 3-year plan, and you just said you launched 14 programs, but I imagine there's another plan coming 3 years later, and that's probably coming up. So any insight or teasers of where you guys are going as an organization with transportation electrification?
So I will say we have our next plan that by statute will be filed May 15th of next year, 2023. So we've already started thinking about it, and going back to that teamwork and collaboration, what's important. We just worked with a cross-functional group across the organization, folks that are interacting with our customers, talking to stakeholders, and had more than 150 ideas logged of things we could do in this upcoming Colorado TEP. But I think you'll see that holistic approach. We want to help people no matter where they are in their journey. We want to share the benefits of transportation electrification, and it's really important that we do it in a way that's always thinking about keeping bills low, leading the clean energy transition, and enhancing the customer experience. So those are our guideposts. We did have some filings in the upper Midwest here recently, Minnesota and Wisconsin, and those are very, very robust, holistic plans. So I would say you'll see in there programs for residential customers, commercial customers. We have a lot of focus on public charging for third parties and also Xcel-owned public charging. So we really want to just make sure that we're there to meet our customers wherever they need us.
Yeah, and I was just reflecting that perhaps it's pretty good timing there. Within the first plan and the second plan, $369 billion announced in this in the sector. A lot of that's going to go to transportation electrification, school bus electrification program, the NEVI program. So a ton of funding being injected into the space. Is that something that you are able to incorporate into the planning?
Absolutely, we would look to incorporate that. And what I think is fascinating is with all of this funding coming to bear, it's still not going to be enough. So we really take the approach, it's all hands on deck. I think partnerships are critical, and we're lucky we have great states. In Colorado, our state has a very clear goal. In Minnesota, our state has a very clear goal of 20% of vehicles being electric by 2030. That's the same as our goal for Xcel Energy. We want to see 1 out of every 5 vehicles, or 20%, being electric by 2030. And then just in August, we announced a vision that we want to take that even further by 2050 to have a zero emissions transportation future.
And it's very possible. I was looking at the distribution of market share across the U.S. It's almost 20% in California now, and Mississippi is less than 1%. I think Colorado's sitting at 10 or 11. So it's good to see that it's very much achievable, and you are being proactive in preparing for what's coming. I think we're running up on the time here. I'm wondering if you have any other insights or perspectives that you would want to share.
Yeah, I think just to close, one other piece that's going to be big in everything we do is access, equity, thinking about how, again, we see this once-in-a-lifetime tremendous change in transportation and in our economy, that we're seeing all of our communities come with us, and come with us meaning everybody who's going to be experiencing this change, which is all of us. So that's the other piece I would just add as something that we see as critical, again, with the customer at the center of everything we're doing. So it's an exciting time, and a pleasure to be here with you today.
It is exciting. I just want to pick out one thing, the way that you phrase that, in that we are experiencing this transition, and I think we are no longer pushing to create the transition. The transition is upon us, right? And
it's here.
It's happening to us, and it really is on all of us to make sure that we do that in a just and equitable way, and then do that in a way that we allow for the benefits of flexible charging to be captured by the utility and the customer. There's a lot of opportunity, and I'm glad that we're being proactive and talking about it now.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much, Nadia.
Thank you.
That's right.
Okay, all right.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. We are also streaming live at www.suncast.live. Thanks to our streaming sponsors, SunGrow and Tigo. If you're watching us on live stream, thank you for tuning in. Be sure to bookmark suncast.live and take your conversations with you on the go. My name is Sharice Razor, and I am the Senior Manager of Member Services at SEPA, the Smart Electric Power Alliance, and I have the pleasure of talking to LADWP. They are the recipients of the DEI Award. Congratulations. And I would like to introduce my guests, starting with Robert. Thank you, Rob. Andrew?
Yes. So my name is Andrew Kwok. I serve in the role as the Assistant Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer for Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Happy to be here today. I'm quite honored to say, I just wanted to say it was a bit of a surprise, but we love the recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We look forward to what you all are doing over there. So I would like to actually like to start with what has been the DEI's vision and success to date?
Was why we're here today. Our Racial Equity Action Plan, also known as the REAP. So when you hear us say the REAP, that is our Racial Equity Action Plan. This is a 132-page document or so, being completely transparent. It's been published. Folks have access to it inside the organization as well as outside. This was really the blueprint, if you will. Okay. This was the culmination of our organization looking inside and working with various groups to collect feedback. This was in the process of working with stakeholders, current employees, former employees, vendors, suppliers, getting feedback from them on their experiences, not only as current employees, but former employees. And what was identified by 70% of the people who were surveyed in the focus groups, in the blind surveys, and the formal intake information collecting, as well as informal, that 70% of the folks that worked at our organization said there was a problem. Even though we were number one in water and power, number one in innovation and technology, such as why we're here today, we need to make changes with accessibility. We need to make changes with inclusivity. Our organization is very diverse. So the mission was to look at these goals, identify these priorities, and actually put together a brand new department known as the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. We give them the staffing and give them the resources that were supported by our board, that was supported by our general manager and our executive leadership to implement these changes. So the vision is to change the organization so the organization is more inclusive, so the culture is more welcoming. Not to say it already isn't, because it is, but to identify the problem areas and to give folks greater accessibility. So whether it's recruitment, whether it's training, whether it's certain groups feeling they weren't being accepted, and celebrate it. We wanted to change that culture, and as the division of our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
That is wonderful. Andrew, can you answer what has been the biggest opportunity and or barriers to make substantial progress? With this program?
So I think maybe the biggest opportunity is, as Dr. Mateau just mentioned, is our Racial Equity Action Plan. If you do have a chance to take a look at it, it outlines the short-term goals, things that we need to absolutely focus on. And these are things that have been expressed by our fellow employees. So in that respect, the opportunities are very clear. And that's the exciting part. I get excited when we have clarity as to what we're trying to accomplish. And the REAP outlines it very clearly in 4 different areas. One is workforce development. Second area is supplier diversity. Third area is community engagement. And then fourth area is equity metrics. All of these 4 areas work hand in hand to help transform our organization. So if anything, I think the biggest opportunity is having the REAP as our foundation to accelerate some of the changes that our employees have been asking for. And lastly, I'll just say, change is hard, right?
Yeah.
Change takes a measured approach sometimes, but the good news is we're committed. We have a team that's focused on it. We get a lucky opportunity, a very fortunate opportunity to do what we do, and we're, maybe on a very last note, I get excited just because this is something that I feel like has a lot of purpose. And we talk a lot about challenges within LADWP and also challenges here, right? We're talking about this. We're talking about 100% clean energy. We know that DEI can't be that strategic asset, right? That could bring all of the great ideas on the table and help us drive innovation.
Yeah, good. Dr. Mateau, do you have any advice for utility leaders?
Yes. First of all, thank you for the folks that are here today attending. We're really enjoying the conference. I was sharing with Andrew, it's so good to be out of the office.
Yeah.
But what I would recommend is you have to really keep your eyes on the prize. You're going to have, I think, a lot of important decisions you have to make because folks have issues and everyone wants their issue to be addressed first.
Yeah.
And then people want to see immediate change. You may have you may have a condition that's been existing for decades. So for example, just on a personal note, my father worked for LADWP.
Oh, okay.
And he always wanted me to work for LADWP. I grew up in Los Angeles. My sister worked for LADWP 30 some odd years.
Wow.
And I worked for another utility. I was that person, right? I didn't want to do what my sister and my father did, but they would tell me about LADWP and tell me about the culture. And so it was one thing, I think, to hear their perspectives, and they're both people of color. My sister obviously is a woman. And those were 2 groups that were identified in the room. For years, unfortunately, have been feeling those opportunities weren't equitable. And so I think when you take this job, you have to understand it's going to be a job that you have to have thick skin.
Yeah.
You're going to have to bring people along who may not be comfortable coming along. And this may be at various levels in the organization. We attended a great presentation not too long ago, and it was for a neighboring utility because they were kind of going down the road or just starting the journey.
Yeah.
And we're a little bit ahead of them. And they had mentioned, it's okay to understand that everyone may not accept it in the beginning, but you have to keep your eyes on the prize and keep working toward that critical mass. So I'd say for the leaders, you have to kind of know who you are. You have to be authentic to yourself and know what your values are. You have to be willing to be that person that speaks up, but also understand the value in bringing people along. You're changing hearts, you're changing minds, but you also have to change the organization.
Yeah.
And it isn't just process, it isn't just energy conservation, it isn't just renewables, right? It isn't just innovation, it's the hearts and mindset behind the people. And there's always going to be some people that just haven't had the opportunity to be heard or haven't had the opportunity to have someone advocate for them.
Yeah.
And so I'd say for leaders, you have to understand that, try to address as many issues as you can head on, but bring people with you.
That's great. That's great. So I know prior to our conversation here, we were talking, and I think I want to ask this question again. So what has been the reaction or the feedback
Today?
from
This week?
when this program was developed? What has been the response?
Right. Richard, you want to take that?
Yeah, I would say it's been overly, it's been very positive.
Good.
You know, and I say that because, you know, everyone that I've bumped into at LADWP, they're glad that we're standing up our Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. They realize that this is work that needs to be completed. You know, we have to focus our energy on this because this is extremely important to the employees. So, you know, overly positive, I would say.
I can chime in on it. It varies, right? Depending. It kind of depends. But from the top to the bottom, I'd say we've definitely had more positive experiences than negative. Our board is extremely supportive. This is basically our board is very progressive, by the way. LADWP, shout out to LADWP board, all female board. Our president is a strong woman of color. Our vice president of the board is a strong woman of color. So they understand the importance of diversity in these issues. Our general manager, who's been there almost 40 years as an engineer, now at the level he's at, is completely behind us. So as your leadership goes, that helps to change the mindset. But we've met folks from security to maintenance. We've gone out in the field and visiting the facilities in the utility. Andrew and I both have a utility background, so we're not new to going out and meeting our crews and talking to them. And they've been welcoming us. Some people will really come up and say, we've been waiting for you for so long. We're so glad you're here. And then, you know, you have some people that are a little bit skeptical, right?
Yeah.
They want to wait and see. They're not sure of the vision, or they may not make it known, but you kind of get a feel when you have dialogue with them and talk with them. You kind of feel their position, if they're still undecided, if they're going to put their support behind it. But overwhelmingly, it's been very positive. So those are indications for Andrew and I, right? This work is important.
Yeah.
It isn't going to be easy, but we do have a certain amount of support throughout the organization. So it's been great, and I think it just gives us a little self-assessment too, right? Mm-hmm. Because, okay, this is going to be a challenge, it's going to be difficult, but we get to impact so many. And so in another lifetime, past lifetime, was in education. And I was always thinking about the future of our students, because what's the world going to look like for them in terms of equity, accessibility, opportunity, education. And so we see it now. The world is changing at a much faster pace. Everyone's connected, and organizations are like that too. We spoke a little bit about the pandemic and how that can tend to isolate people, and people will get into silos. So I think it's really important too to understand the challenges, be ready to embrace them, and come up with solutions. If you're always focused on solutions, I think you'll get there, even if it takes longer than you want it to.
Good. So this question is actually for both of you guys. What is the utility value proposition for attending our new class?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the end.
The utility value proposition for attending our e-class. Like, what was the reason for you attending this event?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you want me to go first? Yeah. So I'll just say, you know, when I looked at the agenda, I knew that this was a premier organization that was serious about clean energy. And then when I attended yesterday and I heard that there were over 25,000 folks that registered and were planning to attend, that opened up my eye. And what further validated the value was that I had a chance to attend a lot of the workshops. And there are a lot of thought leaders here. You know, we're all in this together in terms of what we're trying to solve for. And, you know, and there's nothing like kind of the energy in the room. There's nothing like, you know, meeting all of the brightest minds here, right? So I think that the value proposition is you just have to come here at the Anahiem Convention Center and meet all of these great folks. So that's a value proposition for me.
Right.
And for me, HR, been in HR a little more than a decade now, so I understand the value of investing in growth and development and how important that is for workforce development. And I think this is a great opportunity. A lot of us have been kind of fixated to our screens and our monitors, nothing against Zoom and WebEx. But I think the value proposition, as Andrew said, is coming out and establishing those relationships, meeting people in person. It's kind of like when you walk on a campus, you start just feeling smart by location, right, and environment. And you see all these great ideas, and you see these vendors, and everything's focused on innovation. Everything's focused on the future. Everything's focused on creativity.
Yeah.
And so the value proposition for us is we get to be here and take some of that information back and leverage it. Leverage it, really understand what our industry is doing, what our utilities are trying to accomplish, and who our partners are. Collaboration is so important. So the proposition is coming here in Anahiem and being with you today and hearing your ideas as well as feeding off the positive energy in this room. But that's our value proposition of taking those opportunities back for growth and development, for stimulation as well as innovation to our utility.
This is great. Well, thank you so much. I don't know if we had any other questions for you guys, but I appreciate you guys coming here. It's been a pleasure meeting you, and I'm sure that we will definitely have more conversations.
Sharice, it's been our pleasure. It's been our honor. Thank you for the award. Not sure if there's any folks that are attending or listening or maybe viewing this later and have interest to learn about diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah.
A lot of agencies, private sector, public sector, utilities, non-utilities, they understand the value. They understand the value of transformation for the people. They understand the value of how it impacts your bottom line in terms of business. If you look at the Kinsey report, that'll tell you, okay, high-performing organizations understand the diverse companies are the companies that are doing well in their sectors. But we are available. We're very easy to find and track down. We'd love to help you, just as folks have helped us. So thank you for having us here today. I'm sorry we're running out of time, but and again, we thank you for the honor from SEPA. Thank you again for the folks that put this together. We know it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and the folks behind the scenes. Thank you, Jordan. Shout out to Jordan for making us feel comfortable, and your sound people and your lighting people. Just thank you for the hospitality. It was an honor to be here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go. Let's give it a shot. All right. So, hey, welcome everybody to today's special panel. Just like Nico said, we're going to be talking about how to double the value of your solar customer through follow-on sales. And so, just want to give people a little bit more time to kind of trickle in. And as we do this, I've got a riddle for everyone. Here's a riddle. What gets bigger the more you take away from it? What gets bigger the more you take away from it? Panelists, you guys know? Don't answer yet. All right, what's the answer? A hole. What gets bigger when you take more away from it? A hole. All right. We've got a smart gentleman here in the front. One other announcement I want to make. We do have some special SunCast Bodhi t-shirts, which I am currently wearing right now. And since everyone is here, you can meet, if you guys want a t-shirt, there's Katarina in the middle of the floor. After the talk, just go by her, and hopefully you guys will be able to snag a t-shirt. It's limited run. So once they're out, they're out. All right, so let's get going here. So I want to thank everyone again for coming to today's event. I'm Scott Wynn, founder, CEO of Bodhi. It's a software platform where we help growing residential solar companies really just remove operational headaches and then sell more to more people. So I want to start now, people out there in the audience, I want to take a quick poll. So just like Nico did, how many of you are actually solar installers? All right, I got a few, okay. Leave your hands up. How many of you actually have a service department? All right, everyone's got there. How many of you have a profitable service department? Okay, so this is exactly why we're here today. So what we're going to try to do today is answer the question, how do we look beyond that initial sale of solar and try to unlock that extra revenue that is hidden in our customer base that we have right now? So I've got 4 heavyweights here from the industry here to try to answer those questions and give us tips that we can use in our solar business. So I've got intro to the panelists. I'm going to be kind of quick. I think you guys know all the folks already. So we've got Mark Liffman, CEO of Omnidian, co-founder as well. We also have Ryan Barnett, who's the Chief Marketing Development Officer at Palmetto. He's been there for a long time, opens up new markets for Palmetto. He's going to tell us some interesting things about their new service product. We got Adam Hinckley, VP of Corporate Development at InPhase, and last but not least, Preston Booker, Director of Strategic Accounts at BayWa. So we love audience participation, so if you do have a question, just come up towards the front, and I'll try to call on you. We're also going to save some time for Q&A. So definitely have some, think of those questions as you guys are listening in. All right, so let's dive in and see what kind of insights our panelists have. So first, I want to kind of set the stage. So I think back 2016, 2017, SunRun published a white paper report that basically estimated that the lifetime value of a solar customer was actually twice that of the initial sale. However, if I talk to solar installers across the US, they all tell me service is really hard. And most actually consider that post-sale customer or post-install customer a liability rather than an opportunity. So the first topic we're going to try to answer is what's really changed to make that post-install sales important and actually achievable. So Mark, I'm going to ask you first. This question is for you. So, what was that situation like, 5, 6 years ago when you started Omnidian? And then how has that changed?
So I think the biggest thing that's changed is the customer. So the customer looks the same today, but we're fundamentally selling to different customers than we were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And I've been doing this for a long, long time in solar. But even 5 years ago, we were really selling to early adopters. And they just have a different mentality than customers today. We're now selling to that mainstream customer, and they've got really different attitudes towards risk. Your early adopters will take on more risk. They want solar for quasi-religious reasons. They just want it. Versus your mainstream customer, they want something that works and it's going to be easy for them. And that's, I think, the biggest thing that's changed in 5 years is we've got a whole different customer set that we're selling to now.
And so what do you think makes them, when most of the time, the sale process is, hey, I'm selling solar, maintenance free, 25, 30 years. How has that changed now?
Stop lying. That is not true.
Yeah.
That wasn't true 5 years ago. It's not true now. We've got mountains and mountains of data to say that that's not true. If we put solar in a laboratory somewhere, maybe it would be a 25-year product with no maintenance, but it's in the real world.
Yeah.
Squirrels chew on wires, inverters fail, modules fail. You've got all sorts of things that happen. Not N-phase inverters. Only other manufacturers' inverters fail. All that stuff happens in the real world, and we shouldn't be telling customers that because it isn't true, and it sets bad expectations, and then they have a bad experience with solar. If we set the right expectations and then we have a plan to actually deliver against that, then customers have a fantastic experience with solar.
Okay, that sounds good. So, Preston, I'm going to turn the conversation to you now. So, when you talk with all the installers that you're working with from California across the US, so what differences are you noticing between these different types of installers when they start to think about these opportunities for post-sale or post-install sales?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say there's two categories of customers that we're serving. One is high hands-on, setting expectations up front, positioning themselves as an energy solutions provider, kind of rebranding. I'm seeing that happen now, versus they have a detached sales organization and they're going to do an install. And it kind of everything in between. There's models all over the place, but the two models kind of jump out. And this is, as I talk and prep for this, I talk to a lot of customers to just ask them exactly what they're doing and how they're approaching the market. And how they're approaching really what we're going to be talking about, that second sale. How do we treat our customers? How are we differentiating ourselves so we can actually sell them the next thing? So two different camps. I would say both, including the ones that have been traditionally one and done, are rethinking that strategy. These are big companies I'm talking to who understand the value of that initial $3,000, $5,000 investment in that customer and the value of doing it a second time. They're rethinking it, but the ones that are immediately monetizing, I think, the second sale because of all the new technology that's coming, that basically is here, home automation, heat pumps, you name it, all the opportunity that's out there, there is a convergence.
Is there any kind of characteristics of the companies that are embracing this and the companies that are saying, hey, I'm just going to stay away? Are you seeing that distinction?
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll point to kind of a buying cooperative, Amicus. We'll just say that. So most of you probably know what the Amicus kind of customer is and what they do kind of in the market. They're high hands-on. They're working very hard kind of for the customer through the journey of their solar experience, including post-sale. They have an O&M division built in, so it's kind of expected that there's going to be service long term. They have other divisions that they're already running, and they're talking a lot pre-sale about the customer's consumption. So they understand there's two components. There's really three components to this, and they're having those conversations early. There's PV on the production side. There is the customer's demand, the load, and then there's the center ground, which is storage, which is both production and consumption. It's an interesting space where the others the conversations aren't that sophisticated.
Yeah.
It's a one and done mentality. Again, all are trying to find out how they kind of undo the one and done. We sold PV and that's that.
Do you think there will continue to be the one and done companies out there?
No, I think they're all thinking those strategies right now. How do we not be a one and done?
Okay.
How do we monetize it? Are we going with the trade alliance? Are we opening our own division to do HVAC or some other component of this? Home automation. Yeah.
Okay. And so, Do you have anything to add, Ryan?
I was just going to jump in and say, the one and done versus being confident that the initial sale was made with the right set of assumptions and conditions is an important distinction. Some look at that customer as liability and burden. Other developers look at that customer as, how can I continually engage, feed them useful information so that they can kind of enhance the asset that they already invested in, so that when that customer, when that homeowner is thinking about the next electrification asset they invest in, who am I going to go to? I'm going to go to the developer that has continually engaged me, not been afraid to engage me, and has fed me the right information to make an informed choice. And I think the developers that recognize, don't see it as a liability, don't see it as a burden, see it as increased revenue because market conditions are changing as well. A solar asset 5 years ago, under full retail net metering conditions, doesn't matter when it generates. It's a dumb resource, right? It generates and it's one for one, so who really cares about my load and matching load to solar export? But now, California, Arizona, sorry buddy, California, Arizona, lots of munis and co-ops have reduced export credit for solar, and so energy storage and consumption monitoring is now all of a sudden a real monetary asset to enhance that PV system, whereas 5 years ago it was kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, we've seen the same. So I remember with the solar installers that we work with, initially consumption was generally offered as an option, and when it's like an option, customers don't actually sign up. But now they're just like offering as a standard. So we're seeing a lot more customers. Adam, you have anything to add on this topic?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think you asked what changed over the past several years, and I think to your point is that, you have something that used to be non-dispatchable that is now dispatchable, right? So you have the ability to take solar and add on different distributed energy resources, whether it's battery storage, whether it's EV charging, right? Then there's, home automation, electrification of the home, right? So there's so much more opportunity to amortize the stubbornly high customer acquisition costs for this industry across those second or third sales, right? Those didn't exist. And, what we're continuously seeing is that there's this convergence of, electricity, mobility, and home appliances, right? And so, Enphase is doing a lot in terms of diversifying our product offering to installers, right? We have EV chargers now. We introduced battery storage systems about 2 years ago. We acquired a company, Clipper Creek, at the end of 2021 that does, level 2 home charging, right? We now have a partnership with a company that Bosch owns called Home Connect, which is basically, electrification of appliances. So, through those types of partnerships, we are enabling the homeowner to have one app where they can control Bosch appliances along with their Enphase solar storage, eventually EV charging, couple that with smart charging, as well as we recently did an acquisition of a company that does some of this connectivity to third-party devices. So we'll integrate heat pumps in the future and provide more opportunities for the installer to maintain that long-term relationship and go back with a new sale opportunity.
So interesting. So I'm going to pose this question to the panel now. Given what you just said, with what Enphase is trying to do to put that all together, how does the solar industry be better than like the Googles and the Amazons that are trying to do the same thing?
Well, I think it's going to take a lot of the talent I think the talent from those types of companies is moving over to the solar industry, right? I mean, I think we're going to see a huge development of AI capabilities for our industry, and it's going to be the people that come from, Google, Apple, and Facebook that are going to say, well, we're now working at these mega cap companies. We want to do something more entrepreneurial. We want to work in companies that have, the explosive growth opportunity of 100, 200% annual growth for the next 10 years, right? And I think that skill set's going to come over. So software development is the future, right? And everything we're doing is coupling software with the hardware products we provide.
Yeah. Mark, you got anything to add on that one?
We are seeing the same thing. So, our software development team comes from, not surprisingly, we're in Seattle, Amazon and Microsoft. So people are coming over to the industry rather than waiting for those companies to come to bring them to the industry. And I love what you guys are doing with the one app to rule them all. It's, you know, I mean, that's part of what we need to do. We need to simplify life for these consumers. Like, if we're doing this in a way that makes their lives more complicated, they're not going to embrace it. But if we as an industry can find ways to simplify the process of electrification, then the mainstream consumer will embrace it.
And it also seems like OEMs 3-5 years ago, maybe there was just a handful of energy storage systems that were viable and available, consumption monitoring, et cetera. Now there's so much competition. I mean, how many vendors are over there? There's so much competition amongst OEMs to bring both a technically competent product into the home, but also work with developers and software developers to make sure they're interoperable, they are sharing APIs, they're able to be integrated into a single app and dashboard for the consumer. That didn't exist 5-6 years ago. There were so many barriers to interoperability and compatibility amongst equipment and software.
Yeah, I'll just add quickly, it's a great question, and are we diverging, or are we converging, really, from a technology perspective? You guys know better than I, you're more working on the software side, but what I can say, and what I know we've done at BayWa, just anecdotally, is we've announced our partnership with Google. So it's just Google Nest at the moment, but long term we do see Google as a strong player, whether it's yet to be determined kind of where they're going to play in the role. Clearly Enphase and others have very strong presence on the production side, right? I think Google and Amazon, they're approaching it from the consumption side. But yeah, I think communication protocols and things like that are really what's going to need to be set up in order for everything to mesh. Because you're right, customer experience is the crucial and important thing.
All right, we're going to start moving on to a second topic here, which is more about just the specific opportunities post-sale. I mean, Adam, you kind of touched on that already. Can you go a little bit more in detail, like more specifically? So, Enphase went away from microinverters. Y'all launched batteries a few years ago. What do you think specifically are some of those sales opportunities that installers themselves should really be considering? I mean, like, is it at a heat pump? Or is it something that is easy for them to sell and they can say, hey, I'm going to expand my product suite, or I'm just going to focus in solely on solar, maybe simply add batteries? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, especially with the passing of the Inflation Reduction Act, right, that now provides a standalone storage ITC, right? That's a huge opportunity for the industry because now, Enphase alone has 2 million homes roughly that are Enphase rooftop solar customers. A very small number of those homes have battery storage systems on them, right? So now you open up nearly, just from Enphase alone, forget about the other OEMs out there, you open up the entire installed base of customers to go back and say, hey, you should add a storage system. Mm-hmm. Beyond a storage system, there's also, repaneling opportunities, right? If a system is, 10, 15 years old, you have 260 watt panels on there, or 240 watt panels, you can now put on 400 watt panels, right? So there's a whole, opportunity to redo the system. And then, we know that if you have solar on your roof, you're obviously going to be more interested and more likely to buy an EV, right? So, then it's an easy sell to sell the EV charger. Mm-hmm. The opposite is probably even more true, right? If you have an EV without solar, you see your first electric bill after you buy that EV, and you're like, oops, damn, I need to get solar, right? So that's an even better opportunity, right? When you know that.
So, Ryan, let me ask you. So, one of the key things that Palmetto rolled out about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, were service plans. Can you? I think it's awesome because that provides installers like a chance for recurring revenue. But so, can you tell us about these plans and actually what is involved in providing such plans?
Sure. So yeah, you're referencing Palmetto Protect, and there's several different flavors or tiers of service and warranty that we're committing to those customers. I think step one is making sure you can fulfill on the obligations you're committing to those customers effectively and efficiently, because as Mark's probably writing a book on it as we speak, but these are distressed assets, right? These are customers that are usually reaching out because there's a problem. And so you need to make sure you have the right partners and the right network to...
What's covered? What's covered under the one of the Protect plans?
Various, monitoring, panel cleaning, troubleshooting, kind of yearly calibration, production reports, offset reports. So constantly being enhanced, but I think that is kind of just a lead-in and a way for us to create that continual connectivity to the homeowner. And we're seeing it more, and we're investing lots in the software side to be able to communicate market changes and dynamics, like beyond just servicing a distressed asset. How are we communicating relevant information to customers that is not just noise, that is actually relevant for them to recognize additional benefits of their investment? So rate plan, new dynamic rate plans, changes to net metering, things that really materially affect the investment that they've made. How are we communicating that and making sure they're taking advantage?
So let me try to rephrase what I just heard. You're using the service plans, you're getting a little bit of money from that for that, but you're really using it as a gateway for engagement for bigger opportunities potentially down the road.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
The customer invested in a very expensive asset and investment, so we want to make sure the customer feels supported and informed about the performance of that asset. That then allows us to create that relationship directly with the customer, trusted source of information, so that when they are considering that next investment or purchase, or we bring them a product or an idea and a service that could potentially enhance that asset, they've already had a great experience, they're aware of us, they're consuming the information we fed them over the last couple of years, we responded when the inverter went down, we took care of them. That is really...
They don't go down.
That's the opportunity long term.
Okay, so Mark, let me ask you this. What are some of the headaches in providing post-install service that you guys encounter, and which a lot of other installers are encountering as well?
Some of the leads from our operations team are sitting towards the front here, and they're just giggling now. They should probably come up and answer these questions. So, we're dealing with humans. So it's keeping the asset working is the easy part. I shouldn't say that's the easy part. We've invested tens of millions of dollars now in software to automate that part. I think it's the human side that's the tough part. It's dealing with customer, you get some crazy things like, why isn't my system working at night? It worked last night. And, well, no, that's, the sun has to be out for this to work. You deal with things like roof leaks, and those are generally really distressed customers who are really upset. And, we're laughing about it now, but we are going into rainy season, and that will be a challenge. So it's the range of dealing with the human emotions and being thoughtful about how to communicate to those people. And that's something that we've learned over the years, that it isn't just making sure that their solar and storage keep working. It's communicating with them in ways that they know they're taken care of. And when they have a question, being able to answer that question clearly. And with empathy, so you understand what they're going through. They've spent a lot of money on this asset. They want to know that it is continuing to work.
Adam, can you talk about this from an end-phase perspective? Because you guys are, you're touching the customers as well, the end consumer as well as the installers. How do you guys balance that relationship, and who gets that service call or that customer complaint?
Well, so we actually get about half of our calls to our call center coming in are from homeowners, right? So, in most situations, we are the customer-facing entity because of the fact that they're using our app, right? So they log on, they see their production, it's all on the Enphase app. And so even though their installer may or may not be in business, assuming that their installer's still in business, they still call us because they see us and they interact with us on a daily basis, right? Whenever they check that app, right? So, from that perspective, for Enphase, we like that. We like the customer engagement. Gives us an opportunity to market to the customer, and it also benefits the installer, especially the smaller and medium-sized installers, because if that installer is still active, they're going to be getting that second sale, right? We're going to hand them that super hot lead, right? That's basically here you go. They want a storage system, or they need some service call for whatever the issue that they're facing is. So the small and medium-sized installers don't need to necessarily have the full customer service infrastructure, but they get the benefit of the additional revenue opportunity by working with Enphase.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do a rapid fire question here. So it's going to be true and false, and we'll go down the line. As a solar installer, and this is definitely when I'm thinking about the IRA later, as a solar installer, I should partner with other organizations for my follow-on sales opportunities. True or false? Adam?
True.
Mark?
True.
Ryan?
True.
All right, Preston says true too. Any false or truths in the audience from the installers there? Do you guys want to give up that customer relationship to these guys? All right, okay. Okay, we're going to move on to the third topic here, last topic, really. We're going to talk about the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. I hosted a panel 2 weeks ago with Catherine Hamilton, Yoni Cohen. We were trying to demystify the headlines of the IRA. I think everyone came out probably more confused, honestly. But in the IRA, or in the climate bill, they talked a lot about energy efficiency. They talked about other types of programs and incentives. So, I'm just going to lay this out to the panel as a general. How does the IRA impact this follow-on sales opportunities? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it more complicated? And maybe going back to that original rapid fire question, who are the people we should partner with now?
I'll take first stab, yeah. I think through that lens, the IRA is outstanding in that it recognizes that decarbonization via electrification, let's talk about for the home, is truly all of the above solutions need to be brought. And so it properly incentivizes these other assets and investments in a way that encourages pairing of them, but it also encourages kind of continuous standalone investment in appliances or a smart thermostat or a battery. And then it's incumbent upon kind of the skilled developers, local or national, to be able to execute on those opportunities and effectively message to those consumers who are interested in all the opportunities and incentives embedded in IRA to maximize that investment or that follow-on investment that they're making, assuming they have PV on site. If they don't have PV on site, wow, you have a real opportunity to just totally stack lots of product pairing types and truly create a lot of really dynamic homes out there.
I mentioned I think there's really three aspects to it, right? And it's addressed, the IRA addresses all. One, production, PV, is continually addressed. Storage is now addressed. And finally, consumption is addressed through tax advantage. Whether or not this installer is going to take all those hats on, maybe two, and outsource one, find a good trade alliance, trade ally, I think that's the key, and that's crucial. And now it's, as you said, holistically addressed. Whether or not it's deployed holistically, that's fine, but there's a goal and the means to the goal, I believe. So, and the consumer awareness of home electrification, not only because of this, because of EV charging and wildfires and grids down, and it's super high. Consumers are ready to invest in modernizing and upgrading their own infrastructure. They know the grid needs to be more robust, right? But they're willing to do that for themselves. I'm feeding back just a little, so I apologize. My feelings on it.
Mark?
So, very excited about the IRA. It's like, the greatest bill ever passed in California, which passed 15 years ago, the Billion Solar Homes Act, which gave us certainty. And the IRA gives us certainty. And what that's going to do is accelerate this transition of the customer to our mainstream customers, who we can sell a bunch of things to now, as they are going to electrify their home and use renewable generation and store some of that electricity during the day. But if we want to sell those things to them afterwards, they have to have a great experience with the first thing we sell to them. So, I think it becomes even more incumbent that we create a great customer experience through the lifetime of their asset. It can't be one and done. We can't be like, sell it, install it, forget it. We tell customers that they can do that, and they can't. But installers shouldn't be doing that either.
I think we also need to make it easier for the homeowner, right? Because what homeowners, they want simplicity, right? They want to be able to just make a few settings and set it and forget it. They don't want to have to sit there and tweak with every device in their home and figure out what's the optimal way to do this, right? So I think the sort of next iteration of energy efficiency is going to be super interesting. That's going to be driven by the talent inflow from the big tech companies, right? Because you think back to Gen 1 demand response. Not interesting for the homeowner, right? Getting a text message saying, hey, turn off your air conditioning on the hottest day of the year, exactly when you want your air conditioning on, is not a great user experience, right? So there needs to be a ton of sophistication built into our products so that the homeowner gets all of the benefits, grid services revenue from participation in grid services programs, without any of the impact on their quality of life.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask the audience survey question. Which solar installer is considering installing HVACs too? Okay, none. Oh, HVAC, we got one. How about heat pumps? Maybe. Oh, there's another one. Are you gonna install everything? All right.
You will. You will.
All right.
Report back.
Yeah, let us know how that goes. We'll have a panel next year. You'll be on it. All right.
And just to close the loop on the IRA, Scott,
yeah.
I mean, 10-year runway on ITC is what's all. Our industry's never had that. It's always, what happens to your business in 3 years when the ITC step downs or next year? So let's not understate the importance of that certainty that Mark is hinting at.
I think it's huge, but then also, furthermore, I think with those adders, the low-income one, the domestic content, prevailing wage, at least for the residential installers, notionally you wouldn't think that may not apply, but I'm sure, what do you guys think about, are there going to be new business models coming about that try to be able to get more than just the 30%, more than the accelerated depreciation, so that it becomes a lot more? Do you guys see the rise again of PPAs and leases again on the residential side? Is there any disagreement in this panel? I think that's what I haven't heard yet so far today.
But you may see more financial innovation as the ITC is now tradable. You may see something that looks completely different than a loan or a PPA as the rules get written and as people try to figure out what does the customer want that allows us to get the maximum tax credit under the law. And it may not be the products we have today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's right. And not to speak out of turn, but the rules need to be written, right? A lot rests on what Treasury and the other agencies end up writing and implementing these rules and regulations and provisions. But point taken, financial innovation, there's so much in that law that leaves room for, regardless of how Treasury interprets it and ends up enforcing it, there's going to be financial innovation one way or 300 different ways.
Yeah. Any last comments on the IRA?
I guess from your perspective, Mark, how do you think about now pairing multiple DERs that have different useful lives, right? As you think about, warrantying them, right? And because that's going to also play into the financial innovation, right? If you have a battery that's only a 10-year life versus 20 or 25-year life for your solar system, I think there needs to be innovation on that front.
Yeah, I think you're going to end up with these products with different tenors on the financial side, but somehow combined so that it's easy for the customer, so that it's one bill, even though you've got a battery you might replace after 10 years and PV that you might replace after 25 or 30. So I think you'll need some financial innovation to just make that simpler for the homeowner. Right.
All right, so we'll close out the IRA just by saying that I know that Catherine Hamilton mentioned that those details that we don't know, they're being written right now. They're supposed to be written by the end of this year, but it's an open for public comment. So if you guys are able to talk to your local trade association, SIA, or their state ones, definitely try to influence that. All right, so I'm going to move on to the open Q&A session. Are there any questions that are not from the companies that are being represented up here? Any questions for the panelists at all? Mike Hornacek, I'm going to call you out.
Thanks, Scott. Always love being put on the spot. So, it is actually really exciting. I think the IRA, I think many installers are trying to figure out where they want to go. One part is what they're not going to do. I think that's something we're all going to have to make as a decision. But it is exciting hearing that there's a whole other new business on the backside of what we've been traditionally used to. I guess the question is, where should installers go to learn how to do this? Are there any other examples in other industries or things like that that will come to mind where we can go and learn quickly rather than inventing it exclusively on our own?
I'll say one thing, it's not quite the perfect analogy, but I think it applies at least on the service maintenance side, the car industry. Car dealerships, they sell the initial car, small margins. Somehow they realize if they can open up a service department, they can charge tons of money there, and that becomes a big cash cow for them. And I think there may be that potential on the solar side as well. But what do you guys think?
But it's interesting at the car dealer, they want you coming back both for that service revenue, but to sell you that next car.
Exactly.
Like every time I bring my car into the dealer, the guy who sold me the car magically is there, and he's like, "Are you happy? Do you want to trade it in?" Like,
you know what they also do? They give you a loaner.
Yeah.
Of the latest one, right?
Yeah.
So
they didn't loan me the F-150 Lightning though last time, and they might have actually gotten a sale at that point. But yeah.
Make no mistake, they want to sell you the next car, but they're making 90% of their revenue on the service.
Sure.
You guys hear that? 90% of the revenue is from service. Any other comments to answer Mike's question at all? Okay. Any other questions from this audience? You guys already know how to... Oh, great. So we don't even have to... That's it? We did it all. Hey, well, we only did that in 45 minutes. All right, so no more questions. I mean, you guys can definitely ask questions after the fact, but in the time we have left, I'm just going to give each one of these guys one final question, and it's really just for everyone. What is one super practical, tactical thing that each person here listening in, and also being live streamed right now to the SunCast, what's one super practical thing that they can take back home and apply right away in their business?
So rethink it. You're not a solar installer, you're an energy solutions provider. Rebrand the pitch. And I think start there, set that expectation, set realistic expectations, and find clever ways to not be overbearing, but get your message back out to that customer repeatedly. And that's what I would thought.
Yep, that's well said. I think we've touched on it, each one of us, in some form or fashion, but take care of the customer and the rest will take care of itself. And so focus on executing to a standard you've set for yourself and the right standard you've set with the customer, an expectation you've set with the customer, and whether it's sale, install, or service, if you do the little things right and you execute on behalf of the customer, then you've earned the right, right, to service that customer in the future. And they will trust you, and they will come back.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think the practical thing I would say to drive that execution is make sure you're focusing on what your customers are saying about you. They're saying it online. You should be surveying your customers at every touch point. We survey our customers at every touch point. And my team up here knows that I read every single review every single day that comes in. And a lot of them come in. So, it's important to pay attention to both. Pay attention to your 5-star reviews. Like, understand where your strengths are. What are you doing really well? And celebrate those and do more of it. And then pay attention to your 1 and 2-star reviews and say, what are we not doing well here? Why is this customer unhappy? And a lot of times it's not the big thing, it's the little thing. So for us, a lot of time it's the way we communicate with our customers. So we have to rethink the way it's not how we take care of the asset, it's the way we communicate with our customer about taking care of that asset. And we have to keep making that better. So I'd say, the best thing to do to drive your execution is really pay attention to what your customers are saying about you, because they'll tell you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think to paraphrase what Preston and Ryan said is that basically they're recommending becoming a one-stop shop for the installers out there. Provide multiple services, which I fully, completely agree with. But to add something different beyond just repeating what you guys said, I think the other real thing to focus on is finding unique partnerships to source leads at a much lower cost than where the industry is today. Because at the end of the day, the stubbornly high customer acquisition cost is what makes it so challenging to sell solar and then all those follow-on sales. So think outside the box, think about new partners that you can go to source high conversion, lower cost leads.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you so much. This has been an awesome conversation. I hope the audience actually enjoyed this as much as I've enjoyed moderating. I'm sure you guys have tons of questions. Come up afterwards, talk to the folks here. I want to thank every panelists of coming in, sharing your insights. I know all of us as an industry like to work together. Sometimes there's competition, but we love sharing the knowledge that we do have. And then all of us are generally here at the conference. We've got some booths. We've got a booth. You guys, Baywell has one. Palmetto, no, you guys are just roaming around. Nadia just roams around as well.
Bodhi booth.
All right. Hey, come talk to Ryan at the Bodhi booth. And so, cool. With that, I will end this session. Last thing I want to say is there are T-shirts, some special limited run SunCast plus Bodhi Rock the Sun T-shirt. So
This is sexy. We gotta get you on it.
if you guys want one, come see either Katarina or Nico here at the booth.
Good job,
All
Scott.
right, thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Nico.
Rock the Sun, Bodhi, and SunCast T-shirts. You gotta come up here. Hey, wait.
PowerUp Media Zone, produced by SunCast Media and presented by Fluence. We're also live streaming at SunCast.live. Thanks to our streaming partners, SunGrow and Tygo. If you're watching this on our live stream, I just want to say thank you for joining us. Be sure to bookmark SunCast.live so you can watch it every day as you walk around the show floor. I just did that actually to test and make sure that it actually works. You can watch it from the show floor.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, and it's actually, in many cases, cleaner audio because we've got a nice feed going out of the mixer. We are back again. Yesterday we were here from the show floor and none of this was really all that set up. I'm here with my co-pilot, Josh Porter, and our co-pilot, Mr. Andy Redinger is back. Andy is the Managing Director, Group Head for Utility, Power, and Renewable Energy at Keybank. Good to see you again. Well, it's good to see you again. I've got you.
Good to see you.
There we go. Perfect. Josh, how you doing?
Excellent, man. I mean, geez, it's the first day of RE Plus 2022. We're back here after a couple of years, and there's unbelievable energy out there. Awesome tech, cool people, seeing everybody again. It couldn't be better.
There is an incredible energy on the show floor, and I just came back from a couple of the happy hours, and all of the booths that are doing happy hours have a line out around the corner, around the block. Andy, did you get a chance to make your rounds after our interview earlier?
I have not had a chance, but I plan to quickly do that right after we finish here. But I echo your thoughts on the energy. This is kind of like the pre-game party, if you will, to this solar Super Bowl. I think will last at least 10 years. So the energy level is crazy, and it seems like this has been going on for several years. I know, but this year especially seems different, and given all of the tailwinds in the space, it does feel like a big tailgate party that's going to kick off this, as I said, the solar Super Bowl, which I think is going to last at least 10 years.
It's a great way to look at it, like a launch, right?
Yeah.
Especially given all the things that are happening right now. How's the audio? Working out okay?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah?
I think I had it soloing, so we're good now.
Excellent.
All right. Okay, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yeah.
Oh, we can hear you now. Perfect. I'm still learning to jockey this thing with more than one chain of audio, which is my voice and a Zoom call. So this is fun. I'm glad to have people, real humans, to talk to on the stage. So, Andy, one of the things that I learned a lot in our previous conversations, and you are a finance expert, and part of that leads you down a different path of conversations when you're walking around the trade show floor than perhaps I would get into. I'd love to hear from your perspective as someone coming from the capital markets, as you're walking the trade show floor or as you're booking meetings, what are you hearing here on day one that is the prevailing conversation among the folks that, I know folks are excited about IRA, but what are you seeing as the trending conversations that you're trying to respond to?
Oh, it's clearly around the incentives, the new incentives that I think I mentioned earlier. It really is throwing gasoline on an already roaring bonfire and really talking about how to best monetize those incentives to get more projects built. And, as I always mentioned, there was plenty of capital available in the marketplace prior to the IRA, but now with the IRA, there's even more capital flowing in, and people are just trying to figure out how to best access the capital that was always there, but it's going to end up being more attractive, I think, in the long run, and there'll be more of it, and people are trying to kind of figure out what those incentives ultimately mean to them under this new legislation.
It's great to have a finance guy here because that's an area that I always kind of wonder about, right? So I am hearing about new attacks, opportunities on commercial, small commercial, for example.
Yep.
That seems to be a white space. Of course, low to moderate income. That in the past has been difficult to work in, but now that's probably going to be a huge space, right? With the specifically designed incentives for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's situations where between the incentives available on the investment tax credit and the leverage available, there may be in situations where you can build and own a project without putting any equity in.
Without any equity.
So
it's like
it is
one day simple payback period.
Absolutely. And I know if you have no money in a project, that's called an infinite return.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of opportunity, especially in some of those areas you just mentioned. So
right.
I mean, the legislation's, I think, ultimately going to do what it was supposed to do, which was increase the number of projects here in the U.S. to help decarbonize our environment, and it will certainly solve that. But there's certainly going to be a lot of opportunity for people. I think everybody. I honestly think if you're not even a developer in the solar business, you can get in this business and actually make some money, because it's incented everybody to basically go out and figure out how to build solar projects.
That's fantastic. You know, earlier days, I remember those areas being particularly difficult. You know, LTM, and then small. We used to call it donut hole. Remember that term, the donut hole?
Yeah.
And now I'm seeing companies emerge and like one after the other go after that market right away. It has to, and they're coming out of their kind of stealth modes, and they're hitting it right now. It's like today, yesterday. So it's just so dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's so much incentive now to go out and get these projects operating, built. The only headwind that I've heard even today is probably, and this is probably somewhat of a headwind, is around supply, panel supply and that type of thing. But I think the marketplace will figure that out. I know there are certain panel manufacturers looking to add capacity here in the U.S., so I think we may hit a couple speed bumps here in the near term, but we're going to figure it out, and I think this industry is headed for, as I said, a solar Super Bowl over the next decade.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah. Well, Andy, I'm so glad that you had a chance to stop by. I know you've got a busy, busy evening planned, and I really want to thank you once again for taking the time to come by and share from your deep well of experience the trends that you're hearing on the show floor.
I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah.
Yep, thanks.
Great to meet you. Thank you.
We'll see you soon, Andy. Yep. As we transition to our friend Mo Abdallah, I'm gonna ask Josh. Josh, you and Jay walked around. You did a lot of interviews with electrification, really a whole home electrification focus today. Did you get through any of the 30 or so that are?
It's always, I talk to Jay before these shows, and it's like Jay Verkart over there, my co-host on the Solar Coaster, and then we try to figure out how to capture all of the new innovations in the most economical way possible, and then we get out here and we're like, oh my goodness, we can't, because each one of those interviews is so interesting, right? So we were able to sit down with some fine folks out on the entrance area. We saw the daily, the morning piece you guys did. It looked great on the Jumbos.
On the Jumbo,
Yeah, it was awesome.
Fantastic.
And we met some great people, a crew out of Argentina doing some amazing stuff in the southernmost regions of Ushuaia, almost Antarctica, super cool microgrid stuff. And then we met some other fellas that were just really in neat spaces. Then we got in here, we actually got a chance to sit down with Canadian Solar. Of course, they got their new Solar Plus battery integrated system. Some interesting innovation steps there. We did talk to Generac, one of our favorites. Generac's doing some radical stuff. DC Jenny going direct to battery to recharge the battery, for example. They got a whole bunch of things. Too much to cover in here. Who else did we talk to? We had the Panasonic. Yeah, and a lot of other great guys. I can't lip read Jason, but
he's got this on and shirt raised in the air. Well, let's go ahead and bring up...
Tomorrow, we're going to get much more.
Let's go ahead and bring up Mohammed Abdallah. He's the founder and CEO of Good Faith Energy. Fun fact, Mohammed and Good Faith are the welcome, brother. Are you the largest installer of solar roof and span in the U.S.? Is that right?
Whoa.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, man.
Hey. How's it going?
Is that fun fact accurate at all?
So I believe we're number one in terms of volume for solar roof.
Wow.
And we're in the top 10 for span.
How about that? So I'm curious, when you are clearly targeting the higher value products and the higher end products in terms of the cost point, how do you navigate the show floor? Are you looking for ways for cost savings? Are you looking for competitors to the products you're currently offering? Or are you thinking of just expansion of the product offering that you have?
Yeah, I think it's expansion, number one. I mean, there's only so much cost that you can cut. You can't really pay people any less money. Products don't just magically drop in price either. They've really tended to go up in the last 24 months. But for me, it's really about expansion and understanding, how are others successfully selling this product and making it a sustainable vertical within their business. And really with solar roof, it's a luxury product, and it's not. I don't sell it as a solar power generating system. And I think the first time I really had that eye opener was I went out and hung out with a couple of roofers that sold luxury roofs, and I would hear them talk about the product in a very meticulous way, right? They'd be like, oh, these concrete tiles are baked in an oven in Chicago for 3 weeks.
An artisanal product.
But I think that when you approach that same customer base with a product that's beautiful, but also generates power and has a purpose, and can send that power to a battery to back up the home in the event of an outage, and it has a tax credit, a lot of those clients, will choose a solar roof over a premium, slate or concrete or something like that with solar on top.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's kudos to you to be doing like high volume and Tesla solar. That's a challenging area. I know some guys out in the in Hawaii, and in Kauai in particular, and they were talking about it in similar contexts. So, for example, saying we've got a lot of competitive spending in Kauai. So that's an area that's fertile ground for something like the Tesla solar roof, right? Yep. I have my Tesla solar roof. What about you? You know?
Exactly.
And then, of course, the load control panel world's really interesting too, because there are some variations in that, right? We've seen more variations in that. So you might be able to find. I can imagine. I have a span system in my home, but you might find that someone says, "Oh, I'm okay with 2 or 3 dedicated loads," and maybe you move to a different product for that particular person, I imagine, right? He's probably checking that stuff out now. But yeah, man, we're spoiled for choice these days.
We really are, and I really think that SPAN in particular and other energy load management devices are going to be not only like a nice to have, but they're going to be a requirement in the future to meet National Electric Code. So even with the 2020 National Electric Code, some of the jurisdictions have started to adopt and enforce it. And in the past, we could just size a battery system to the largest breaker. Now we have to size it to the total output, or the total load calculation, and to make sure that the total output of the battery can meet that. So in the past, you could do a whole home backup with, let's just say, 2 Tesla Powerwalls. Now it's like 4 or 5, unless you install a SPAN.
There you go.
And that's kind of like your big loophole to be able to meet this code. And I just think that it's going to become a bigger and bigger issue as the years come along.
Yeah.
What surprises you as you walk around the show floor today? I mean, Josh and I talked about how it feels like even the tracker companies are coming out with electric vehicle chargers. What do you see as you walk around the show floor that maybe you didn't expect, or that is at a scale you didn't expect?
Great question. I think that most of the manufacturers have been talking about full ecosystem lineups for so long, but this is the first time that I've kind of walked around and been like, wow, these guys have a battery, a smart panel, a generator, an EV charger. You're like, what's going on? And I think it's pretty powerful. The energy in general, you guys have been talking about it probably all day. The energy in this place is unbelievable. I've been attending SPI or RE Plus since 2015. And then obviously we had the 3-year gap, but this year just feels like it's not just a solar show. It really feels like there's this whole distributed energy. There's like a distributed energy, diversified energy show, which is pretty incredible to be a part of. And I think, seeing Savant and some of these other companies here, these companies typically were at CEDIAs of the world, right? But now they're attending RE Plus, and they're releasing products that will help meet some of these new codes. It's just very exciting.
Yeah.
100%. So one of the things that occurs to me when you talk about like these higher price point products, maybe that are sold to a certain kind of demographic, but how does that transition to going from a luxury to a necessity? And you just described it perfectly. I actually sat down with a finance guy, Brian Thomas, back in Maui before we came out here. And I was like, how do I kind of distill down the value of some of these technologies to people across the country? And he said a scatter plot. And I want to see luxury, and I want to see necessity, and I want to see ROI on the other axis. And I was like, whoa, man, that's a good idea, right? With something like SPAN, right, that's an investment. I have it. I look at the thing constantly, right? Basically stopped using social media because I look at my energy stuff all the time. And I'm just geeking out on, like, my dishwasher does 1,253 watts, right? I know that. I'm on a self-supply system. And then going across all the loads. Now, that's just fun for an energy geek, but then what you just described in terms of how it impacts what kind of solar you can get, what kind of batteries you can get, how it impacts meter upgrades potentially, right? Especially in an environment where like you might have underground wires, God forbid. Can you imagine the cost of doing something like that? So solar becomes prohibitively expensive in certain scenarios, and something like SPAN and other technologies actually deals with that issue entirely. So it's no longer a luxury good, now it's a complete necessity, right?
100%. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better, but SPAN's number one value proposition is battery optimization. And now it's become even more imperative. It's like you can't install now in the city of Dallas because they have adopted this code and they're enforcing it. So we have to go back to probably 24 customers and tell them, hey, the code changed, and you can either buy 3 more batteries or 1 SPAN to, it's a lot of money. And but yeah, I think the companies like Spans and others, their innovation and their forward thinking, and it really does empower you to understand. Because you and I both know, like, if you buy a battery today, or you're pitching a battery to a customer, the first thing they're going to ask you is, so I'm spending all this money, how long will my battery last? Right? Yeah. And the answer, it's almost impossible to not dance around, right? It's like, well, it depends on how hard you run it, But now the answer can be, well, it's as long as the SPAN tells you.
Right, it's right there in front of you.
It tells you, it's got historical data, it knows how much power you're pulling, it knows how big your battery bank is, it knows what you've tagged as what, a nice to have, a must have, or a non-essential.
Totally. It's wild. I tend to think about this kind of thing across the industry itself. So when we think about other technologies, okay, like you said, SPAN is one thing. It's a great company. We're not here pitching SPAN. We're just talking about because we love it, right? But there's probably out there on this show floor right now a company that has product X that does a thing, and then it's got some huge latent value sitting right there. And sometimes the CEO doesn't even know it. He thinks he knows it, right? And then you get into the conversation, and it's like, hang on a second, can it be utilized this way? And oh yeah. I think that's monetizable, man. That's what's so cool about this industry. All this latent value kind of waiting to be discovered. 100%. And a lot of the times when the tech comes together too, right? Like two siloed, Jay likes to say, siloed kind of environments coming together, and then new things are birthed out of that. That's what's cool about it, renewable energies.
I think that's what happens on the trade show as well. You get a lot of folks that come in and they're thinking differently. Maybe they're coming from different sectors. And they see a technology and they can blow your mind with what's possible about it.
100%. Yeah.
Well, Mohammed, I know that you've got a busy evening, and I don't want to keep you from all of the evening activities.
I was just getting started, man.
Just getting warmed up. This guy's sticking around.
You want to stick around and rock the rest of the show for us? We're going to invite one more up onto the stage.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
No, absolutely. Good to see you. Are you going to the block party?
I am, yeah.
All right, maybe we'll see you there, brother.
Let's go party.
All right. Thanks for joining us.
See you later, buddy. Take it easy. Thank you.
All right, see you guys.
All right, Nico, who's next?
We got Jen Alfson. Jen is the product manager at Fluence. Jen is also our co-pilot here. She's just going to come up and rock the mic with us, have some conversations. I'm curious. Hey, Jen, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey, Jen. I'm curious how Jen's been, what her experience has been here today on day one of the show. Jen, you've been to a lot of SPIs.
I have. Actually, that question has come up a number of times, and I don't know the number of SCIs I've been to. I should probably
You've been in the industry for like 15 years, though. A long time. 10 years?
No, 11. I think we're at. I think it'll be 11, actually. Right now, my very first SPI was in Dallas. I was
Dallas,
2 weeks in.
Yep.
I was fresh into the solar industry, didn't know what I was doing, and they just threw me in the booth, and they're like, good luck.
Go for it.
Yeah.
It was honestly the best way to learn. I learned so much in my first SPI, and it was just hearing other people, learning from other people, hearing how they're talking about it. And then I also just caught the I don't know what it is, that bug that I fell in love with the industry immediately.
Yeah.
I realized
You're an engineer by training?
Amazing it is. I am, yes.
What kind of engineer? Mechanical, electrical?
Mechanical engiering. I went to UC San Diego.
Yeah. What was it? Did you get any fun solar projects at UC San Diego?
No solar projects. We did have like a wind one, kind of. The what was it? a department on campus wanted to put up a wind turbine for educational purposes, and so one of my projects was to actually set up and measure how much wind speed there was to figure out where to put the thing. And then from my research, it was basically like, great, put it out in the ocean. And that was not an option. So
they didn't let you in college put out an offshore wind turbine?
This one was like right up on a cliff. So it was like a cliff, all this protected land right up to the actual ocean and the ocean. And it was like the most ideal place for this is...
Well, if you'd been in college 3 years from now, that might be an option.
It might have been, but yeah, that wasn't an option for that. And so I basically had to go back and tell them, like, yeah, you can put one in here. It's just not going to spin.
Jen, are you? What is there anything you're most looking forward to as the day wraps up?
I'm looking forward to just connecting with more people. This last 24 hours has been amazing already, and I've seen so many familiar faces, a ton of unfamiliar faces, and I've been to so many SPIs, so seeing a lot of people I know. But one thing that I've been really impressed with is, I think a lot of people have talked about how big this conference is, but there's also just so many new people in it, and it's exciting because it is, I feel like we've been, those of us that have been in the industry for a decade more, there's so many people who have been in it way longer than I have. Yeah. And all this hard work, it's like our life's work finally being recognized by the general public.
That's a cool way to look at it.
It's so wonderful. And to have, people talking about it, and to turn on the news and see it in the headlines, and it's a common point of conversation now, and that's really exciting.
Yeah. Josh and I spoke on a panel a little earlier with our friend Mike Casey, and he asked the question, are you a climate optimist or a climate pessimist? I'm wondering, with all of the tailwinds that we're seeing, and you're in Fluence, which is growing gangbusters. Are you a climate optimist or climate pessimist about where we're headed?
I have to say I'm both. I oscillate between the two. There's days where I'm like, it's all ruined. we're never gonna get it back. We're never gonna be able to restore what we've destroyed. And then on the flip side, I come to conferences like these, and I realize how much progress we've made, how much we're growing, how quickly we're coming up with these new solutions, and realizing that there's so many people across the globe that are just as passionate as the folks here at SPI today. That really inspires me. It makes me optimistic.
It's good news, right? If there's that kind of influx of talent to the industry that we've been, hanging around with for the last decade and change, then it's like, well, there's all that new talent coming in, all those new ideas coming in, all that new potential for innovation, right? So it makes me feel a little bit more optimistic. Yeah. So that's great. And then, of course, it's kind of our responsibility to be welcoming to the other industries and say, hey, come on over. We could use your talent, we could use your talent. Especially, I saw an article I was telling Nico earlier today, I think it was in Portugal or something, but they were talking about how Silicon Valley, now you're seeing a migration of talent. And this is, of course, like super high-end, I suppose, talent, or however we want to say it, but to the clean energy economy, to clean tech. And that's exciting, right? So people are saying, hey, I want to be a part of an industry where I can, feel good about what I'm doing, maybe make a difference, Absolutely. Maybe be a part of the camaraderie that we have here. There's a lot of positive things in that, and then we reap the benefits of that.
Absolutely.
Now we have these like powerhouses that are saying, hey, I just want to make a website. I want to actually help develop whatever this thing is, So that's the time we're in.
Yeah, and that brings up a good point. And I think people do their best work when they're passionate about what they do, when they really care about what they do. And I started, as Nico mentioned, my background's as an engineer, and I graduated in the middle of the recession back in 2009, and so the I guess sentiment then when I graduated was like, good luck getting a job. Oh, no. And thankfully I did get one because I had an internship. But most of the jobs available, it's not like you had a huge selection. It was like, you're lucky if you get anything. Yeah. And so I started my career in defense contracting because that's the job I got straight out of college, and it was a really good job. I learned so much. I don't regret working in defense contracting at all. If anything, I think it set me up to be successful in the solar industry because defense contracting is so so regulated. So there's all these processes. There's all this quality control. I mean, talk about quality control. I was working in a clean room manufacturing environment. So to go from that to then go into the solar industry, so the reason I brought up that was because I realized one day, I was like, this is, I look up from my cubicle. The cubicle walls were 6 feet high because it's defense contracting, so you're not allowed to see your coworkers' computer screens. I'm 5'2", so I can't, I'm way below the eye line of being able to see over there. And everything was just like this really depressing 70s brown, and when you walk into the office, and there was this, I distinctly remember this poster up on the wall, and it was like this missile with a skull and bones on it. Oh, no. And I was like, this is not why I went to college. This is not why I got an engineering degree. And then my next job was in solar, and I'm like, this is what I'm supposed to do.
rescuing folks from the misery of Department of Defense stuff. I just met someone, the lady that runs comms for Solar Edge now came from defense.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, so we're, the thing I like, one of the issues that we have in the industry so far is that we have this misconception that you need to know a ton about solar to get a job in solar. And so, I got to get training or whatever. And so the job rec will say something ridiculous like you need 5 years of experience in solar. And even for engineers, that's not generally true. If you have 3 or 4 years of petroleum engineering experience, you're more than qualified for a lot of jobs in the solar industry. But for whatever reason, right, people get disqualified. And we've got this carousel where people jump off of one ride and they jump on the other ride, and they stay in the industry, and we hire within the industry. I think one of the greatest things that we're going to see here, and the trend that I'm seeing happening, is more folks coming in from tech, more folks coming across the aisle from oil and gas, if you will, from fossil fuels. And even in the media industry, folks are moving into climate as a category, right? You've got lots of folks focused on EV. It's like one of the hottest channel focuses, or foci, is that the word, on YouTube, right? So I think you're going to see even in places like media, we're going to see a lot more focus, and that's a good thing, because consumers, as Mo and the Good Faith Energy team know, consumers are looking for comfort, and they're looking for a lot of their media channels and a lot of the training options to show them that the technology is prime time and that they can trust in it, and to show them good examples of people they can trust. The neighbor next door, right? Keeping up with the Joneses.
When you have a technology that's so widely applicable to our lives, right? It really, and we're in an environment that's pretty, the United States today can be pretty disparate, right? Like we have these sections and these groups and these ideas that are kind of separate, right? But I mean, I'll tell you a quick story, and Nico actually heard this, but I went over to Oahu to test drive the F-150, not because I have the extra ducats to buy that beautiful truck right now, but because I wanted to put it into a little film project I was working on. And I went in, and I kind of hustled my way in and brought over the cameras, and we had drones going and everything, and they're like, are you test driving, or are you shooting a film? And then it was great, but the guy that walks out and was test driving before me, he's wearing a MAGA hat. And I was like, whoa, this guy right here, he may be on a politically divergent, completely different kind of perspective than mine, perhaps, but he and I want the same truck. Mm-hmm. And no one's going to tell that guy. You could see it. He was like, yeah, I got my MAGA hat. No one's going to tell that guy that I can't have the fastest, best truck there is in the world. I don't care if it happens to be powered by whatever, right? So it's this unifying, this common interest, I think this common technology that's such common value for everybody, it's potentially unifying. That's really exciting for the country.
Absolutely. And it just speaking to the point of it being, universally unifying everyone, and then also just the transfer of skill sets from one industry to another. I mean, that's another thing that I'm excited about, is just the amount of jobs our industry is creating. I mean, we've been talking a lot about solar right now, but there's also energy storage, the wind, and as a whole, when I say our industry, I tend to lump all three of those together in one bucket, because most of us kind of all work with each other. Mm-hmm. And I think, last night at the keynote, they said something like 250,000 people in the United States are employed by solar.
I heard that number, yeah.
I'm curious what the number is if we put energy storage and wind into that as well. I mean, that's amazing, and it's only going to grow. So I'm excited for that. It benefits everyone, not just from a climate perspective, but also from a, being able to do work that you truly love and feel good about.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people out there doing work that we truly love and feel good about, and the speed of this show is also moving at a breakneck pace. It's the end of day one.
All right.
We have tomorrow a pretty packed schedule. I would encourage folks to go and check out if you haven't. Download the app if you haven't. The app is a really tremendous resource. re-plus.com has a full schedule of all of the activities, including the media zone. You can check it out at re-plus.com/media zone. We'll be right back here tomorrow morning with my co-host Julia Piper and Jeff Peck from iSun. And that is a great way to kick off the day. Apparently, they're broadcasting it from the Jumbotron. I think that might be where John Brecker is right now, out looking at the Jumbotron. I want to get out there and see that thing. And then we have one cool thing that's happening tomorrow. I guess they just announced it, and I haven't heard who won, but the American Made Challenge prizes were awarded today. That's $1 million in prize money.
Whoa.
I think it's like, well, it's $1 million across each category, so that's like $2.5 million. They had 5 winners, or $2.25 million, or something like that. It's pretty incredible. They offer. See you guys later. Thanks. Good faith. They offer a tremendous opportunity for folks that have an idea and want to get it funded. And so the 6th round, I think, was awarded today, and we're going to have the winners here at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. So I encourage folks to come and check that out. And with that, we've got a wrap on day one of our daily roundup. Thank you, Jen Alfson, product manager at Fluence, for joining us. Thanks, Josh Porter, my esteemed co-host. And my name is Nico Johnson from SunCast. Thank you. We'll see you back here tomorrow. All right. There's